Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while the rebuilding was happening?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth. And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can live there. You can't live there. So if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations, and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, and it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die, because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again. It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back? They've experienced nothing but death and destruction. Who would want to go back?
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. Pretty interesting clip. To start out, I just saw that before I went live. Definitely going to touch on that today, but incredible watching the smug Netanyahu sit there and smile as Trump just does what he's told, apparently. Totally my opinion. To watch him lay out everything we were told would never, ever happen because that's totally against international law and it's illegal and we nothing matters. Unreal. And even while he's smiling, to have him sit there saying that they're going to die if they go back. That's what we're talking. How is that the argument? We can't let him go back. This guy right here is going to murder them all. Give him somewhere else. It's just, it's an unreal situation. Now, just so it's clear, regardless of whatever narrative you place on top of that, that's ethnic cleansing. They get to dictate where if they're removed or if they leave their territory. And realize we're not even talking about the reality that it's Palestine, not Israel. We're talking about the fact it's Gaza and that they've lived there. But the reality is it's still illegally occupied territory. Going back, it's inferior. Now, we'll get to that. But I wanted to start with that because today in general, we're going to be talking about the way I framed it in the title. I mean, we're talking about USAID today. We're going to talk about the financial side of things for Doge. We're going to talk about a lot of these different points. Many, many, many different egregious lies, deceptions, contradictions, like moment to moment from the, little in things like Gaza condom stories that are just ridiculous. They know they were lying, but nobody really cared about it. Or the drones or the California or the California water in the military. These are all lies, guys. They're completely wholesale, whole cloth lies. And those are just, they're not insignificant. But we're talking about things that are very, very important today. And we're seeing a lot of very massive lies. And I want to frame a lot of this today in what I've been worried about. That if we know the unbelievably obvious influence coming from a foreign government, if we can see that there have been, and there are missing ethics pledges around very important people, Trump included, which then we don't really get to see the influence that's there, which was stated even by the people involved in the government, that means a foreign government could literally fund them and we wouldn't know. And weird how the Democrats don't seem to be up in arms about how obvious that is, which shows me that we're talking about one government here working in line with one agenda. But how clearly that's concerning with so many different things, not just the information that they're having access to, which could, we've talked about the startup, Israel Unit 8200 intelligence influence that Whitney's covered a lot, that is peppered throughout this country and other countries in the world, that they've almost boasted about being able to manipulate, Netanyahu himself. But this is even more than that. Now, this was like essentially spying on these dynamics and having influence and people tapped in, but now it might well be just complete control over this system. Now, you can decide for yourself, but it's amazing how primarily the current party structure that's in power, again, I see it as just one part of your one government, but have been the people, like the people beneath that, the grouping of it, the conservatives have been the ones calling out these things in any other context, or been worried about China, for example, and rightly so. But now you have like overt, obvious influence. And I still think most conservatives call this stuff out. But the team sport Republicans that have a vested interest in doing what they're told because they're making money on Twitter, because they're influenced, because they're, any number of reasons that means they don't really care about the truth. They love to feign that, but they just keeps rolling forward. I'm of the mind that most people right now are very uncomfortable about almost everything that's happening. None of this aligns with anything from either paradigm. Nobody right now, what's happening right now is supposed to be exactly what all Americans pretend we're fighting. And all they do is just say the right words or promise it's going to be better. And let's hope for the best. Yes, we should always hope for the best, but engage with the reality in front of us. If the history shows lies and deceptions and continually not following through, and they just go, but we're going to do it better this time, we should go, okay. When you do that, we'll praise you for that. Until then, you are still the person that's lied to us every time. Like Marco Rubio and USAID, or the idea that USAID is suddenly gone. Everyone keeps claiming on Twitter. No, it's not. It's simply been absorbed into the State Department, which in a way is already what was going on. And now Marco Rubio is in control of it. It's I think most people are smart enough to be able to see how transparent that is. But yet we get overwhelmed with the kind of political conversation today through controlled media interfaces that allow people to wonder, maybe I'm wrong. Like in COVID-19 land, maybe I'm the only one that sees this, but you weren't. Don't forget that. But a lot to go through. That overlaps again with the foreign policy point that we started with, showing you that they are going to ethnically cleanse these people. Trump is already funding $1 billion more. $1 billion. Interestingly, didn't they just save $1 billion with these DEI programs? Oh, here, Netanyahu, here's $1 billion. Or continuing to fund Ukraine, which is happening. It's weird how little this seems to be known within certain circles, but yes, they are continuing, not just through Israel, as I pointed out, which was always going on, but the continuation of funding weapons to Ukraine. These are all major promises that nobody seems to be batting an eye about. Well, I shouldn't, again, the team sport side of it that projects the picture. I'm of the mind that most people are concerned, but a lot of them are afraid to point it out. But as always, guys, I'm going to go over the facts that I can prove. I'm going to lay out the information that I think you'll find very important. One thing that I'm going to get into is how interesting it is that in 2024, it was being presented that U.S. aid would be used to replace UNRWA in Israel or in occupied Palestine. Now, when that inevitably comes to pass, where they go, hey, we'll use this new group, it's not really called USAID anymore, whatever they want to engage with it as, it's going to be, I believe USAID is not going to go away, but we'll see. My point is the same structure will probably be used with what Trump's talking about to rebuild Gaza. And it's just the same exact dynamic. So it's all a shell game like we've seen in the past with Gavi and WHO. In a way, I think similar things are happening right now. But point is, we're going to get to the reality of how that is continuing to happen, and they're going to continue to ethnically cleanse and build and take, and not just Gaza, guys, Lebanon, Syria. It's already currently happening. And yet we have to fight a bunch of sycophants that want to pretend like all we care about is, look, they said the pronoun thing. Look, they're taking down the DEI programs, which, by the way, we all also agree with, at least in these circles we're talking about. But if you think that's really what they care about, I want to laugh at you. That's how I feel right now. I want to make fun of how silly it is, but that's, of course, not productive. But it's just this point where I'm of the mind that I think people doing that largely don't even care about those things, that they're all in this for the grift and they're only trying to make money. And that's why it gets so infuriating, but I can't allow my however much I think they're rooted in what I can think, the facts around the people, still my opinion, and can't let that rule the day when we're making, but at the end of it, we can still very clearly see that is happening a lot. And that's even being promoted in it, like deliberately, very much so on these platforms. I think to trick other people as well, but we'll get into a lot more today. But I want to make sure we start with just shouting out just showing you the clip that we shared from Prem Thacker. He simply said, one of those clips where you have to make sure you're not hallucinating. Donald Trump says Palestinians ought not be allowed to return to Gaza because why would they want to return? The place has been hell. Next to the grinning man who made it hell. I mean, it really is one of those. This is where those moments where you go, okay, the people who are good people, who care about people, human life, who buy what I believe are blatant lies from people like Trump and Elon who don't care about these things. But the good people that want to believe that, and they sit there and they watch something like this, who are not stupid enough to be unaware that Netanyahu is responsible for that, whatever the narrative. He's still the one that's waging the war, and that these are people that even they said, Netanyahu in the beginning, we're going to be allowed to go back to their homes. And then he says that. My point is, I feel that there are people who are presented as the full picture of their base of right Republicans, or really just of the partisan side, or all of Americans for that matter. And that's the people that want to enjoy this, who want to see those people removed because we want that, or because Israel's better, or because they're brown, or whatever it's the worst of humanity. The lowest common denominator, which in my opinion is not even close to a majority, but is still being leaned into. And I'm seeing it everywhere. It's sort of like Patel being called out for being on the Peters circuit and denying it, because they all tap into these people, but then drop them at the first opportunity, or Loomer and Trump. We see this stuff all over the place. But it is still concerning to me that anybody wants to pretend this is the way it's supposed to be going. I'm truly of the mind that we have more good people than not. So speak up, guys. If you recognize how bad that is, say something about it. We're going to come back to that. I want to start with a health point today in regard to East Palestine, just because this has been a story that we've been talking about for a long time. And every time we leave the story, we tell you, look, people are still sick. And not only that, there seems to be an interesting partisan overlap to it. And that's maybe why in the beginning it got some attention. But even with the land grab point and everything, the people you would expect don't seem to want to talk about this story anymore. Probably because, you could go in a lot of different directions. I think it's obvious that right now, big business is being benefited yet again, despite all the narratives of slashing this and reducing that. And, the rebels fighting the deep state. No, they're going the same direction. It's all about cutting regulation, improving corporate interest. It's benefiting the elitist circles at the expense of everybody else, and they pretend that's America. Look, at the stock market's up. You know what, Trump? Most people don't care about that because most people can't afford to do more than groceries. The reality is they want you to think that inner circle and them benefiting because of tariffs is like, we're winning. No, they're winning at your expense. And then they love it when you all cheer it on like we're all making money. But this is a smaller example of that with Norfolk Southern, a company who has only made more money after this process, which still blows my mind. But Stephen Middledrop wrote for Highwire. I simply said that people of East Palestine are still suffering, and referenced the article I have where it highlights the fact that Norfolk Southern lied and was in a court of law was exposed, that they hid the fact that they lied about it being a controlled burn, and they ruled that it was unnecessary. But then it came out in court that ultimately Norfolk Southern deliberately withheld information from the fire chief that it was not necessary, that it was treated vinyl chloride, which I bet you right now you still bring that up to people that know everything about this. They probably haven't heard that. And I still find that outrageous. And we've talked about it 75 times and still, I wonder why that doesn't break out. We've got a pretty large audience. It just does. It's controlled flow of information. Treated vinyl chloride that was likely, according to his experts, not going to explode. And the reason they did this, the uncontrolled burn, is because they alluded to the fact that it would explode. And the fire chief acted accordingly. And he later said that he felt railroaded, no pun intended. Here we are. Every time we bring it up. It's disgusting, isn't it? So in this story, he says East Palestine residents are experiencing death, stage 4 lung cancer, dementia, miscarriages, other serious conditions. I hate the fact that this is what we predicted. Not just that it would be rashes, but we would see the same kind of things here as well as Conyers that we saw in the Seveso disaster, one of the top 10 environmental disasters in history, according to Time magazine. It was a dioxin release, just like the one at Conyers, almost exactly the same style. This one, a little different, was the same outcome and went 16 states across, according to, the CDC, the EPA, well after the fact. And that's despite many of us all screaming this within the first so many weeks, as well as the people we've talked to in the past, the Scott Smiths of the world, the testers that said this is dangerous, it's everywhere. 16 states across. That's the dioxins we're talking about. And they still don't want to mention this, which is absolutely mind-blowing to me. Because we realize East Palestine, they've acknowledged the dioxin issue. So he goes on to say their health complications are not being acknowledged by all levels of government. Now, how do you explain that? Now, right now, we'll show you. Vance went there recently, and the things he said are good. I like. And if it comes to pass, I'll praise them for it. Something tells me it's not going to go the way you think. Now, of course, that's always oh, you're just a black. No, that's pretty much what always seems to happen. So that's just being objective and using the facts before, hoping for the best, logic. But when he's asked about making a disaster area, which is what would be necessary to make this actually help these people, of course, they said probably not. And that's what I think I expect. So it says some residents have been outspoken about their severe health issues related to the controlled burn, in quotes, because it wasn't by every definition. And despite they still use that in almost every coverage of this without quotes, of vinyl chloride, treated vinyl chloride, and a stew of other toxic chemicals, but they did not get the opportunity to be heard by prominent individuals within the EPA, Senate, or to meet with President Biden when he visited last year. Because none of those people, including the current administration, in my opinion, care about any of that. Because right now, and again, if you're unaware of that, I've said already 3 times today, my opinion is that it's all the same government. So if the government doesn't care, the government doesn't care. Just because there's a new puppet standing in front of you, in my opinion, doesn't change the fact that they are not interested in hurting Norfolk Southern because of many, many, many different overlapping business interests. But it says MCAF's press release page contains over 20 press releases from the last year, applauding the EPA for regulatory actions. Think about that. If you've been following anything other than mainstream media, hopefully our work, because of how much we've continued to highlight this, but average coverage of this went over the fact that there's 16 different things the EPA was not doing properly, that they were ignoring, that they weren't calling out. Again, 16 states across. What'd they do? A mile radius, and they shut that down within what was it, a week? Days? They were wrong. And if I knew that then they knew that too. It's just like with COVID. I wasn't guessing. All these Scott Adams go, there's no way you could have known because we didn't know. Yeah, we did though. Not some of it we were giving our best estimate based on what we could see, but we did. We saw this. We looked at their own material and showed, yes, look, clearly they're seeing side effects. No, that's not true. You trusted the CDC like Pierce Morgan stupidly admitted to, because that's what a journalist does, right? Trust the establishment? No, obviously not. But that's what the Republican circle is doing right now, or Jones and them tapping into whatever they're taking corporate narratives because it's aligning with what they want to accomplish. Let's fight with the CIA and the deep state because it's the good side. It's the good side. Got it. But praising them for things that didn't really make a difference, and I argue not even now. But it says it includes 2 press releases commending President Biden for his visit, because that's the game, right? You went there. Good for you. What actually happened? Oh, not much, but he stood there. Awesome. And it says the organization asked Biden's EPA to urgently address the big national issue of toxic chemicals in our everyday stuff, which again is one of the points that I'm constantly talking about, right? Not just that location, but just in general. PFAS, glyphosate, endocrine disrupting chemicals all over the place that they know about and don't care. I think that's very important to understand. But it says the statements only mention some mild health symptoms. Now, that's what I want you to think about. So this is now you understand. Well past the point when most people even care about this anymore. And they're still suppressing and stepping on the reports of what these people are dealing with. I want you to really take a moment to digest how disgusting that is. That this is not some side. These are people currently in Trump's administration in the EPA, which again is not exactly the same as saying Trump's inner circle, right? But it's Trump's current government. And obviously, there's probably plenty of people there that are holdover and so on. You can make what you want out of that. I'm not blaming only Trump. The point is, in this current administration, they're still pretending like these people aren't sick. It says, meanwhile, several residents have experienced severe health effects and or know dozens of other people who with severe side effects. This one person told Highwire she knows of 60 people, 60, who have symptoms every time they're in the area. That's today. She knows of 4 people who've developed lung cancer, which developed quickly into stage 4. Now, of course, there's worth considering the overlap of the shots they probably also took, but it says she knows of 1 man who developed breast cancer in both breasts, 2 people in their 50s who were diagnosed with dementia, and one of those people who had brain tumors. Hilton's also said a baby was born with no sinus cavities. Now, again, any of these things could potentially happen. I'm of the mind that these things, most things don't just happen. I love the way we pretend that today. Oh, sometimes you just get cancer. No, you don't. There's always a catalyst. Yeah, sometimes there can be things that you might argue would be like genetic, and my point is there's always something. The game we play today is they just act like that's just the way life goes. No, they're poisoning you, as Catherine pointed out, the great poisoning. But we've been convinced that somehow you just get old and get cancer. You don't, guys. This is them poisoning us. Now it says Vanguard, BlackRock, and State Street are 3 of the top 4 largest stakeholders in Norfolk Southern. I mean, look at that. Wouldn't that be important today in the larger context? And that was brought up at the time. But it says accounting for 19.3% of the company, which is total value of $10.54 billion. Which, if you look into it, they're doing better than ever. It seems. How is it that you profit from something like that? It's worth asking. Maybe that's a bigger question than we think. Vice President J.D. Vance, of course, visited East Palestine. And this article was posted on February 4th, today. So he visited yesterday, apparently, and pledged to clean the village quickly and implement health monitoring services. So this tells me a lot. The fact that he went there, even though this is not a national story, tells you something, right? I could guess at it. Maybe there's a bigger agenda there that we don't realize. Maybe they want that land for something. Maybe think about that. Of course, the right would never even ask that question with these people. But of course, if it was even, a letter, I'm just trying to make a joke about it, like the letter before D, a D before their name, they would definitely freak out and call it out, and then maybe even assume we know everything before we don't. The point is they should all be criticized about this, or rather consider those possibilities, I should say correctly. But overall, him going there, you could argue just because he cares about those people. I don't think any of them do, but that's certainly possible. I could be wrong. Vance in Norfolk Southern hasn't been living up to the promises. He said that, and that the Trump administration would ensure that it does. Okay. No, they promised a lot already that they haven't followed through with. Funding Ukraine, funding Israel, all sorts of things. But if it happens, I'll still be happy about it. I highly doubt they're going to hold Norfolk Southern at all responsible. Now it says Vice President Vance was also asked if the Trump administration would declare a federal disaster. He basically said, that's an interesting question, and kind of went on to basically say, well, it's up to them, and we'll have to find out. What that to me means no. DeWine, the rest of them, they're not going to do it. They would have done it before. So to me, that feels very half-hearted. But we'll wait and see, as always. And if something positive happens, that should be something we praise. My overall point, though, how is it possible that we don't talk about this? When people are still getting sick and getting cancer, miscarriages, death. I think you know why. Now, the sad thing is we have this moment where people feel like we might be going in the direction where those things might get solved, right? RFK Jr., Maha, right? And I still hope. I mean, even with what I know, the contradictions we've seen for whatever reason, and it very well could be that it's not he's being forced blackmail, whatever. I don't think anybody should say we can prove that. We can't. Could just be that he's dishonest. My point is there's a lot of things that have come up that are very concerning, but I still argue that his background around health would be a positive step. And I wouldn't make that argument before a selection process because that's not the way we should look at it, lesser of evils. But now that we're here, yes, I think he would make a positive outcome on it if he actually falls through on those things, which is a huge if, and if he's even honest about it all. But here's another example, next 2 things that I think are worth knowing at the very least. Patrick Henningsen says Maha is a fraud on the American people. Here's why. After the Senate hearings, it's now clear Kennedy is being put forward as HHS secretary. And this was why he's being put forward. This was an audition by the establishment to see if he is sufficiently weak and willing to do their bidding. That's his opinion. And it looks like he's passed their interview. Based on his own words, he wants to see an increase in vaccine uptake. Now, frankly, that's not that hard to wrap my mind around. He's been what's funny to me is how much, and Patrick knows this, how much he has been misrepresented by the corporate media. And actually, one thing I want to make a point about really quickly that I really think is important to get into is that there's a which I've already talked about, but we're going to show a couple examples like this, where these are games that are being played, right? So RFK, like basically showing the corporate media or these ridiculous people in Congress come out and be like, you don't know what you're talking about. How dare you suggest that I'm different because I'm black, even though the science literally says that. It's absurd. My point is that kind of stuff, whether these puppet Congress people know or not, I don't think is genuine. I think it's about setting this up so it appears as if these people are pushing, then objective people are like, well, that's dumb. What they just said about RFK is wrong, and what RFK said was right. However, if they were asking real questions, there's a lot that we should get into that makes me concerned about what his real intentions are. But they'll never really get into that, even though what they are feigning to do is do just that. And yet they have these low-hanging fruit about Israel or something else. Now, that's not even the best one because it's about his job for HHS, but there's a lot of things they could get into that they just don't. And it seems as if they're trying to lob out like ridiculous things. Like I'll get to later in the show. I forget the guy's name, saying Elon Musk is a Putin. He's working for Putin and he's taking orders for Putin. I'm like, are we really doing this again? Like, I am very concerned about Elon Musk and different things he's doing. But Putin? I mean, it's almost as if you want to hide the fact that he's basically being puppeteered by Israel, as far as I can tell, by making some fake allegation that then he gets all mad about. Now, it's my opinion. I could be wrong, but it seems to me like these things are happening very deliberately, right? And so back to what we're talking about here is the idea that, you know, they've misrepresented what RFK has been saying about his own position first. I mean, everywhere they can. And he's been very clear. I am pro-vaccine, but I am pro, you know, questioning vaccines and making sure that they're done properly. He's always made that point, except I will say on some podcasts here and there, he says it in a way that kind of leans into the fact that they might be a little more resistant to it, but that's just politics for you. My point, nonetheless, is that to say he's going to increase vaccine uptake, I would say that continues to align with what he's been saying. I would also, though, argue the reason Patrick's pointing it out is because most Republicans, conservatives, probably don't have that mindset. So listen for yourself. It's really not a gotcha. I think it's important for you to hear so you understand what he's saying to Congress. It's also worth considering that he's saying this just to get by, but you could always make that argument. And that's what they tend to lean into. He's probably I want to believe that. Well, I'd like to believe it too, but don't lie to yourself because, you know, they'll always trick you that way. Like with Israel, for example, he's not just saying these things to get in the position, in my opinion. It's clear that he's either being pressured to be that way or believes it. That's my opinion. But we'll have to wait and see after these. And sadly, if it continues like with Trump, we shouldn't just keep going, well, maybe there's an answer. But here, so listen to him say it himself.
Tried this system where government lies to Americans, or where they tell them about it, that they have it with a level of assurance that they don't feel themselves. And it isn't working. The initial COVID vaccine, Americans flocked to get it. I think 95% of Americans went and got it.
By the way, I don't believe that. I think that's a number that's been put out after the fact. And I think at the time, I personally don't think it was a majority, I think. But I think, remember, we were at 70s for a while. I don't believe it was 95 for the first shot. I just don't believe that. But that's for you to decide. What's crazy is what he talks about the boosters. 8th booster. Remember when we made fun of that? Like people said, that's never going to happen. It's crazy.
The CDC has now recommended an 8th booster.
Outrageous.
And only 23% of Americans at most are taking it. It's because 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC.
It's more than just the CDC, though. This way, I've been making that point a long time, right? And it shows you the majority, which is nonpartisan. That 23%, and I think it was even less than that last time I checked. It was way lower at that one booster we were at the tail end of when we were really covering this aggressively. And it showed you that even the people who had taken 4 or 5 of them were going, I don't know about this right now. It just shows you. And it's not just the CDC. That's a huge part of it. But it's the government. All of them, Trump and Biden, they're all still saying it's good. And they know it's not. And even he seems to suggest that Operation Warp Speed was a huge success. And you could give him an out on arguing that the process, the program was successful, but he still thinks the shot's bad. That's what they're trying to do online. I don't buy that. You can't say a program like that hurt a lot of people was a success without, if the shot ended up killing people, it wasn't a success. And the shot did.
Are taking it. It's because 77% of Americans no longer trust CDC. That's not a good thing. If we want
it is.
Uptake of vaccines, we need a trustworthy government.
See, this is the stupid part about this, and he knows better than this. You don't trust the government. How many times has he said this? You question them, right? I mean, look, I think I've even got this queued up right here. I might have deleted it. Yeah, right here. Check this out.
My father told me when I was a child, people in authority lie. And if we are going to continue to live in a democracy, we need to understand that people in authority lie. People in authority will abuse every power that we relinquish to them.
Yeah. Funny how that's changing a bit today when he's the one in these positions. I mean, let's be real, guys. That's a very different statement. So, and he said in other contexts as well, that it's like the whole trust but verify, like, not even that, I would argue. When we're dealing with a government or, as a journalist, especially, you do not ever just go, well, they've done right or I try. Even if it's someone you believe in, you still do your due diligence, right? Because they could even be mistaken or misled. I say that every time. So the idea that we should want to trust that's crazy to me. I'm glad we got to a point where finally are always questioning it. That's how we should have always been. That doesn't mean you don't believe in somebody or you don't want the best. It just means that you have the intelligence to go, let's just make sure this is accurate, because they could be lying, they could be wrong, they could be misled themselves every single time.
Other nations where they don't have mandates, like Japan and a few years ago in Germany, they had the same uptake as we did, without any mandates, because people trust their government. That's what I want to restore to the American people, and the vaccine program. And all vaccines are dropping, and they're doing that because people don't believe the government anymore. We need good science, and I'm going to bring that in. I'm going to restore trust, and that will restore vaccine uptake.
Now, I guess you could try to argue that what he's saying is that he'll restore the vaccines being safer. But that's not even, I mean, look, if you're talking about restoring faith in the schedule, isn't he of the mind that a lot of those already are not necessary and dangerous? Like, it's a very contradictory thing to people that have been following what he's been saying. But, again, you could pick it apart. And when we see action, that's going to matter more. But this is concerning as hell if you are really about Maha and whatever you think that truly means. I mean, even a fraction of it. This seems to be pretty challenging. Now, something else Patrick said, or excuse me, another clip about similar things. I'll read this. It says, watch the clip from Senate Big Pharma job interview where he is very clear that he wants an uptick in vaccines. And to do this, he's going to restore trust in the government. I think the same point. Here is something Hotspot shared. Now, what I find interesting about this, they're saying CNN apparently uncovered an RFK Jr. radio show clip. I'm interested to see where this goes. To see if whether this becomes, just because it's audio today, right? To say, that's just a deep fake or something like that. Even though you wouldn't have to, because there's plenty of other clips of RFK denouncing or saying that Trump's a crook or whatever the word he used. Same with Vance, same with Elon, same with almost everybody's inner circle right before they were going, this guy's a POS. It's not a joke, by the way. It's crazy. But so no, my point is he calls Trump supporters belligerent idiots, outright Nazis in this clip, which completely aligns with what he was what he was saying and doing before all this. But we'll wait and see if it gets, I'm sure somebody out there is already trying to go, no, they faked it because CNN lies, which they do. So does all media, left and right.
One of the things that you write so beautifully, and your stuff is so fun to read, but you write about Trump. Quote, the way that you build a truly vicious nationalist movement is to wed a relatively small core of belligerent idiots to a much larger group of opportunists and spineless fellow travelers whose primary function is to turn a blind eye to things. We may not have that many outright Nazis in America, but we have plenty of cowards and bootlickers, and once those fleshy dominoes start tumbling into the Trump camp, the game is up. When you talk about fleshy dominoes, Chris Christie comes to mind.
Yeah, exactly.
It does sound, it's what's funny is that it wouldn't be hard to convince me that I keep waiting, like I've said, for that shoe to drop, whether it's going to be a real thing that gets called fake or a fake thing that gets put out to make someone look bad that is actually fake. And and everyone believes it. I think we're already there. I'm willing to bet you that we're riddled with deep fakes on our media platforms and our, Rumbles and YouTubes and we don't even know it. But anyway, I think it's obvious to see that there's very clear deviations between what people said before and now when they're all running the MAGA train. But here's what's interesting, and this is what we're going to get into a series of just outrageously obvious deceptions, lies, sidesteps, currently largely from Elon Musk and Trump at this point. Here's Defiant L's, and there's all these different, them all, who are all just like on the train, the Elon train, and they get wowed and 100%ed and exactly all over the place and they got 1 million views and they get all their money, and it's a very clear dynamic. It's a very clear infrastructure that's happening right there. And a lot of them will just kind of tag along and share the thing, even though in many cases they already can see that it's false. But it's working though. It's already moving. In this case, this has been going around. RFK Jr. has just been approved by the Senate Finance Committee as the next Senate Secretary of Health and Human Services, which I was like, oh, it's interesting because I didn't think that was happening. Really, because I predicted, not that it was just a kind of a guess about that he wouldn't be confirmed, because that was kind of what I thought made sense. And I still do. I think It's the same as always. If it does happen, I argue that that's because that is what they ultimately want. But I'm not going to blindly assume that. As always, we go forward and see if he starts changing the world. I'd love to see that. But it says down here, the vote was for moving RFK Jr.'s confirmation to a final vote in the Senate. Senators on the committee could hypothetically flip the decision to the final Senate vote, so it's not done yet. So it could just be, you don't really understand the process. But it's just funny how the, we are the media now crowd seems to be pretty bad at this. It seems to be happening quite a lot, but that's for you to decide. Now, on a couple of quick points that I think overlap with censorship, and we're going to make a big point about what just happened with censorship on this platform. That this is something I recently shared. I just wanted to make sure you saw this again because I think this is an important clip that I really wanted people to see. And this was on the first I did a show. And in last night's show, it's on the first, I went over the fact that in 2018, Israel argued to the Supreme Court that it was, quote, allowed to ignore international law, quote, anywhere in the world. And I've referenced this many before. I think I've done a show on it in the past, and I've referenced it many times, and I recently did, and I wanted to make sure you saw it. Now, this is an article from Mondoweiss, but in the link, it's directly from the document they submitted to the Supreme Court. And if I remember correctly, I believe that was part of the Likud party. But either way, this is people in the Knesset, so Israel's government. And they are arguing in the context of the West Bank, because that was the debatable point, that you're not allowed to take the West Bank. And they were like, the argument that they literally made, which is right here in this clip, you can read it for yourself, is that although the Knesset can legislate any place in the world, so think of it like Congress, that'd be like U.S. government saying that the Congress can legislate anywhere in the world we want, although it says it is entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries through legislation that would be applied to events occurring in their territories, although it is within the authority of the government of Israel to annex any territory. Although, this is what they're saying, and the Knesset may ignore directives of international law in any area it pleases. It says, despite all of these, the plaintiffs seek to define a rule by which West Bank can't be taken, is what they're saying. So basically going, we could do whatever we want anywhere, and you want us to believe we can't take the West Bank? This is an argument being made publicly to the Supreme Court by the Israeli government. And an attorney fighting against this said the Israeli government's extremist response has no parallel anywhere in the world. And you know what? We're seeing that right now. And now ask yourself, how in the world these other governments have allowed it? There's only a few possible options. They're either on board with this or they're being manipulated. And it says it stands in gross violation of international law and the United Nations Charter, which obligates member states to refrain from threatening or using force. And bottom line is they know what they're doing. It is obvious. Here's the link to the show and the link to I think I even have the link to the document right here. Because that's how we roll at TLAV. And it's in Hebrew, but this is a public story. Like they were adamant, just like they are today about everything. We can kill who we want. Guess what? As we get later in the show, they're now publicly telling you they're using human shield. They call it the mosquito directive. I mean, it was like CBS that covered it. They were openly telling you that. We use them to keep ourselves safe. Like they just don't dare. Apparently, they think they can do what they want now that Trump's in power. Sadly, it seems like they might be right. I hope that's not true. But the reason I showed this is because this person just simply highlighted, thank you for what you're doing. I've noticed that when I retweet your shows, it sometimes says unavailable content. It's nonstop for me right now. I can't stop seeing it. It's everywhere you look. This one, somebody said, hey, I just wanted to say sorry for your loss. For my grandmother recently passed. It says, as soon as I sent the message, Twitter locked his account. Which I hear that all the time. It's just like subtle nudges to stop you from engaging, to stop you from looking. Every time I look at Ryan's content, my thing freezes. I hear it all the time. Just everywhere you look, guys. Only means is we're over the target, in my opinion. Now, this was about something that somebody deleted. I thought was just funny to point out. Donald Trump had said this morning, I ordered my strikes on Somalia. I simply made the point, and it was ISIS, he claimed. You know, the ISIS he defeated many times in caves, apparently. It's such a silly, I don't even believe this, to be quite honest. But I simply said, so you attack your proxy army? Or is this simply another made-up altered story to play your base for Israel? You know, Gaza condoms, California water, drones, all these things they've blatantly got caught deceiving you about. The drones was simply that they just came out and were like, we broke the story. It was only FAA. Now we knew it was Biden. No, that's exactly what they said too. It's just funny how they just pretend that's not the truth. But this guy said, so I posted this going here, the secret history of Al-Qaeda. I mean, if you haven't watched it, as always, it's James Corbett's this is our watch along, but his documentary 3-part is in there. If you can watch this and not walk away going, my God, how did I not know this, that they control this and they're influencing this proxy, then I don't think you care about the facts because it is a blatant laying out of the receipts. The point is Al-Qaeda, ISIS, these groups are, Hamas or moderate rebels. I mean, there's all the extensions of the same game. They're influencing these things. And the guy posted fake news and literally posted a link to some corporate media thing telling you where ISIS comes from. And if you look at his account, the guy is like a Republican, all about Trump. And Elon. I laughed out loud. I said, you guys have become the left. I can't even believe we're at this point. Like, you are the ones. Fake news? Like, isn't that the whole? I just laughed. And not only that, corporate media information about these things blew my mind. And now he's deleted it. Maybe because he heard me laughing about it on AM Wake Up. Either way, it's crazy to see the evolution of all of this. Now, I also include the little clip because right now I'm pulling back on some of the funding for the clips we've been doing. So I was trying to break a couple out. This one was about the strikes on Somalia. So if you want to see it, here it is. Donald Trump, as the way I titled it, Donald Trump bombed Somalia for Israel under the guise of fighting their own proxy. But I'll also include this before we go forward. Trump, and I made this is just a side point I wanted to include. I told you, pump and dump style, guys, just like the others. Trump thing is Trump coin down 75% from its peak, even as Donald Trump shills the token on social media. That's what CoinDesk says. 75%. Now, of course, I could go back up, but the point is, that's what a pump and dump usually looks like, right? Where they get all these people to get $10 here, $5 there, buy it on True Social, and it jumps up. And even the guy in the thing asked him, how much you made so far? He's like, oh, I don't even know. It's like, well, it says you made billions. And he goes, oh, it's peanuts for them. Yeah, well, it's not peanuts for like 99.9% of this country. But that sure tells you something. And now they pulled the rug out, and they made lots of money, and you lost it all. That's typically how it works. And also, let's not forget this, as even crypto people are calling out, guys. You realize that having the Melania coin, the Trump coin, the ethics thing is always relevant to me right now. But you could have people dumping money into these things that benefit them wildly as a way of sort of money laundering or bribery. I mean, plenty of people have pointed this out, especially since there's really no mechanism by which you can hold them accountable. The ethics dynamic is just seemingly absent right now. I find that to be so absolutely concerning. But let's talk about the censorship that just happened. I mean, the next few points we're going to make are going to be about like blatant, contradictory, hypocritical stances. So on the free speech platform, Paulie St. George points out, interesting, someone names people allegedly working for Musk and Doge. And Elon replies with, you have committed a crime. Now, I think I have the actual tweet up here in a second. And it says it's still up on the site. It was this time. So I hope I'm not aiding in a crime here. I assume it would have been removed by now if it were truly a crime. So it's interesting, right? Because she then shows the screenshot. So if you probably already followed this, the point is that account got deleted because of this tweet. What's funny to me is that then she shares exactly what he claims was the issue for it being deleted, and she's not deleted. And I don't want that to be the case. I'm glad she's not. But nonetheless, it just shows you, which we're about to show even more so, blatant double standards, which I'm not surprising anybody in this conversation, in this chat, I would probably argue. But so it goes on to say there's a list of techies on the ground helping Musk gaining and using access to the U.S. Treasury payment system. Overlaps to the point we'll get to next, which is about the seizing of the Treasury, essentially, which, don't forget, already basically happened through BlackRock during COVID-19. Many people aren't talking about that. In fact, I'll grab that because I didn't pull up that article. The COVID coup, BlackRock takeover of American interests. Just like today, it seems. We'll come back to that. But the point is, through that process and what they did with the $6 trillion worth of money that was going out, that Congress has allotted, that they're technically illegally manipulating at this point. And they simply said, here are the 6 people and working with them, which just quickly jumped again. This was public already through an article and through somebody else on Twitter who Elon already commented under going, yeah, they're awesome. So keep that in mind. Now it says, Akash Boba, Edward Constantine, I'm not familiar with the names, just people that are listed as working with him. And it says, I wonder if the fired FBI agents may want to dox them and maybe pay them a visit. I think that's what actually bugged him. And he goes, you've committed a crime. So then it gets deleted. Sam Stein, who the name sounds familiar. I'm trying to remember who this guy was. This is corporate media, not somebody. Really, that's the reality of TLAV in general, guys. We don't trust anybody. We question everybody. Look at any source is content. It's information, data points. Consider it all, or question it all. So the game we get into, which we'll show you in a minute, where it's like, oh, it's about the U.S. aid point. that you can easily verify for yourself, because not only is the link inside the article, well, because it's a public information point, but because CBS is the article, they go, oh, well, CBS. Wow, I can't believe you're buying that. It's like, it's pretty easy to prove, man. But we get a lot of that. So my point is, that's MSNBC. It's like, wow, we should just don't dismiss anything, right? It's the same point as always. To blindly assume that he's wrong is just as dumb as to blindly accept it. But it says, this is the free speech nirvana that Zuckerberg promised. 6 people get tasked with dismantling a federal agency and their boss who runs this platform, suppresses reports about their names, and gets the DC U.S. attorney to write a letter threatening folks naming them. And we'll get to that too. Just think about the power he can wield right now. It's outrageous. And this person says Elon nuked someone's account for naming the 6 people he has working for him, which is not a crime. I mean, I argue it's not also, but it isn't, especially because it was already publicly put out there. As well as the fact that I argue very clearly was not even a violation of terms of service. Here's the account. They shared it, just so you can see that it currently is still, let's double check since we went live, still suspended. And see, that's what I expect when it's suspended. But you remember, we've seen accounts that we know are suspended where it just says no longer available. There's a reason they do that. They're such a shady platform today. It's crazy. But Matt Taibbi chimes in to the tweet we just showed you from Sam. And it says, this too is messed up. Elon Musk needs to learn that even if there is liability for leaking, as there often is for government employees, that doesn't carry over to people reporting on it. Like, this is the same as like the Assange point. But Elon Musk, guys, every day gives you examples to show you he's on the side of the establishment, of the power structure. We'll coup whoever we want. Deal with it. That's who this person is. And in this case, you're talking about people that isn't he the one telling you we're the news now and that X is the news platform, even though I always make the joke that's like calling your TV a news platform. It's still, he is making that argument. And now people report things. Well, the whole idea that he's making, the point Matt's making here is that that's supposed to be how this works. That if an employee did that and there's some issue, that person's accountable, but not the person reporting on something that has been shown to them. That's the reality. Unless you put out their home addresses, well, that would be considered doxing. Their names. It's very interesting what happened here. But he goes, that doesn't carry over to people reporting on it. That new car free speech smell is just about gone now. It's interesting, the evolution of Matt's involvement with all of this. Now, Elon loves Worf, who I think I'm not really familiar with his work, but I've referenced him in the past in this, like, pointing out stuff like this. It says Elon nuked someone's account for naming the 6 people. We showed you that. Now, this person says very much against terms of service. So it's a crime on X that can result in permanent suspension. Don't like the rules, go make your own Twitter. Typical sycophant defenders, even though they're wrong. And this guy says it's not a crime, and it's not at all against terms of service at all. He supported another account who named them. And that's the dumbest part about this, guys. He literally, as they're sharing the exact names, this person says, Luke, being in charge of our money, they're talking about the treasury point, is an incredible shift. I didn't know this was an option. Amazing development. See, they're going, yay, Elon, good. And what they're doing is great. And he goes, some real aces in Doge, even literally pointing out, which they know that they're involved. Okay. So that was before. So then they end up sharing the same exact point, which I have again right here. And he says, you committed a crime without their children's pictures. I mean, I don't know how you think this. I mean, the point is, if you right now act like this all makes sense, it's because you've chosen a side and the facts don't matter to you. This is blatantly against what he claimed. Even if you do think it's a violation of terms of service or a crime, then why wouldn't it be applied equally? There's just no way around this. And this person says, wow, concerning. Applying the rules differently is not okay. So good for Christopher for being able to, as much as he still thinks that is a crime, which I disagree with. So maybe you could argue I'm wrong. It's nice to see people that can be introduced to new information and go, whoa, okay. Because otherwise, most you get online these days is people that just they just move aside and keep going with the agenda. But this person says it's also literally from a news article, which it is, which is crazy to me. How is it that you can censor somebody around this when you can literally see the information in this article, which I'll include for you? Isn't that interesting? That's where it all comes from. Citing from a Wired article is now a crime. This person says, what the F is Elon talking about? It's not a crime to know who is controlling the U.S. Treasury. See, now this is one of the points I want to get into, guys. With the overlap of Israel, this is where my mind is coming from, but let's just consider any outside influence you can't see because of the way they've done all this, lacking of ethics pledges, right? Lobbying influence. I mean, everything. The way they're doing this, and then the way they're jumping over what would be the current structure, right? The processes of what are currently there, which again, I'm not defending that I think that's the way it should be. But it's just concerning that they're using what they know we don't want to essentially allow even further violate, like just the idea that Elon Musk can jump over and just take the purse like that when that's not even legally how that's supposed to go. It's only people are only cheering it on because they have convinced themselves that he's the good guy. Can't you at least ask whether you might be wrong? I mean, just think about how wild that is. It's a rapid consolidation of power just because you like the guy. To me, or any real, somebody who's not, a libertarian, anarchist, like when you see that kind of consolidation of power, specifically for a technocrat, billionaire Zionist, pretty sure that's a red flag. But here's the actual tweet, just so you can see it's still there. Which, by the way, well, I forget if that was one of them. I won't, just in case I'm wrong. But I'm going to show you two different examples today of things like this where you try to search for them and you just can't find them. And I've been showing that a lot lately. I think that's important. But here is one of the things I was saying before. So he gets just like the H-1B, or is it? Let me look that up really quickly. Just to make sure it's not backwards. I forget if it was H-1B. So like with the H-1B visa conversation, right, where it was embarrassing. And more conservatives that I've ever seen, big name conservatives, were calling him out, saying, you just exposed yourself, right? People have left the platform because of what he did right there. And, the consolidated his sycophant following because the ones that dove even further in were the ones that didn't care that he was being hypocritical. But my point is, you got this reaction, right? After he got caught, it was like Europe, Muslims, pedophiles, Democrats, like anything, which, as I say every time, plenty of the conversation is important, but it was anything to get you to look away. So what he has here, this is like right after this just happened. He goes, this is Reddit lies, says white people Twitter is now, and that's the name of the area. It says is now calling for the public execution of the Doge software developers. Now, just something in my gut tells me this is far too perfect, right? So he makes a big deal about, you showed their names. And then all of a sudden, there's this massive campaign to go, okay, well, let's be clear about two things. Obviously, anybody threatening anybody is a crime, okay, whether they're government officials or not. But one person's showing you a publicly listed names, especially people that literally work for the government, which is your right to know, over here on Twitter, and then people on Reddit going, those names we should kill, has nothing to do with one another. You can't blame, and this is your platform, and people are posting things, and you're claiming because these people on a different platform, the names which are already public are being threatened, somehow that's a lot. I mean, think about that. Now, on top of that, did these people care? Did Musk care when the very same thing was happening to people that they were calling out on the left or other governments around the world that they were literally putting in danger by getting the worst, lowest common denominator type people? Like, what about, like I pointed out with January 6th, which, by the way, as I turned out, I was right about, they got let out afterward, despite all the hype that day about how they're seizing, they won't let them out. And what they do, they started looking at the names of the guards. Where do they live? Let's find out who they are. They didn't care about that, did they? And they were posting names, they're posting all sorts of stuff. He didn't care because he's a hypocrite, guys, because this is about covering what he just did. And that's my opinion. But all of a sudden, they've broken the laws, trying to use the same statement so you connect it back with this, but he doesn't make the case. He doesn't say that they're connected, but that's what he's insinuating. And Paulie points out another point that's important. A guy tried to kill Nick Fuentes after his address was left up on Twitter for weeks, even after being reported. That was you. But of course, that doesn't matter, though, because we're not talking. It's all about it's simple hypocrisy. I don't know how anybody can deny that. Now, in addition to that, this is how it got. This is the extension of it. Like, so as I feel like he's being embarrassed by what just happened. So then he kind of lurches into this Reddit over here. Look, they're threatening everybody, which again, there's no way you could make that anybody else's fault by sharing publicly listed names. But those people should still be held accountable for threats if you want to go after people online for making threats at politicians, despite how constantly ubiquitous that is. That's not to defend it. I'm just saying, as well as I, that's a thing that it's a constant. And he allows it on this platform all day, every day about Israel, about Palestinian, all over the place. But then it becomes where he writes a letter to the attorney, which then the attorney uses the evidence that he provided, probably the same stuff we're looking at, to go, that's a crime, we're going to go after them. I think this is all a bombastic effort flailing to get you to look over here as if they are that and we're all at risk and we need to protect ourselves, so you don't recognize how dumb that was that just happened. That's my opinion completely. But here's what it says. Mario, doing his dutiful job to bolster the narrative for Elon, says feds crack down on threats to Elon's Doge team. So still, there's no way you could make this connected to the person he deleted for sharing public information. But it says Elon's government efficiency squad is now, yet to see efficiency, by the way. Slashing some money to give to Netanyahu ultimately doesn't change the $500 billion direction for AI and mRNA cancer shots. And, it's pretty much a game. U.S. Digital Services renamed to Doge, but, we've went over it all. It says is now at the center of a federal investigation. And it says not for wrongdoing. It's saying employees have been doxxed, harassed, and even threatened, which, guys, that's a crime. Okay. Whoever's doing that should be held accountable. And then it says with calling for deaths and so on, which, by the way, happened around things with Democrats left and right. Both sides have been crazy about things with partisanship because that's what they're being driven to do, in my opinion. It's an agenda. But let's see what happens. How much you want to bet nobody ever gets held accountable for anything, which would suggest to me that this wasn't even real. But that's for you to decide. Nonetheless, the point is go after them because we're all a threat, which makes the Doge team the suppressed victim, and they're trying to be. That's what I think this is about. A letter to Elon. The U.S. attorney promised to go after anyone threatening his people, what's all that about? Does the attorney need a letter from Elon to go after somebody committing a crime, especially threatening a public official? No, he doesn't. He should have just done it and didn't make all the fanfare. The whole back and forth in the letter and all that's why I think this is suspicious. It says he later doubled down on lying, saying his team was working with the FBI and preparing charges. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. The message is clear. Targeting Doge employees could come with real consequence. Targeting any government official, let alone a advisory role that's not a government position, or rather an agency, is still a crime. Funny how they want to make this big bombastic effort about something that they could do without any of this. You wouldn't need to go letters back and forth. But here we are. Now, all of his team is up in arms about how we're being threatened and you're doxing everybody. But didn't Laura Loomer just do that? You let her right back on the platform, didn't you? Funny how inconsistent it all seems. Now, another example, just to really nail home the idea that these people, like I think Elon Musk more than anybody, is almost making fun of you. He's or really using what you think is going on to direct and manipulate others. It's a game. I don't think these people care about anything you think they do. Just completely my opinion, other than I think the obvious evidence that they daily show you that suggests that. But this says Elon Musk rages a deep state puppet, Senator Young, and then does a U-turn and says he'll be great. I mean, that's just so stupid. That's just the core of it is so ridiculous that it makes you go, well, then it means nothing then. It's sort of, what it rings true with? Exactly the way Israel acts, right? You're an anti-Semite, you're a racist, you're a terrorist. Oh, now you work with us? Never mind, right? The Sudan, state sponsor. Oh, you want to work with us? Never mind. You're good. Nothing changed, but you're on our side now, so we'll pretend it doesn't matter. It's so dumb. It happens everywhere. And here, I think there's a reason that he's emulating all of that because he's being directed to. The point is, call them a terrorist, threaten that we'll frame you as a terrorist if you do not come over to work and blindly support Israel. Whatever you want to think the context is, that's what just happened. And by the way, he deleted the tweet, and it's been widely covered. So he did tweet it, and he deleted it, which says something because he rarely does that. But this says Todd Young is a deep state puppet. That's what he tweeted recently. Period. No other context. He's a deep state puppet. Then on the 2nd, he says, just had an excellent conversation with Todd Young. I stand corrected. Senator Young will be a great ally in restoring power to the people. Come on, guys. I mean, you can't be this easy to manipulate. So that either means one of two things. Either he is flimsily throwing around deep state, which we know they are, because that's what they know you think about everything that they want to point at, or he really genuinely thought that and then talked to him and go, never mind, which means it's pretty effing flimsy. I think it's a coercive tool. I think it's about trying to lob these things around to make people do what they want. It's the same way they use anti-Semitism, guys. But just at a general point, that's stupid. It just means they're using it the best they can. Now, another point I want to add to that overlaps with just the wrong direction Elon Musk says Doge works 120-hour weeks, which I don't believe. Like half the things he say, I don't believe. When you can prove, like Greg Reese has pointed out, and his own history is rife, just like Biden, by the way, with a bunch of lies about who he was. But it says 120 hours a week as he brings Silicon Valley grind culture to the government. Isn't that what we all asked for? We want Silicon Valley 2.0. Not exactly what he's saying, but I don't think we want to emulate any Silicon Valley culture. Because I think we understand what, especially if you want to look into Whitney's work around the Unit 8200 Israeli startup occupation of that entire, like she simply argues that in a lot of ways that Silicon Valley is one of the entities ruling things today. But don't worry, Elon's bringing it here. Just worth considering. I just think there's a lot of smaller, like this isn't a huge one, but things like that show you that we're going, if same as always, if this was Kamala saying that, they would make the same point. Now, Patrick adds a few more things to this section I thought were important. He says, funny how far-right AstroTurf king Elon Musk, now U.S. government agent, won't dare mention how U.S. government shafted Europe from behind by blowing up Nord Stream pipelines. Now, they insinuate certain things, but just like Trump, he wouldn't say it, right? He's like, I don't want to say it. Well, why not? Isn't it a crime? Wouldn't it be Biden that would be arrested for it? Weird how they don't want to go far. And I was just saying this to somebody the other day. Stand back. Look at the people. We're talking Clinton, Biden, Hunter, or Trump. None of them have gotten any real accountability. All of them have committed crimes. And you could name everybody else you want, guys. Pelosi, everybody. Why are that? You know why? Because you're all being played. I don't know how we can't stand back and really see that. How many times we can see these people be trotted out in front of us and, oh, here it comes, tribunals, and nobody, not Trump, not any of them. That seems pretty interesting, doesn't it? Now, you could argue that's the way it went, or you can stand back and go, well, if consistently none of them ever actually get charged, doesn't that kind of suggest they're all working with each other, or at least working to not allow them to be held accountable, whether they fight each other or not? I don't know why we can't think about that in some cases, but in this case, same point with Nord Stream and Biden. Why wouldn't you go? We were told he would go after him, right? Weren't we told they're going to lock up Gates and Fauci? And yeah, I guess it didn't happen. I guess we got a couple more years to pretend it's going to happen. Forcing them to buy overpriced U.S. fracking LNG gas, big thing for Trump right now, and U.S. arms through a NATO protection racket. What a scam. And of course, he says, as I keep showing you, people of Europe join the mega movement, which, by the way, I haven't touched on, which I forget where I put that. But there's a point about mega, MEGA, from an Israel document. I think it was David Icke that pointed that out. It's worth considering. Make Europe great again. Isn't it funny how we're days into this and we're like, make Europe great again? Like, what? But wasn't the whole make America great again? Pretty sure you haven't accomplished that. Why would you be going? Because this is bigger than you think. That's not about what you think it is. But he goes on to say this, in regard to him saying this, is the psyop that Elon Musk is now running on behalf of the U.S. government against the people of Europe. He pretends to be championing, I don't know why I can't say that, championing, classic gaslighting and propaganda campaign. He goes on to then say, Elon Musk is now officially the George Soros of the far right. I just wish, this is like the woke right, woke left. Like, we got to start seeing the similarities, even if the agenda and the outcome, the policy are different. It's about the way these things are rolling out and the true, where that, like we've talked about like Russiagate and QAnon a lot at the time, where they both sort of ended up bringing them back to a very clear point from behind. They had the similar outcome. Ultimately ended up trusting that the government was on your side at some level and fighting against the other bad side. Same kind of thing in everything we deal with. But he goes, like Soros works with deep state to manipulate politics in Europe and sheepdog key demographics for pro-U.S. political outcomes. Pretty simple to see now. I agree. I think it is very obvious. But as always, come to your own conclusions about it. He also points out the Tommy Robinson point and says, lionizing a career criminal. This post is Peter Sweden, massive, huge number of British to support him. But it says, what's funny is that thanks to Elon Musk, like a lot of other very, very easy to prove manipulations, the AstroTurf campaign that he carried out, all these yobs, he calls them, falsely believe, and they are false, they are wrong, that Tommy Robinson, his real name is Stephen or Stephen Yaxley Lennon, is in jail for being a journalist exposing grooming gangs. Sort of like they pretend Andrew Tate is being persecuted by the Matrix. No, they're bad people. And the point is, in this case, it says that's a complete lie. It's in actuality, it's for repeated contempt of court and spreading lies with his hack journalism. And that's not Patrick just saying that. It's not his opinion. This is stuff you can look up. Or like with Andrew Tate, plenty of others. What is it? Murder by Crayons and Milk Bar TV have been nailing this stuff to the wall. Their own videos telling you what they're doing, even though they go on Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and get free reign to just lie for 2 hours, and you can prove it. Why do you think that stuff happens? It says fake patriotism is the support of a criminal, a textbook definition of propaganda. And people are falling for it. In the UK, which, by the way, they just had a UK/Israel flag in front of his protest. But I just was include this because I just pointed this out the other day. And this is the kind of thing you're seeing, guys. So he shares this. Remember? And this person saying, women in Islam, with the cover, black cover. And he says, this has no place in the 21st century. Because he's trying to mobilize effort against Muslims for Israel. I think that's wildly transparent. And that has to do with the border conversation, the immigration conversation, weaponized migration. It's all being used. But my point, if you didn't already see it, was I said, hey, Tommy Robinson, will you still call this out as having no place in the 21st century once you realize that it's actually a picture of a Jewish woman in Israel? Oops. Or will you delete it? Jewish women under burqa. This is Forward, 2015. Forward's a Jewish platform. And it says, this isn't even, as you're likely to expect, a Muslim woman. Nope, it's a woman in an Israeli location, Bet Shemesh, a Jewish woman and her 2 daughters. So isn't that anti-Semitic? Didn't he just say that Jewish people have no place in the 21st century? Oops. But of course, that won't have to be, there's no problem there because they like that he's misrepresenting it. And most people won't see it because still to this day, this post gets no engagement, even though I guarantee you the people that are watching this, find this post out, guys. Share this. I just think it's hilarious how much I know the audience that we have that would want to be able to, not whether it's the point you guys like or not, it's about the fact that somebody's caught being wrong, that deliberately misrepresenting something when the opposite is true. Everyone in this community likes that. And yet it gets such a low engagement. We are being suppressed everywhere. But that was the thing right there. He goes, did you see what was under his rally? Just like here. I don't know why people can't see it. Oh, and then I'll include this, just the conversation of the COVID coup, the BlackRock takeover of American interests. It's interesting to see how this continues and how we don't talk about it, or BlackRock invests in Elon Musk's companies and we pretend that's not a big deal. Far too much is happening in front of us. Now, a quick overlap with the crash dynamic. Now, what's interesting about this is the same point I was just making. What Tinfoil Hat Girl highlights here is a fact check, which specifically factcheck.org was one of these hack websites that completely lied about what my stance was around the 5G discussion, right? Because I had a video, the only one I've had that went well over 1 million views, and that was the one that got my account deleted, was about the idea that he rolled out 5G infrastructure under the cover of what was happening in COVID-19. And they pretended, which, by the way, in plenty of other shows, I very much did point out the overlapping illness, side effects, and all that stuff. But in that show, they pretended that I was claiming it, that it was the same thing. I wasn't. They were just, that's how ridiculous they are. That doesn't mean you should blindly ignore everything that comes out of these things, or whether you should blindly believe them. None of that. It's just as willfully stupid, ignorant to blindly accept it as is to blindly believe it. You look at it, you do it, the due diligence, and you find the actual material. So in this case, like she says, I don't put a lot of faith in fact checks, but after investigating it, so see, she knows what she's doing. The points laid out are correct. They're playing you. And my point before was, like we said, they're under the guise of fighting DEI or woke politics, they're rolling out the deep state agenda. So the point was whether the DEI policy, remember, for the FFA was Trump's, or rather was Biden's alone. Well, it turns out, guys, if you just want to look for yourself, even ignoring the fact-checked article, that you can prove that Donald Trump's administration had the exact same diversity and inclusion website on the FFA. So you can, I'm sure the immediate response is, well, there are still Democrats there. Fine. If you're going to make the dismissing argument for why it doesn't matter if it's up during his entire administration or the most of it, then you could argue that there was a holdover somebody else, or that it wasn't Biden's responsibility. The point is, they're always the way they dismiss it for the side they want to ignore. If it matters that this is up during Biden's administration, then it would matter if it was up during Trump's. And especially since they misrepresent that when they're pushing this whole idea that that's why this is happening, because DEI kills. Well, it was happening there too. Narrative is what people fixate on, just like everything we're talking about. I find that very revealing. Now, this is the fact check. It says, after the deadly collision between a passenger plane and a U.S. Army helicopter in Washington, D.C., politicians and political commentators were quick to cast blame. President Trump suggested diversity initiatives within the FFA were at fault, and his critics pointed to a hiring freeze that Trump instituted on January 20th. Now it says, but neither side has evidence at all of what contributed to the crash. And as far as I can tell, that's basically where it's ended up. They argue it was the flying too high, and at the end of the day, both these arguments you can't prove were why it happened, but they both push those narratives. So just in case you right there, that's accurate. It's funny how people will go, oh, you're taking the fact. No, I'm not. These are checkable things, and that's just objectively true. And then it goes on to say the president then went on to suggest that diversity hiring programs were to blame, which he did. He referred to a memo he signed on January 21st, 8 days before the crash, titled Keeping Americans Safe in Aviation. The memo incorrectly attributed a long-standing policy of the FFA only to Biden. And this is what they're doing everywhere. As long as they can convince you we're fighting against Biden, Trump, the Democrats, or specifically woke politics, and they lie about the overarching picture of it or use it to roll in something worse, it doesn't seem to matter right now for people that are fixated on that point alone. And there's a lot of reasons we could argue why. But the memo incorrectly attributed the longstanding policy to only Biden, saying that the prior administration sought to specifically recruit and hire individuals with serious infirmities that could impact the execution of their life-saving duties. I completely agree with that, by the way. I don't think it's wild that you would argue we hire anybody other than the best person for the job in any context. But the point is, that is true, but it wasn't just Biden. At the press conference, Trump again made the same claim. He read aloud a headline that had been published by the New York Times and Fox News a year earlier. Headline said, the FFA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. The president added, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. And my point with that, by the way, is that, yes, that's a fair point, obviously, but there's far more than pilots and aircraft controllers in the FFA. There's a lot of, administrative, a lot of things that people probably can excel at, whether or not they have certain disabilities. But my point is the same no matter what. The best person for the job. And I would just simply argue that there will be cases where that could be the case. Somebody who all they have to do is sit at a desk and do certain administrative tasks. Maybe they have a disability, but they're the smartest person in the room. I mean, obviously, that's possible. Best person for the job. Meritocracy, all the time. I'm only stressing that because it's important to recognize that, we generally share the same opinion. The only thing that's different here is that you buy into the narrative on top of it that they're misleading you with, as I see it. But it says the story was published January 2024, he was referencing. Trump wrongly indicated the story was published January 2025. Could just be a mistake, typo, speaking wrong, whatever. Fox News story had linked to the page on the FFA website about diversity and inclusion, I just showed you, that had been active since at least 2013. According to Internet Archive, which anybody who had any interest in the facts would have gone through to find out, it says the Internet Archive showed what I just showed you, that ultimately it was up throughout his administration. The page had also been active through Trump's first administration, I believe, all the way up until the last year. Citing the FFA website, Trump said the federal government had identified certain disabilities, quote, for special emphasis in recruiting and hiring, saying they included hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, and more. All of that language was on the FFA website during Trump's first term. Doesn't that matter? It's amazing how little these things matter to people what it shows you is inherent dishonesty. Now, this was the one, as you can see, from January 2019. And read through it. It's identical, guys. It is the same exact thing. And then here it is, gone. So I believe, I don't know if I don't believe the archive went to 2020. That doesn't mean it wasn't up during that period. I argue that it was because it continued through Biden's. It's just that it wasn't archived for whatever reason, and now it's deleted. Either way, 16, 17, 18, 19, that's the entire administration. Pretty crazy, isn't it? That people just want to be that dishonest about this for obvious reasons. Now, one weird thing that I'll just throw it out there, you guys can consider whether you think it's relevant or not. It could just be that he was right, essentially, right? That he called this and it happened. But interesting, though, that the very people, as always, that would be the first to call out what they think is a conspiracy don't want to call it out when it involves people that they like. It says suspicious Musk tweets about needing a plane to crash to change DEI policy. The resurfaced following the tragedy. That is very interesting. And he did. You can look at the actual, there's the article. It says, Right there's the actual tweet. It says, it will take an airplane crashing and killing hundreds of people for them to change this crazy policy of die, which is what he did recently, right? Interesting. Now, it's just as, but I argue that, if you're putting people in a position that are not the best for the job, then you are clearly more likely to have a problem. But you can't always argue that the problem was because of that disability. But I would agree. It's a fair guess to make, but we shouldn't assume. It could be, like we just saw, something that has nothing to do with it. Don't forget, they built an entire narrative around somebody who wasn't even involved. And then after it got shown that that person wasn't even there, they just kept going like, well, regardless, this is bad. It's like, it's just so wild how easy it is to manipulate partisans today. Now, on that exact point around Doge and the financial side of things, Elon Musk came out with this tweet. February 1st, 30 million views on the back of what Robbie Starbucks said on the 31st about this person resigning rather than complying with Doge, which I don't know why he thinks he knows. All of this is built on partisan narratives. Doesn't mean false, but the fact that you from here had people write about this in major mainstream articles, which is crazy to me. The very people that we're told the Democrat side are trying to get him and lie about him, and yet they take him at his word. And I'm not talking like critically, like reporting that this is what he's found out about this group. I mean, a lot. I mean, here's just for example, Zero Hedge. Literally just hiding exactly what he said. So the point I'm making, obviously, is they don't know that's true. And they don't report this as Elon, what says Musk reveals. They're not saying Elon claims. They're saying he reveals as if this is true, that they did this. And I already read this to you before. What it says is the Doge team discovered, among other things, that payment approval officers at Treasury were instructed always to approve payments, even to known fraudulent or terrorist groups, like Israel, for example. And it says they literally never denied a payment in their entire career, not even once. Now, that's a big claim. It's hard. Anything when you're like 100%, usually that's not accurate, guys. But it's, because it's part of all the time is not something that's usually, but my point is it wouldn't surprise me. We're dealing with a corrupt government, all of it. And if you think that's unique to just the last Biden administration, you're lying to yourself. It went well through Trump's as well back to as far back as you want to look. That's the game they keep playing. Let's pretend it's Democrats and only Biden, and it keeps working on people that don't want to see it. But nobody's proven this. As far as I could tell, unless something came out before I got live today, nobody's proven that that's the reality. They've all went to what he just went online. You just got Twitter filed. Even if it's true, you just got Twitter filed, because the point is you are being willfully ignorant, even if it turns out to be true, because you're blindly taking him at face value. A person who's been wrong, deliberately so, many times just since they've been put in position, and a lot before that too. Interesting, right? This is from the article. Elon Musk claims Doge found Treasury approved payments to fraudulent or terrorist groups, which I'd love to know more, right? Give me details. What terrorist groups? What fraudulent groups? I'd be willing to argue the reason that doesn't come out is because it would clearly overlap, which we'll get into in a second with the USAID point, to many, many, many different examples of let's just make it left and right. It doesn't have to be about Trump and Biden, because I don't think it's that simple. It's about all of our government. Pretty much, hard to say how long back, maybe. Who knows? Who knows if it's never been what we thought it was to begin with. But that's interesting. But February 1st, this is at the Latin Times, and it says, Elon Musk is stirring controversy as he alleges the U.S. Treasury Department approved payments to fraudulent terrorist organizations. Now, look, with what we just showed you about how he comes over the top of things and makes these big, which I think are wildly dishonest. Maybe we should ask, as he's being criticized for doing this, which I argue is illegal, whether or not you agree with the processes, it's what he did is crazy. It really does show you that the whole checks and balances game, if it was possibly never even real. Or he just jumped over the top of it, and we should care about that. My point, though, is ask whether this is all about trying to kind of lay shade and hide that very concerning thing under the idea that, look what they just did, and we're changing it all for the positive, even though we're not seeing action. It's all words. And I hope at the end of the day that we see real positive change. But I would still argue that if you were going to do that, then you wouldn't go through this unilateral consolidation of power move to make it happen, because all that does is set us up for more failure, for more consolidation of control. But it says Musk's post was a retweet of a conservative activist, Starbuck, who questioned why Treasury leader Liebrick would resist an audit by Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. So, fair point. he's resisting. Maybe that means he's hiding something. But to assume that, which is the way this has gone, is the same thing we get from partisans every damn day. It also could mean that he feels what Doge and Elon Musk are doing are concerning, fraudulent even. Like, 'cause let's realize what I see this in general sense is what makes the most sense, I should say, is right now we see two factions of control, kind of duking it out a bit. Both of them want to control you, and whichever one wins, will still both continue to work against you. That's the way the government works, as far as I can tell. But at the same time, like Whitney's talked about, like the technocratic element versus sort of the old neocon, neoliberal dynamic, that there's the different paths they want to see. So maybe that's what we're talking about. But either way, I guess the point I'm making is that Libra could be somebody going, well, I don't want you to do what you're doing. We need to still have our fingers on this, or we need to make sure it happens the proper way. And it just gets framed as he's dishonest because what you're doing is putting him in a position that makes him uncomfortable. I'm just being objective. I don't take either of these people at their word, and we should question both of them because they're both in the government, or just because question everything. But it goes, Musk's team sought entry into the Treasury infrastructure that handles $6 trillion plus of payments, Social Security, Medicare disbursements, per the Washington Post. The nature of the disagreement remains unclear, right? How crazy is that he's threatening action against people who simply point to people working with him? How do we not see how alarming this all is? Now, this is not to side with these Schumers and different other political people that I think are doing what I pointed out before, coming out and making these big statements so people then go, well, if Schumer's against him, then he must be on the right side. I'm of the mind that they're all working together, and that's how easy it is to convince you that he's doing the right thing, even though he literally does the thing we should all scream about, just because the Democrats said bad. I could obviously be wrong, but I at least think about that. And we're now talking about hiding the disagreement, hiding the action, and having control over all of this, potentially with foreign influence dictating certain actions, having access to certain information. Trump's executive order establishing Doge also directed agencies to grant it immediate and unrestricted access to all unclassified records, software, internet technology, IT systems, potentially including Treasury's payment infrastructure. Guys, if you've been listening to Whitney's work at all, this should be concerning to you. Just objectively, no matter who's doing it. And the executive order, the way this is being done in the first place, and on top of that, it's an advisory role. It's not even something, I guess it's slotted to go away in 2 years, no matter what. And this guy is doing things that are, authoritarian is fair, but like, a dictator. You just step in, and this is what people are. This is kind of the point I've been making all these years, going, well, wouldn't you arguably say that like a dictator, a king that really cared about you would be the best, sir? But that's not what this is. What he's doing are actions that undermine what we want, whether free speech or any of this stuff. But I get why you might fall for that, but we should never allow that. It's the consolidation of power. And it says the Treasury has yet to respond to Musk's allegations. Whether his allegations prompt investigation or hold any merit remain to be seen. And yet, nonetheless, good on Latin Times for not just going, look at what he claimed. It's a bunch of text on Twitter from a guy who's got caught lying countless times already. And again, this is just on Brave saying Elon Musk claimed what we just talked about. And it says, however, Musk did not provide any proof of this claim. Critics include Senator Wyden have expressed concerns about political operators having access to sensitive systems and potential for misuse. I mean, again, whether you trust him or not, the idea that we can have this opaque circumstance with that much money, that should concern everybody. But a lot of people just reported it like they thought it was fact. Now, Common Dreams, which more left-leaning platform, consider what they have to say about this. Doge-affiliated goons accused of locking career civil servants out of key databases. Now, I'm not concerned about the idea of the pushing out the left and the rest of them from Biden's administration and taking over. I'm concerned about the fact that it's not like just changing out somebody else in the position, or, it's the idea that we're seeing somebody who I believe has bad intentions, somebody who I think has clear influence from people that with Trump doing what we just started with, guys, how do we pretend we don't see how wild that influence is? And that, with all of this, is what really concerns me. On top of it, what I'm about to read from here, it says, reporting Friday that aides to Elon, the billionaire backer of Trump, who runs the Department of Government Efficiency, it's like saying military intelligence, locked career civil servants out of computer systems containing the personal data of millions of federal employees. Now, think about that. These are millions of federal employees, many of which are pretty hostile against Israel, or any number of other things you might want to consider that could be used. Or how about just training AI? How about, think about that. The idea of using databases like this are very valuable for the idea of AI training. And what is he working on? There's so many ways you could look at this. And the point is, we don't know because no one's showing us anything and it's completely opaque. Is that what you all wanted? Statements and trust? That should be pretty crazy. And it says it raised alarms among observers who said the move is consistent with the administration's efforts to assert authoritarian control over the federal government. Well, that's right there is where I go, well, we've been like that for a long time. Whether Biden or Trump or Bush or Obama, we've been there. This is them just showing that now, and that concerns me too. An unnamed official at the Office of Personnel Management told Reuters that, quote, we have no visibility into what Musk aides are doing with the computer and data systems. And that's creating a great concern. Now, here's the way this works, right? And I don't trust any of these people, but you're going to have the people that are going to say, well, these are the ones that are hurting us, thinking it's only half of the government. And so, right, why do we care if they can't see? They're the ones that want to lie and cheat and steal. But that's pretty naive to think that there's only one half. So when the problem is that we have this situation. So if you're looking at it from just the government doing this, all we're seeing is a narrative that allows them to consolidate control to one person and skip past all of the illusions we've had before and have access to all this information and have nobody allowing checks and balances or oversight. That's how this is always supposed to work, with something being able to check and balance. Not anymore. They're pulling back the masks everywhere right now. And it says there's no oversight. $6 trillion and no oversight, as they're giving them Netanyahu $1 billion just like that after promising they wouldn't do that. And it says it creates real cybersecurity and hacking implications. Another level to that, as we're talking about Israel and their infiltration of technological aspects, whether pager attacks or in this country, as they've boasted about. And now, as we're going to get to, we have people like Jones floating the idea that they're going to take down the economy to blame Trump. Well, what they're doing seems to be consolidating that ability all in the corner so they can just go, Democrats did it, and bring down the economy for the interest of a foreign government. It says the Reuters report came on the same day that the Washington Post reported that Liebrich, who has worked in a non-political position at the U.S. Treasury Department since George W. Bush, will retire following a clash with the allies of billionaire Elon Musk over access to sensitive payment systems. Now, it says Liebrich's announcement underscored what critics have warned is an aggressive push by Musk and other unelected Trump acolytes, otherwise known as unelected bureaucrats that he keeps pretending he's fighting, to sideline civil servants as part of an agenda in which MAGA sycophants are empowered to weaken government checks and balances and ensure total loyalty to the president, who has repeatedly flirted with the authoritarianism. Now, I don't know if I agree with entirely. My point is, that's what we've always been confronted with. What I have a problem with is that there are people who like that. Even though if this was exactly what Biden was doing, they'd be going, that's a problem. They're okay with it, even seeing it as the same, because they believe these people are on their side. That's where our political system has boiled down to at this point. Lesser of evils, and just, well, no matter what they put in front of you, well, they would be worse, so I guess I'm stuck with this. That sounds like freedom, doesn't it? So I just think it's concerning as hell, because they are doing this, and we are driving that direction as they openly support a genocide and openly support occupation and colonialism. Like, clearly, we are going in a very bad direction. In a Friday article highlighting Liebrich's announcement, Gizmodo's Matt Novak reported that, quote, while it's not clear why they want access, experts are alarmed because there's basically no plausible explanation that doesn't involve tinkering with critical government functions by sidestepping Congress. Now, as always, I'll be the first to say that I think what they're doing, whether DEI programs around the world or things that Trump wants, equally concerning, whether that's funding for Israel or the point is that all of it, but DEI included, everything else, right? Nobody should be concerned. Like, how about just the idea of foreign aid in general? I think I have that somewhere. Somebody made that point. How are we allowing foreign aid at all, when they've got $30 trillion in debt? That seems crazy when you really think about it. But still, flying out to Israel, wherever else, or anything. but it all should matter, right? Like the idea that's even allowed. But so here we are, we're sidestepping these processes and allowing them to have, and just not only just they could do these things, but they could further muddy the waters. Liebrich's departure is apparently related to the interference with Doge-affiliated goons, he writes, as access to payment systems. It says, despite its name, Doge is a presidential advisory committee, not a federal department. And critics, including Novak, have accused the billionaire Trump supporter of reaching his tentacles into virtually every agency. Quote, Congress famously has the power of the purse, but it looks like Doge is trying to snatch it. And that is what happened. Elon Musk's team has gotten access to the Treasury Department's payment system. That was on the 1st of February. Pretty concerning, guys, for obvious reasons. Now, I mean, not least of which is the fact that as I've been pointing out well before we got here, that many of them do not have ethics pledges. On top of that, that Elon Musk himself, because I guess he's arguing he's not being paid and he's not in any role, that he's kind of like unbound by all of it. How do you not at least ask yourself, if we're watching I think I framed it right here, the Zionist technocratic coup of the United States. For people that would jump at anything being a potential coup or regime change or false flag, suddenly not calling out what is clearly at least worth considering as one of those things, scares me. Now here's Jones saying deep state moves to trigger economic Armageddon. Right, deep state, right? So like the people that we're all, no, apparently not. Apparently means Democrats and people, and what? I guess that's it. China, Chi-coms and Democrats. It's worth laughing at. No, it's obviously what we're dealing with here. Unelected bureaucracy, Israel, globalism, North American Union, right? That's what we're talking about. And what they're rolling out is literally the program. But apparently the Democrats are going to cause an economic meltdown. Well, you mean at the moment when Elon Musk is taking control of the Treasury, when BlackRock did during COVID-19, or the idea that we have all of these very clear moves being made that are seemingly leading to that, but not by anybody but this administration. He also says BlackRock's hidden hand behind the market meltdown. Like BlackRock, you mean the one funding Elon Musk's program right now? But that one doesn't matter. Greg Reese says, and I hate this word, but he says retards really believing this BS about the deep state being defeated. It's wild to see. Remember, Greg Reese recently being part of InfoWars, who has now left, like a lot of people over the years because of dishonest work. The point is that that's all they're pushing right now. Deep state on the run because Elon's winning. It's just almost childish. This person says, okay, so what would you suggest? No way someone can start a new political party in a year and people have to vote for someone. No, they don't. And time of the election, that's what you're led to believe. And it says, if we didn't give the Trump administration and the conspiracies the benefit of the doubt, we would have civil unrest. God, man. I mean, we're right back in the pre-election time frame where we're just inundated with this nonsense. And Greg Reese says, I suggest not lying to yourself like a child. He's not pulling punches anymore, man. I mean, it's time, guys, to stop playing that like this is some kind of small thing. And a couple of points on the last of this segment is to highlight this, is that I very much believe that this is a government agenda, and potentially because they're rolling this out for their own purposes or that they're being manipulated into it. But what he's highlighting here is the point that we've seen. I mean, the reality that the U.S. government, with the way it currently exists, can do whatever it wants, basically. Now, why would they give that up? Well, it's changing. We got BRICS dynamic. We got things shifting around the world. But I think we're about to see that rug pulled out for the shift into what we all know is coming. They're telling you it's coming. Some kind of digital currency, which Mark and Whitney have pointed out is most likely because of the game of CBDCs, like a Tether type stable coin. And it's much, much, much more problematic because it's private, as Catherine Austin Fitz and plenty have pointed out. So my point is that eventually I think that's going to happen. But until then, and maybe even on top of that, with the overlap, this is what I think we're dealing with. And there's another point about BRICS, about them threatening to stop them from using other currencies. I think it's almost like they're deliberately trying to bring this down. And then as Jones is already laying the groundwork for, it's going to be the Democrats.
It's never going to pay its debts. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in U.S. dollars. Africa has to earn the U.S. dollars, and the only way it can earn the U.S. dollars is not to be assassinated for growing its own food and becoming independent and doing something that the United States does not like.
Which happened quite frequently under Trump's administration, using things like National Endowment for Democracy and USAID.
The principle underlying the foundation of the World Bank is that no country should grow its own food. Africa and the Third World should only grow export crops. To export, in order to have an oversupply of cocoa and other tropical raw materials, to keep down the price, they must buy their grain from the United States or Europe, so that if they do something that we don't like, we can do what America tried to do to China in the 60s. We can sanction them. We can say, we're going to starve you. We're going to not export any grain to you. So owing their foreign debt in dollars means that they have to somehow sell something that the United States wants, not what they want. I think the most evil organizations in the world today are the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund.
So it's worth considering how that overlaps with what we're currently dealing with. And he says, and this is going underground, right? Donald Trump may rail against de-dollarization and BRICS, but for Africa and many countries of the global south, this is why de-dollarization is not a political choice, but an economic necessity. So they see the writing on the wall. That's why we see a lot of these moves happening. And here's what David Icke had to say around Donald Trump's post from Truth Social, rather the kind of repeating account on Twitter that shares his post from Truth Social. The idea that the BRICS countries are trying to move away from the dollar while we stand by and watch is over. Totally not authoritarian or imperialist, right? We could do what we tell you to do. Remember when he used to at least pretend that we weren't the policemen of the world? How funny. It says, we are going to require a commitment from these seemingly hostile countries that they will neither create a new BRICS currency nor back any other currency to replace the mighty dollar, or they will face 100% tariffs and should expect to say goodbye to selling into the world, into the wonderful U.S. economy. I mean, guys, that's economic terrorism. Why wouldn't they have the right to make their own currency? Wouldn't it be about, this is about them trying to coerce people to doing what's best for them at their expense. And all the rah America, that's where we're powerful. You're children. You're acting like idiots, freaking out about, the reality is this is going to create destabilization for everybody, including you. What do you think they're going to do in response? That's the point I'll show right here. They're already doing that. This is Mexico and Canada are hitting back with counter tariffs. I believe Mexico's already backed away. I believe because of that, but they're hitting back with counter tariffs in retaliation. Trade war, which by the way, is almost always a precursor to real war. Historically, they know that. I just think it's really naive. It's childish to pretend that we don't see that this is a very dangerous move that almost always ends up causing you to suffer, usually for the benefit of the elitist circle. And it says they can go and find another sucker nation. Why would that be a sucker nation? For them to make their own currency that we would continue using they're the sucker nation for falling for this game you're playing. There is no chance that BRICS will replace the US dollar in international trade. Well, if that's the case, then why do you care? Or anywhere else. And any country that tries should say, I think his point is we won't let it happen. Freedom should say goodbye to tariffs. The whole point they're going to make people that want to pretend this makes sense to say, well, that's just trade. No, that's not how that works. Not only does that make you pay more for goods, it creates what we're already seeing. Hostile engagement. Trade will continue to collapse. It's a negative. All in hopes that they all just bend to your will alone. That's exactly why you see the response you're seeing in the world. And especially for people like this country that I believe is the minority that pretend to act like this is the good thing. This is how we should be acting. That is might makes right. And if you've been played into that, that's on you. Michael Steele, who I'm not super familiar, but it says former RNC chairman, so Republican, says this man is dangerous in regard to Elon Musk. He is unelected. He heads a quote agency made up out of thin air with no congressional oversight. Just worth considering what he's saying here. He now has access, if not control, of the federal payment system at Treasury, which, by the way, has already been co-opted by BlackRock. That needs to be considered with the conversation of them funding Elon Musk. Now they have complete control, apparently. It is clear, it says, quote, Musk has no experience with or demonstrable understanding of the government. Republicans don't care, and Democrats have no clue how to stop him. I would simply argue that they're all on the same page. Now, just a thought, added this: the reason many people aren't seriously alarmed by a guy like Elon Musk securing access to the U.S. Treasury Department's payment system is because they've been conditioned to view the government as bad guys, and tech billionaires who post funny memes as the good guys. They've been pummeled with good guy versus bad guy propaganda since childhood, and they've grown to believe that there truly are saviors at the top of the food chain who will fight for them. It's no coincidence that Elon Musk is often compared to Tony Stark. In fact, Marvel stated that he was their inspiration for the Iron Man character, and Musk even made a cameo in the movies. And while the U.S. government absolutely is one of the bad guys, so are the tech billionaires who are controlled and owned by the same ruling class. Cheering for Elon Musk is no different than cheering for Joe Biden or Benjamin Netanyahu. They're all one and the same, just with different character attributes and storylines. It's a good way to think about it. If the propaganda machine can get the people to enthusiastically support a military contractor with a technocratic family background who merges human brains with AI, wears Baphomet suits, and declares Novus Ordo Seclorum, which was a new order of the ages, literally the New World Order, to the public, while turning Twitter into an everything app, which he compares to China's WeChat, and signaling his allegiance with Nazi Roman Empire saluting, then he can literally get the people to support anything. Anyone working to, quote, expose the truth about centralized power structures here in the U.S. who is either ignoring the giant red flag that is Elon Musk or who is supporting him in any way, shape, or form is not exposing SHIT. They are simply lining you up for the hell on earth and getting you excited to be up front. Now, just to add, since I already showed you this one about the tariffs, just, the kind of things we're seeing. Musk says he deleted IRS easy filing team that let Americans file taxes online for free. Interesting. So the main point, it says on Twitter post, unelected government official Elon Musk revealed that he's cut the staff of the IRS service that oversaw the system. Now, remember, we were told we're going to get rid of the IRS. We're going to get rid of the FBI. No, they're just changing it the way they want it and using it the same way. In this case, it says a right-wing MAGA influencer called the, quote, direct file attacks program, a far-left government-wide computer office that was built by Elizabeth Warren. Okay. I mean, probably completely accurate. The point is that at the end of the day, it's not a left-right dynamic. It is a platform that allows you to do your taxes for free. Use it or don't use it. But get rid of that. Why? Because someone called it a left thing? Why? Because it's easy to go, one more left thing, we're winning. But all you really did was take away something that people might use because they don't have billions of dollars they can squander on dumb political games. I just think it's crazy that people are acting like we're not. This is, I mean, I'm willing to bet you there's probably some move here. It's probably because they'll make the government more money, right? Because, or I don't know. But I do know that this makes no sense. And it's a gimmicky side point to say, well, go right after Democrat platform. Show me how a free platform to do your taxes is a political dynamic. Musk responded by saying, that group's been deleted. So he literally responds to some MAGA guy on Twitter and tells him it's a bad thing. Gone, done. Fantastic. Now, we just talked about under the cover of fighting DEI, Trump rolls out the deep state agenda. I really believe that's what's happening. That's why I basically framed the title today the same way. And of course, here's what Libs of TikTok has pinned to the top of their platform right now. President Trump, first 2 weeks in office. DEI taken off the board. Gender ideology taken off the board. I'm telling you guys, I mean, it's about the most pronouns, right? Malay went there and said, and USAID, of course, we'll get there. Totally not at all what's actually happening. It's just lazy. I mean, where the media now are either blatantly lying for their own interests or are this bad at their jobs. Point is, that's not happening. Secondarily, how do we not see that these things are a means to an end? Are we really stupid or naive enough to stand back and look at this and go, yeah, their game was net pronouns. Their outcome, their final destination was making sure we respected pronouns and, woke ideology and transgender. Guys, are you serious? You can prove on the surface that these things have many more layers to them that aren't about left and right. It's about making sure that dichotomy forces you to look away from they're marching you in. And Libs of TikTok people are Pied Pipering you right along with Elon Musk because we got the pronouns. Malay said it at the World Economic Forum. Oh, you mean you missed the fact that he spoke at the World Economic Forum in lieu of the fact that he said pronouns are bad? Because he went and spoke there. So did Trump. It's just sad that people are falling for this. And the reality, again, the new Trump administration and the technocratic Zionist coup of the United States. Now, it's very clear, as I've said 45 times, that this is my opinion. I mean, I'm showing you facts today, but what it amounts to is my opinion. As always, every show we ever talk about, anything, the point is that we question these things. Every day, the point is about how we have to make sure we're checking our own biases, right? And so I ask myself, is it possible that this is wrong? Every single time, and you guys know that, without fail. But I think the evidence continues to point in a very obvious direction. But if every day we're standing back and going, okay, is there new information? Does something shift so we can consider whether this might be wrong and something else is happening? Every single day. And you know that. Now, the Doge aspect, it overlaps with the DEI point. That's why I showed you those shows. Is super. It's the timing of this is hard to miss. That way, AM Wake Up talked about this morning. We were on there. I had a great conversation, by the way, with Gareth Ike. By the way, I forgot to mention, I was also on Crosstalk this morning with Peter Lill and had a great, we mostly all agreed on the show, so there was not much crosstalk, but it was a great conversation about where this goes and the idea of, a lot of the stuff we're talking about today. So check that out. I believe somebody said it's playing right now, so check it out when we're done. But I saw this as well. So going back to the same point about not checking and just taking at word what Elon put on Twitter, literally Twitter files for you. Department of Government Efficiency, and I already showed this before, just says, through these dates, 85 DEI-related contracts totaling $1 billion have been terminated. I mean, I get, like I said before, I don't doubt that. I actually believe that probably happened. But I don't see any way to verify this stuff. Doge has openly saved him $1 billion in crazy contracts in one of two ways. One, that they even actually happened, or secondly, that they're even really DEI, whatever you think that means. It's just become this broad anything Democrat connected. That's how this tends to work. Same point. Here's Lib TikTok sharing another screenshot that came from Elon and the rest of the Doge team saying, and just simply showing, and this is the one I've showed you before. List like Department of Defense, Department of Education, and it says 4 and then a number. Okay. Proof, because they put out a screenshot. Well, did you check these things? Have you gone through each one of these, looked at the contracts, and been able to find out whether they are actually DEI or maybe another agenda? Sure, I know you love to just assume that he's doing what he claims he's going to do because that's good journalism. But the reality should be, or consider anyway, maybe they're removing the people fighting the deep state. I'm not even saying I think that. I'm just saying, isn't that possible? So to blindly assume is ignorance. And on top of that, my point is, the contracts themselves and whether they're deleted or just folded into something else. Well, seeing as how we're in this wildly opaque treasury system right now, then we don't know. How are we at? Nobody has any oversight right now. So how do we even know? But trust me, because Lib said, we're the media now. Well, Whitney Webb points out, or this was Khaleesi, and she's quoting it, and I have the actual article as well. Donald Trump just sent $1 billion in arms package, or he's going through the process of sending $1 billion arms package to Israel. And Whitney says, curious how much of the money said to have been freed up by Doge is going to end up finding its way to war criminal. She says, war criminal Yahoo. I mean, think about how crazy the timing is on that. And as I've said before, well, they already have gleaned into a $500 billion process with AI infrastructure, which I don't know if every American even wants, or I'm pretty sure we didn't vote for. But the point is, if we're talking about cutting costs, which was the claim, not just shaving off DEI and spending twice as much on other things, they promised to slash government in agencies, right? Which in some cases you're seeing movement in that direction, but not to the point of any real financial change if all you're doing is shaving off programs from these things. Now we'll get to the USAID point. We'll get to some of these. That's my point, though. That's not what's actually happening. As they've already reported, it is simply merging, which I think is already the case. State Department, that's what it was already doing. And Rubio in control? I mean, come on, guys, they're almost laughing at you. But I think that's what we're dealing with here, is this kind of sidestep of what's really going on. David Icke simply points out to the same point for $1 billion. On and on it goes. Trump requests $1 billion in arms supplies to Israel. Well, there's a lot to do. Now realize, before, that's supposed to be Congress that decides whether it happens or not, right? even though we know these days they just do what they want with orders and, even though it technically shouldn't even apply. But now that Musk is doing that, I guess it just happens, right? I don't know. Shouldn't that concern everybody that we actually don't know how that? Yeah, that should be concerning. But people that are pretending like they're all heroes, they don't even care. They'll do it right because they're on our side. Yeah, we're in kindergarten is what it seems like. Maybe you're right, but it seems a crazy thing to assume, doesn't it? Expand into greater Israel. Expand the Palestinians, or it says expel the Palestinians, which he's doing. Check. Annex the West Bank. Check. Demolish the Al-Aqsa Mosque and build the third Solomon's Temple. Check. Well, they seem to be about to do so. Any comment? Joe, Alex, Russell, Benny, Charlie, Luke, Tim, and co. I won't ask Ben Shapiro. He's a mate of Netanyahu. So the point I think everyone who's listed right there has already shown themselves to be pulling punches when it matters. Here's the article. U.S. readies new $1 billion arms sale. All right, so if it's already being prepared, there's not even any conversation about this. Elon and Trump are all about it. They clearly both are, I think, compromised by Israel, but clearly pro-Israel. So the point is, here's $1 billion. Even though we promised our base that we wouldn't do that, shouldn't that bother you? Sally Agris says, here's your anti-war president, which everyone hates, of course, but yeah, that's a fair statement. You can't be anti-war if you're funding $1 billion and do an ongoing genocide. Just saying. Now, breaking U.S. president prepares $1 billion. This person says, peace through strength. And he says, peace through ethnic cleansing. I mean, that's like the game, peace through strength. I mean, guys, this is the kind of, that's childish. You are pretending that makes sense. That means war. You just because you're manly and you're tough and we're strong, you are being played. Really, what you're doing is thinking you're pretending you're strong, and really you're watching Israel step over the top of you. So you're not very strong at all, actually. David Icke, in regard to this quote, says, what did he, I'll play it first, actually. He's talking about the idea of West Bank being taken. Here's what Donald Trump just said. Now, we're talking about ethnic cleansing. We're talking about removing people from the area. And whether it's the West Bank or whether it is Gaza, what he's talking about is letting Israel do whatever they want. Here's what he says about the West Bank. Now, this, again, just whether you believe the story, every single thing Israel's ever said, what he's saying right here goes against even what Israel pretends or has been pretending before now, what they've wanted to accomplish. That's one of the reasons in the past we've always said this is why in some ways we like Trump in this position is because he pulls the mask off a lot. And that doesn't always help him. And now he's showing you who they really are.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Coming in tomorrow.
Yes, you've mentioned in the past you're concerned about Israel being too small geographically. Would you support annexation of parts of the West Bank by Israel?
Well, I'm not going to talk about that. It certainly is a small, it's a small country in terms of land. See this pen, this wonderful pen? My desk is the Middle East. And this pen, the top of the pen, that's Israel. That's not good, right? You know, it's a pretty big difference. I use that as an analogy. It's pretty accurate, actually.
Not even remotely accurate. That's like absurdly, stupidly inaccurate. Way too big for the desk compared. Look at a map, but the facts don't matter, apparently. That's a small point anyway.
Actually, it's a pretty small piece of land. And it's amazing that they've been able to do what they've been able to do when you think about it. There's a lot of good, smart brain power. But it is a very small piece of land, no question about it.
What does that have to do with anything? I mean, like, guys, really think about this for a second. Like, so by that logic, any location in the world that feels they have small amount of territory has the right to take others' territory because, they don't have enough. Isn't that socialism? Isn't that about being equitable, making sure it's fair? Uh-oh. Don't go, that's not true. That's not what he meant. Yeah, well, clearly what he's saying is they need to divvy it up fairly because Israel doesn't have enough. What world are we living in? At what point did international law just become completely irrelevant? Or what we're seeing is they've never actually cared about any of it. It's only just now becoming transparent. That's just absolutely wild to me. It's illegal to annex the West Bank, which he stepped over. But what he's basically insinuating and what he's already made clear is that we are, and I'll show you the clip from him speaking with Netanyahu, which funny how he kind of goes, well, we're not going to really get into that. And then Netanyahu sits in front of him for 30 seconds and he goes, they're gone. Palestinians are leaving. They have to go. We're going to put them in Jordan, Egypt. I'll show it to you. We just played it in the beginning if you didn't see it. I'm very concerned about how many people actually support this. And I don't mean the ones that kind of go along because they think their party's on the side, but people that are knowingly seeing what's happening and cheering this on. Like, I'm of the mind that it's not the majority of people in this country, but it's alarming how many we see. They're just, in my opinion, but look at what we're dealing with. Those are disgusting people that are going to stand there and act like this is all okay because they have an interest in what's going on with Israel. A genocide, starvation, torture, murder, rape, all the things we were told happened that didn't actually happen are they're openly carrying out. Now in the West Bank too. Turning off electricity, starving the people, arresting them. It's all happening. Syria too. Syria is a terrorist wasteland at this point. Killing people every day. Israel's building bases. They've already told you they're never going to leave. But that's all part of the plan, right? Isn't that freedom and democracy? They know that's not true. That's my point. And that's scary how many people are doing that. I mean, big people, names in this industry that act like they care about human rights and freedom and liberty and free speech. David Icke said, what did I say? Trump preparing the way for Israeli annexation of the West Bank. Or just, he's talking about Gaza too, understand. Any of it. It's payback time, says Miriam Adelson. That's not Israeli-owned. Trump needs any encouragement. Miriam Adelson's the one that gave him $100 million, and I believe it's over $200 million now. And if you don't remember, this is Haaretz. Like almost everything we're talking about right now, Haaretz is simply saying out loud the thing that the U.S. government pretends is absolutely not true. Miriam Adelson, Trump is desperate for Miriam's cash. Her condition, West Bank annexation. He's agreed. They publicly said that if you listen to Israeli media. He allowed them to violate the deal in the second phase, which they've already been doing, and he allowed them to take the West Bank annexation to give him even a brief illusion of allowing a peace deal, even though it didn't happen. That's how broken all of this is, and people are lying to themselves about it. Now, Hananya Naftali, one of these egregious propagandists, who's been caught countless times lying since October 7th started, like most of them because they've been lying about damn near everything, plays the clip and says, Trump gets it. Israel may be small, but it's a blessing to humanity. Right, so it's small, so they need more. Yeah, aren't they basically just admitting to everything we've been telling you? That's not allowed. It's illegal. And they're stealing from other people, but they deserve it. Like, if you're watching prophetic Zionism show itself through the Trump administration right in front of you, you know, aside from the obvious assignment of every position of a Zionist, Hegseth and Pambon, every one of them, aside from that obvious nature, they're just showing it to you now. And again, in case you forgot, Trump calls, this is January 25th, Trump calls to clean out Gaza and move Palestinians to Egypt and Jordan. And now, as you know, oh, wait, did I move that? I think I moved it down later. Hold on. You guys, I'll play it in the... Oh, you know what? I got the clip. I don't want to seek out the tweets, waste time, but I'll play the clip for you after I show these. Again, just in case you missed it at the beginning, where Trump just said clearly that that's what's going to happen, sitting right next to Netanyahu. But here, in case you missed this as well, this was the 30th of January. Egypt's president rejects Trump's proposal to relocate Gaza residents to Egypt and Jordan. He says, quote, the displacement and removal of the Palestinian people from their lands is an injustice that we'll never participate in until he does. I don't believe this person. I don't believe at the end of the day, I think the population of his country roundly does not support Israel. It's very clear. So he's a puppet. That's been clear. The regime change put in place. Trump's, where's my favorite dictator? So I think he's only now demonstrating that he sees the writing on the wall. Opportunist. Recognizes that this isn't in his interest because whether he gets overthrown from his own people or either way, stated publicly, we don't agree with that, which I actually didn't expect. Then you've got Arab nations rejecting Trump's plan in general. 5 major countries, Egypt, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. Well, that didn't go as planned, did it? Unless maybe this is the plan. It says, have sent a letter to Marco Rubio, who, by the way, is the Secretary of State, in case you forgot about that, because that's winning, right? Completely rejected Trump's reported plans to displace Palestinians from Gaza. Foreign ministers of these nations called the forced displacement a clear violation of international law. You know, so too is a genocide, but I guess we stopped short on that one. And as of today, Trump again floats the idea of displacing Palestinians from Gaza. And I simply said again, so much for the peace president. Now that Trump, and again, regardless of the narrative you believe about Gaza, and I even believe everything Israel's ever said, the standing is still clear. That's the Gaza is the location they're in. So is the West Bank. You can't just physically remove them from the territory, no matter what your narrative is. That's a crime. The point is, so too is everything else we can see. And now they seem to think they can get away with it because no one has stopped them. But there's momentum, guys, in The Hague. There's momentum in the world right now to push back. Stand up. Find your integrity once again. But I said, now that Trump has continued to arm both Ukraine and Israel, the real question is who will expose themselves to be hypocrites by not calling this out? That's the real question. Here's that clip again. Was that this one?
Benjamin Netanyahu.
Coming in tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh, that's not the one. It's this right here.
Would Palestinians have the right to return to Gaza if they left while the rebuilding was happening?
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return?
Because it's their home, and you have no right to tell them otherwise. Period. And that's what they're saying. So Trump and Netanyahu with his disgusting grin, loving the fact that Trump has been told what to do, and he's repeating what he's told. Think about that, guys. This guy's a war criminal. The world around. He's supposed to be arrested anywhere in a country that has any relations with this is one of them. They don't care. So that's why my point is always, they're willing to throw out any illusion that they care about any of these things, rules-based order, international law, just to support a group that everyone can see is committing a genocide. Either they're compromised, that's what I think, or they're part of it, which is obvious. But why wouldn't they at least pretend? It's hard to understand. But they have a right to stay in their territory. There's no way around that. And all he's going to do is rationalize moving them.
Really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's
because of Netanyahu and you, or rather the U.S. government. So same point.
been one of the meanest, toughest places on earth.
Oh, it is it? Didn't you just get done telling us it's a wonderfully beautiful place with weather and beaches and oh, I guess it's so then wait, if that's the case and it's beautiful and tropical, then gee, what is it that's making it hell on earth? I can't understand. Oh, that's right. The fact that you're murdering them all and bombing every day and torturing and raping them must be it. I mean, do you realize how wild it is? He can sit there and claim, like Prem Thacker said, it's that person sitting there. Look at the smile on Netanyahu's face. It's like the cat. What is the cat that got the, what's the saying? The cat that got the something? I don't know. That's the saying. I mean, look at the guy. That's scary. That is an evil person. I mean, it's hard not to think. I mean, look, you understand what he's doing, and you know that. You can't look at Trump and think different. You could think he's being forced, blackmailed, certainly possible, but they are actively committing a genocide. So is Biden. So is the U.S. government.
And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there.
Oh, really? I'm sure they've showed you the picture, the truth, right? So I'm going to get to in a second the fact that Netanyahu is making him watch that snuff film about the fake atrocity propaganda that anybody with a brain has already recognized as fake because Israeli media broke that down alongside just about everybody else. But Musk and Trump seem to gobble it up. And
nobody can live there. You can't live there.
Yeah, I mean, think about it again. Nobody can live there. Did you just get done telling us it's great? Well, then the only reason is that it's bad. No, now they can't live there because of what you guys are doing.
So if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations.
Why would anybody else pay for you to ethnically cleanse this location? Why would anybody else pay for what you guys have done? Because he's trying to force that. Tariffs, strong arming, threats, that's what he's doing. Let's keep pretending like that's freedom and democracy and whatever other narratives and words you want to spit out. This is everything we pretend we've always fought.
And they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, and it could be Egypt, it could
Nope, they both just said no.
Could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area.
Wow.
But you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing. Like
I mean, these are what. No matter how nice you make this, guys, you're talking about forcing people from their own homes to live in a place that. Talking about camps. Are we really going to pretend? So where is this magical area where these 5 different locations are going to be built? Well, somewhere that people already exist, right? Maybe Greenland. Maybe that's why. Right? There's more happening here in general, but overall, they've floated this many times. The island they said they were going to build, all these different things. It's about trying to move them, and it's always been transparent. People like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir have been telling you publicly. It's just about getting them out of the way, and that's why we'll kill them if they're in the way.
Like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die, because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again.
How can you say that? We're talking about acts of God here, earthquakes and storm. No, we're talking about genocide. And what he says happen again, that's Netanyahu doing this over and over and over. And the U.S. and the Israeli government continuing to do it over and over. Nakba 2. I mean, every war we've seen. Over and over doing the same thing. It's transparent. We can prove it. And he's just openly telling you that. I mean, it's almost like I get the sense this is truly about mocking people like us. And maybe Trump just doesn't even know what he's doing. I find that hard to believe.
It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen.
Look at Netanyahu smile right when he says that. Literally smiles and said, like this person said, "Cat got the canary." That's what it is. Look at his face. And by the way, smiling why he says the part about how they're dying. He knows that. Well, that's me. That's why I'm doing that. And he smiles. That's something that really sits with me, guys. That these people are something especially, like when we talked about this before during COVID, like it's hard, I don't like using words like that because it's got a very specific meaning. But this is evil. I just have never seen a better example of what evil looks like than what we're dealing with.
And as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back? They've experienced nothing but death and destruction.
God, what an absolute feckless coward. Blackmailed or you're a coward. But even then, that's just absolutely crazy to me. But I mean, anybody with a brain or any morals whatsoever, you can listen to him speak and you go, that's just stupid. If he really believes that, then he's not who we think he is. Or he's being manipulated, which we should then consider and go, why are we allowing, let's get Netanyahu's sitting right there, arrest him. Why didn't anybody do that? Before we come back to that, let's not forget, by the way, that on top of Israel and $1 billion more, there's people are denying this still. Donald Trump is right now funding Ukraine after the claim of pause. Remember Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, we paused it, but Egypt and Israel continuing because they're allies. Well, now he's funded Ukraine on top of that. As I said, what was that again about suspending aid to Ukraine? What was that again about promises kept? The U.S. has transferred around 90 Patriot air defense interceptors from storage in Israel to Poland for delivery to Ukraine, as if we wouldn't see that. That's what we keep talking about. This is the same thing. And Danny Taggart points out, Ukraine has lost the rare earth metal reserves promised to Trump by Zelensky. Ukrainian media points out this after the U.S. president said he wanted to receive guarantees for rare earth minerals from Ukraine. According to data from April 2023, the value of Ukraine's mineral resources is about $15 trillion. At the same time, 70% of the amount comes from, can you guess? I'm sure you can guess. The Donbass area, of course. The LPR, the DPR, of course. The two places that they're pretending are... No. Why do you think this has all been happening? Like, other than the ongoing part, but the focus on there. There's more than just minerals involved in all of this, guys, but realize how important this is with the AI direction, the Great Reset, the globalist, all of it, technocracy, and they're literally telling... Now, my point is, we're going to stop the war, but then, oops, we're going to keep going. I wonder why. Right? There was a point at which they might have been able to control this or maybe make a deal for it. That does not seem in the cards. So the war continues. Promise is kept. But then, here's, we are the media now. Cat Turd steps in and says, we told you, as Bricks News, by the way, that's not a group associated with Bricks, an account that's been caught lying about a lot of things for many, many different reasons, says, just in, Ukraine Zelensky says it only received $75 billion of the $177 billion in aid sent to the United States. Now, I guess we'll take his word for that. And are we really going to pretend that we haven't proven 45 times over, as even plenty of left and right media has caught generals in his army with millions of dollars in their homes, or money that's been proven to have been given away after they took it? How much you want to bet this is just him saying Biden, bad guy, for the same old narrative, and then here's more money. As long as lay it out that Biden cheated and we'll give you the money. But I simply said, then why is Trump still funding and arming them? Right? So what his game is they're stealing the money, or there's something going where we told you, right? And then they continue to fund them. But of course, no engagement, because they don't care about facts, right? It's just about the fun narrative we get to manipulate people into the position we like. Zelensky, of course, the one that Donald Trump is funding, seeks a nuclear option. Does that make sense, right? Ukrainian President Zelensky has voiced a provocative stance by suggesting that if Ukraine NATO membership comes to be delayed, probably won't happen with Trump in power, alternative security measures such as the provision of nuclear weapons might be necessary to stop Russian aggression, of course, while they're literally the same old thing. Neo-Nazi outfits walking around, murdering people, tying into poles, raping them. We saw this in Donbass. We saw it, weirdly now we see the same thing IDF doing in Syria and in Gaza. What a coincidence, seeing as how we know that Israel funds the Azov movement. But overall, if NATO does go away, which I frankly find hard to believe, especially with Trump in power, but I'm of the mind that it will just be another way to consolidate and shift things in a very clear direction for their agenda. But overall, if NATO goes away, well, the point is, Zelensky's saying, well, we'll just seek nuclear weapons then. Maybe that's the whole point. Now, as always, guys, NATO is something that I do not agree with. I think that was after 9/11, which was utilized to basically create the world army under the guise of fighting terrorism, which has ruined our lives ever since. Trump actively played a role in that many, many different times, despite narratives. But if it does go away and that's it, positive. Like everything else. But if it goes away and they're not really going away and we just pretend we don't see that, or it's being built into something else, well, then we should call that out. Sort of like we're going to get into with the USAID. But here's Politico. Give Ukraine nuclear weapons, said Zelensky. Funny how no one seems to freak out, despite the fact that they're neo-Nazis that are funded by the other genocide committers. But we can't stop screaming about Iran, even though even the State Department and the IAEA have roundly continued to say they're not even doing that. But Netanyahu says, it's just all so stupid, isn't it? Well, as I said, let's not forget that Israel funds the Azov movement. So if Trump actually stopped funding Ukraine, but still funded Israel, which it did, then they're still effectively funding Ukraine. That's important to consider. And here's the idea that even recently, as of January 26th, Israel was sending weapons to Ukraine that it stole from Lebanon. That's how it works. You're not going to hear that from Republicans screaming team sport politics. But let's talk about USAID, because this is the exact thing we're going to keep seeing, in my opinion. Now, this is CBS. Yes, of course, you can look into it, and it is easy to prove. Even Marco Rubio is pointing out how he's going to be in charge of this. But it says USAID will be merged into the deep state. Or excuse me, the State Department. Yeah, same thing. Now, I wouldn't even say that. It's just funny that I said that on accident. But the point is the State Department is the problem, whether it's Trump or Biden. Right? These are the militaristic-minded entities. This is the best point to make here. U.S. aid, I argue, was already it was a regime change engine. Corbett's done an excellent work on that. Same with National Endowment for Democracy. It's a CIA element that I think it changed into that. So the point would be that now if they're going, well, now it's going to merge with that, well, that's already what it was doing. So it seems like a moot point, but I simply said played once again. First, didn't go away. Second, I think it just ends up being the same thing. It's all a name change. And it says now just showing you what it's always been, a regime change engine. And if you think they're ever been transparent with that budget, I get why you're buying this. Right? So the point is they're going to claim, look at us, we slashed all this money. How do we know? No one is getting anything verified. And we're going through people that have lied continuously. And I don't think they've ever been transparent with what they do in this regard. But Brandon Circus says USAID is already, quote, directly under the authority of the Secretary of State. For all intents and purposes, USAID is already part of it. So he says, I don't understand why they did this. Well, I do. If you're coming at this from, it looks like they're all trying to play you. I said, for the illusion of, quote, fighting the deep state, while in fact bolstering the deep state. Of course, I could be wrong, but that seems like a pretty easy answer to me. Why would they make it sound like they were going away and it's already there? Because nothing actually changed. You just got a fun narrative that made it sound like we're fighting and we're winning. When in reality, you get it. It's just so transparent to me. And I every day hope that I'm wrong in this, but the facts just keep piling up. Fiorella Isabella says, as I stated from the start, the USAID's, quote, dismantling is merely a distraction when in reality it's being repurposed and absorbed. That's what I'm seeing in a lot of these, almost everything. To be headed by one of the worst hawkish politicians we've had in Congress, one who is now our Secretary of State, not Rubio. Not to mention, he's surrounded by Zionists and the aid of one of the world's richest tech oligarchs, backed by the Department of Defense, Pentagon, and Palantir Mafia. That's called fighting the deep state, just in case you were confused, whose main goal is to consolidate power via the platform he's bought. Just really simmer in that, guys. It says the right is only waking up to the USAID being a CIA front, which, by the way, we've been screaming about forever, for covert, basically being a CIA front for covert empire operations engaged in destabilization of governments the U.S. targets, and they're only waking up to that because they can just blame Democrats. Even though, as I'll show you in 10 seconds, there's 45 examples of this happening during Trump's administration or Bush or however far back you want to go. Same as the spineless Dems only focus on immigration when it's Trump in office. Right? See, there's people out there that actually can see through both sides of the paradigm and recognize it's just your government. That they use this to half measure so nothing ever changes. It says, yet few said anything about this imperialist arm before. Clearly, the duopoly is a uniparty illusion behind the military intelligence apparatus, regardless of the new face of the empire. I mean, you have to think about that one point. Why didn't all these people who are screaming about the CIA front say anything before this? Some of us did, but they're the ones that are calling out all sides of it. Right now, you've got these half-measure people that are jumping in and going, "We bombshell." This has been so public for so long. It's an excellent point to think about. Were they just deciding to keep it secret until now? It says those cheering for the reshuffling of Trump's U.S. aid into, everyone says USAID. USAID seems quicker. Into Rubio's hawkish foreign policy are cheering for the new phase of the hegemon. It's not over. Just look at their actions via Israel's expansion, LATAM, and threats in the form of tariffs or interventions against those defying them. It's a new direction, but the outcome will be the same. Covert operations will become overt via the incoming billionaire tech oligarchy. That's her opinion, but I do agree. All present for Trump's inauguration, which, by the way, should have been such an obvious tell. Meanwhile, as the imploding controlled demolition of industries coalesce under billionaire hands, and as Washington continues targeting West Asia, Latin America, and China, propagandized Americans on hopium and the opportunistic mainstream media and the new alternative mainstream media will cheer that the, quote, U.S. is finished. Nothing's more marketable than the allure of false hope sold to the thirsty and desperate masses. And while we'll likely get an end to the Ukraine war, that remains to be seen. It too will, maybe she hasn't seen the funding that just went over, but it too will reshuffle into another theater, which I would agree with too. All efforts are to isolate the non-aligned axis, and China will, it says all efforts are to isolate the non-aligned axis, and China will be the key target, especially via isolation. Has it worked? It didn't before, but again, after Syria's fall, all bets are off. Well, that's a bit of a different dynamic, but like, for example, whether it works or not, I don't even think it's really the outcome in some cases, like with Iran. Maximum pressure, which I'll get to, has been reinitiated. Even though everybody laughed, it didn't even remotely have the effect they claimed it did. All the way to the end, they kept claiming that no, it did not. And so here we go back to it. It's all about putting them in a position where they're hostile so then you can blame them for everything, because that's what Israel wants. Transparent. But it says true progress arises when we confront reality with honesty, rather than masking it with temporary solutions or settling for trivial distractions in the form of scraps. Sad. It's everywhere. Only then can we finally visualize what's to be done. Buckle up, we're only just beginning. And it says USAID may be reorganized, absorbed by the State Department, Rubio says. Funny how the people that are talking about this, Rubio's the one point, and yet they act like it's gone already. Sad. I get why they want a hero. I get why they want to believe in this, but that's how they've set you up to fail. We should never be blindly believing. We should always be questioning. Casey Hoffinke points out, I'm happy NGOs' real purpose have been coming to light. But people like Charlie Robinson, who I'm interviewing tomorrow, by the way, Whitney Webb and TLAV have been sounding this alarm for years. And you're out here calling them black-pilled. Exactly. Perhaps we should just start listening and stay ahead of the curve. Stay ahead of the curve. I agree with that. But the point is that clearly it's being allowed. Now it's supposed to be said. Sort of like the things we keep talking about while you get the Tucker's release valve. When they break the story years after we've been talking about it, there's a reason how this flows out in very controlled mechanisms. Either way, interesting to think about the timing of it all. Mike Ben says, USAID literally set up fake AIDS prevention workshops to topple foreign governments. Yeah, we've been talking for a long time. Now, Elon Musk, of course, the deep state fighter, the rebel. Mario Nafal says, Secretary Rubio takes control of USAID, calls out rank insubordination. Oh, so it didn't go away. It just changed hands and continues the same way under the worst possible person. Winning. Marco Rubio, right? Isn't that a guy that's been called out by Trump and Elon and plenty of other examples that it was like very clear, not a person fighting for American interests? Well, Elon Musk says, cool. Yay. Luke Radowski chimes in and goes, Rubio's got a lot of ties to the intel agencies. I don't know if he's the right one for the job. At least he said that. But I still have to point out that these things get stated and then he continues to seem to support them through the whole Tim Pool apparatus, which is what they can. I mean, he gives the kind of half fight back in some cases, but then they all just keep going. Yay, Trump. And they all team in with Elon. It's crazy to me. This is not the kind of like, well, maybe he's not the right. We should go, he is a deep state monster and you're a liar. That's how we should be today. But that's my opinion, obviously. Maybe he doesn't agree. Either way, that's not cool. And it's not even remotely what they all said was the goal. Did you think Marco Rubio, is Marco Rubio the one that got laughed at by very clear Republicans before this happened? Saying, oh, you're just being trolled. That's never going to happen because he doesn't align with our value. Oh, yeah, he's got it now. He's the best person for the job. Oops. Couldn't even finish the sentence before you started shifting because Trump said, well, Whitney says, putting a regime change cheerleading neocon like Rubio in charge doesn't mean the corruption at USAID ends now. Quit being taken for a ride. And then saying that to Nick Sorter, who it's not being taken for a ride. He is an active player in the game of keeping you rah, Elon Trump direction. I've seen this guy get caught lying many times. President Trump has just appointed Secretary of State Rubio as acting director of USAID. It was revealed this morning that USAID gave millions for bat coronavirus research in 2019. Okay, well, isn't that Trump's administration? I guess we're pretending like it's always a Democrat thing, even when Trump's in power. You guys are lazy. Now, on top of that, let's not forget that this was Trump's Operation Warp Speed that utilized all of that. It's funny how selectively we can apply this outrage. But taken for a ride, Whitney says. Completely agree if he was actually falling for something and not part of the deception. But I simply said at this point, it feels as if the Trump administration is seeing how far they can push the exact agenda they were just pretending to fight without losing their blind support followers. Maybe there is no line. I said, or they're just straight up making fun of you. It's hard to tell. Two-party illusion. Gav XRP says, let's be honest. After the sickness of the last lot, Kamala, Biden, Democrats, anything is going to be better. Laughy face. I said, I sure hope so. But literally everything suggests at best that they're the exact same thing. At worst, they're rolling out a globalist technocratic prison under the thin guise of fighting left politics because it just seems to be that easy to manipulate partisans. That's how I see it. Now, under Whitney's comment about don't be taken for a ride, Lauren J says, I'm going to disagree with you here. And then goes on to say we should just hope for the best. It says, at least for the time being, Rubio seems to have changed his tune. People can do that. So we will see. This is the point I made before. Now, of course, we'll see what happens. If Rubio does something positive or takes us in a positive, yes, and we should go good. But the idea that we should disregard everything he's done up until now because he just said publicly the thing we want to hear, that is how these people get played. That's hopium. That's how this is working. People like us come in and go, facts. Look at what he said here. And they go, black-pilled. Purity test. No, guys, this is obvious deductive logic. This guy has been shown repeatedly to not be on your side. You guys would say that before. Now that he stands up and goes, Trump team, you go, whoa, let's wait and see. Yes, we should wait and see. But first, we should be engaging with what he's also done so far, which is not on your side. You should go, bad choice. This is the wrong guy. But if it's happening, I'm still going to hope for the best. It's amazing that we have to explain that. Brian Berletic says, it's important to point out that the Trump administration and USAID's new head, Secretary Rubio, have not actually said anything about ending USAID aid meddling abroad. Doesn't that matter? No, because the point is you assume into the direction of what you're supposed to think. That's partisanship left and right for you. If they haven't even mentioned that, and we know Rubio is like a hardcore regime change manipulator for obvious reasons. And I'm going to show you in a second what he's clearly aiming at, because that's what he's there for, I think. Why would we assume they're going to stop when that seems to be the bread and butter of the U.S. empire? It says they have, and clearly who is driving it, I think, and what we can see them doing, occupy, destabilize, genocide. It says they have only and very ambiguously said that they would want to make sure USAID continues, quote, advancing American interests abroad. Guys, that's regime change. Just because you pretend it's the ones you like or you're okay with some versus the other. I don't believe that this is the majority of the conversation. I don't believe that majority of the conversation is that stupid or easily manipulated. I think that is the core team sport game. Under the previous Trump administration, he says President Trump, along with Rubio, used USAID and National Endowment for Democracy and attempted regime change operations against multiple nations, including Venezuela and Iran. Do we forget all of that? How is it only a Democrat thing when you guys are openly using this process? I mean, openly. We saw it in Taiwan, in fact, right? We saw them show up there. I mean, it's so many different examples. It says U.S.-sponsored interference also continued all along China's periphery, even with Chinese borders in Hong Kong. I was taking it back. The one I was just thinking of is, in fact, Hong Kong. That was the democracy protest, but Taiwan is the same conversation. It says, in the context of, manipulating them on the ground for their own purposes. It goes on to say, when did Trump or Rubio since renounce these activities or specifically claim they would dismantle the networks used to carry them out? Why can't we all have basic logic conversations like this? Why? This is why we can't have nice things as it goes, right? But this person just simply pointing out, USAID spent through political NGOs $41 million on Georgian elections in terms, and basically just points out all these different overlaps which go right through Donald Trump's administration. And Marco Rubio, 2024. As I have been warning about for months, because of Hezbollah and the regime in Iran, the threat of very dangerous war is brewing in the Middle East. Oh, is that what it is? Not the ongoing genocide and occupation and destabilization of multiple countries simultaneously by the person you're shaking hands with? No. It's the other guys. That's Marco Rubio for you right there. Or Trump reinstates maximum pressure against Iran. Do you not see who's guiding this policy? That's not in the interest of the United States. He proved that his last administration. But here we are. It's not hard to see if you just think past the narrative. Now, another comment under Whitney's point about Nick Sorter, the odd man out, says he's a favorite of the Anglo-American Israeli war machine. Here he is speaking for AIPAC, Marco Rubio. Here he is speaking for the Chatham House. Here he is, Atlantic Council. And here he is, the Council on Foreign Relations. This guy is literally the best example you can have of somebody that would be called the deep state, other than being so-called elected. And the only reason we say that is because I don't believe that's the reality of this. My point is simply that you're tapped into this. He's the kind of guy that would leave his position and still circle around these things. That's the point. That is the unelected bureaucracy that they pretend they're fighting, that they're all a part of. Elon Musk is a central player. Sovereign Bra points this out. 2015, Trump calls Marco Rubio a puppet of Jewish billionaire Adelson family. Well, that's funny, isn't it? 2024, Trump takes $100 million from Miriam Adelson. Now I believe it's over 200. Makes Rubio Secretary of State. The irony of it all. Not really the irony. It just shows you how easily these people are manipulated. Now, I would actually argue, my opinion, the reason, and I'll show you this actual tweet and make a point about it. I would argue that's because of Trump using that at the time for his own benefit. Well, and maybe not as influenced by Israel as he is today. But it's up for you to decide. The point is, he said this. Sheldon Adelson is looking to give big dollars to Rubio because he feels he can mold him into his perfect little puppet. I agree. Oh, and then Miriam Adelson gives you money and then does the same to you. The irony of it all. But this is the Trump war room saying President Trump announces the nomination of Marco Rubio, despite most of them saying that would never happen. It's just ridiculous, right? So many different reasons. Well, here's the actual tweet. Oh, check this out. Just for you guys, the podcast can't see it, but I'm copying exactly what I searched for right here. Sheldon Adelson is looking to give. Now you can look for yourself. Under latest, it says nothing. Under top, you will not find that tweet. I don't know how many times to point this out. They are selectively censoring, suppressing things from Trump and Elon and whoever else that they don't want you to see. Like we'll get to in a second, that same tweet I showed you before, where he says, let's get the CIA involved now. You search for it, it won't show up. However many times I've done it. Maybe it's just me, but I do not, it's right there. Slow, you won't see it. Here's the tweet. I did this just so you can see that it's identical. That's exactly what I just typed in. Sheldon Adelson is looking to give. Sheldon Adelson is looking to give. It's exactly what it says right there, looking to give. And that's his tweet. Sheldon Adelson is looking to give big dollars to Rubio because he feels he can mold him into his perfect little puppet. I agree. Now, why would they not want that to be public if that's what's happening? Because that's my opinion, obviously, but I think that's clearly something that the fact that's not showing up, it keeps happening selectively to them. I think it's worth pointing out, but probably because of what I just showed you, right? If Donald Trump today is taking money from Adelson and now he's carrying out her agenda, even if that's not exactly the way it's playing out, that's the way it looks. That's probably why that is embarrassing for him. That's my opinion. But you have to see how often this keeps happening. Check it for yourself, by the way. And if it works, show me. Because I'm actually interested if it's just me that or certain people. I believe that's how Twitter actually works today. But very interesting, is it not? Now, these are many examples, and it's not even all of them, of points. And it shouldn't be just about Trump and Biden, guys. It's just about left and right. Because you could go back, but I think it's clear to make it about right now in the previous administration. But you can go back to Obama and Bush and see the same overlap. The point is that Trump used this exact dynamic, not accidentally, not through some Democrat senator, through his direct engagement. DD Geopolitics says NGOs are being used to destabilize Syria. They pretend to help, but in reality, they work for foreign intelligence services. That's Bashar al-Assad, 2018. We know this regardless of what he says. And it says, for over a decade, USAID, National Endowment for Democracy, and Western-backed NGOs played a central role in the Syrian war, financing opposition groups, manufacturing propaganda, running intelligence operations under the cover of humanitarian aid. What they do. Sort of like both the U.S. and Israel have done in Gaza. Going in dressed as humanitarian aid workers in civilian clothing and executing people in hospital beds. Or using the pier, pretending to bring in food for starving people and then shooting them. That's both of that, and then dismantling the pier that's supposed to help them. You can't miss these things, guys. Now it says NGOs as a weapon. Oh, and let me grab this before I forget, because I didn't get this earlier. Oh, I thought that would pop up. Let's do. Because Corbett's work is always fantastic on this. This should pop up. There you go. It's called NGOs Are the Deep State's Trojan Horses. Keep that for you. Now, it says USAID funneled $15 billion into Syria while secretly funding opposition networks and anti-government operations. Bankrolled the White Helmets, a group exposed for collaborating with Al-Qaeda, which, by the way, nobody should be discounting at this point, just because what we can see happening in Syria at this point, it's just like they've pulled that mask off. All of them, Biden included. And staging propaganda videos to justify U.S. intervention. Now, you get the point on this. He's just going over, this was one of the main points, that it went well through Donald Trump's administration. Multiple examples. And I simply said, as usual, it's all bipartisan, or the honest way to look at it, simply your government. This was taking place during Trump's administration, along with many others, the Syria dynamic. So to pretend today that this is some Democrat agenda is willful ignorance. You are being played. This is a comment underneath that post. Montana grouper says, wow, can't wait for the Trump admin to use the new organization to do the same thing. Exactly. And then DD Geopolitics says they don't mind the org, they just mind that they couldn't control it. Now it's under State Department, problem solved. See, plenty of people can discern what's going on here without being wildly partisan. Max Blumenthal points out the Venezuela side of this, right? That was during Trump's administration too. But these aren't just unique to his administration. It's just demonstrating that they were utilizing this very same thing. Like here is Guaido with USAID right there. And it says, former fake Venezuelan president Juan Guaido, I mean, now as they currently try to force in and failed another, what was the guy's name now? Gonzalez? I forget. Same thing. Elon was all about it. And underneath this conversation, as well as Bolivia, I think it was Bolivia specifically, he said, we'll coup whoever we want. They're clearly going after these things. But it says, Juan Guaido is one of the largest single recipients of USAID support in recent years. You can see him below with members of the Colombian narco cartel, which is funny to me, right? Because remember, I make that point where they call Maduro a narco trafficker while working with Colombia that exports the vast majority of cocaine to the world. That's how stupid this all is. That they just don't care because it's like they know we see it and it's not about that anymore. It says you can see him below with members of that cartel. It says who assisted USAID's aid stunt on the Venezuelan border. Remember that? Where they got caught throwing Molotov cocktails on an aid truck that was full of barbed wire and wood. And there was videos of them making the cocktail. It was just so clumsy. That was Trump's administration. Matt Kennard, Evo Morales. We've talked about this many times. And the main one is always about, I forgot to grab the article, actually. I don't know how to find that right now. It was a while ago. Remember the one I talked about, though, where Mike Pompeo, where Evo Morales stood up at the United Nations and laid it out, like just scathing about the U.S. government's corruption, biological, everything. And Mike Pompeo was staring daggers at him. And that's all it was. I said, oh, here we go. And I framed the show. What was it? Bolivia's pending U.S. regime change. And then what do you know? Literally happened. And that wasn't because I knew that, but I'm like, well, look at that. Like, clearly this guy is rocking the boat and Pompeo was not having, what do you know? And so that happened under Trump's administration too. And this is Matt Kennard saying Evo knew what Bolivia had to do to make itself a sovereign country. The empire of acronyms, USAID, National Endowment for Democracy, DEA, et al., is not anywhere to help, but to dominate and subjugate. But it took the CIA a long 13 years to coup him, right? So it went well before Trump. What we need to see is the continuity. That Trump picked up the baton from a Democrat administration and carried all the way through, because you're not seeing a different thing. You're seeing the government continue its agendas. Or at the very least, if you disagree with that, Trump using USAID to carry out regime change just like the rest of them. And it's not just, look at these woke contracts and burn. No, that's not what this is about. That's how you're being played. Not to say that's not important, but it's not the real focus of the globalist technocratic agenda. But James Lee did a breakdown on USAID and says the Trump admin is moving to shut down USAID, which it didn't happen. Okay, this is on the second. So clearly Marco Rubio is taking over this agenda. But it goes, the deep state's furious, which I don't know. I think that's the fun framing. I don't think that's what's going on because it didn't stop. And the deep state is happy to continue to use the USAID. It says, why? Because it's really a humanitarian. It's basically, he's calling it out as a regime change engine. Okay. So that's the framing you're getting from the partisans. But if you look at his thread, I get the sense he might just be doing that. Like some of the times he does this, he seems to get right to the point. But he points out Cuba, 2012, doesn't relate, right? But many different examples, but there are many of them, like Venezuela, that happened all through Trump's administration. So you can't pretend like what he just highlighted. So if the deep state's furious, then he's part of it. And today, now that we know it's continuing, answers itself. But Ukraine, 2014 coup, right? But then, as we know, it has continued in many different ways, well past that, all the way through Trump's administration, and now he's still funding them. Not hard to see. Bolivia, that was Trump's administration, not the 2013 example, but the one where he was actually outed. Haiti, also Trump's administration, but all of them for that matter. Like, they've been messing with Haiti as far back as you look. And then ask yourself why they don't care that they don't have another election. Aren't they always talking about democracy and elections? Except they don't here because they get what they want already. So they don't really need to stage an election. Afghanistan, all the way through Trump's administration, but again, all of them. And it continues, is the same thing, always continues. I mean, you get the point. Many of them are not for older or, but the bottom line, and he says, as he illustrated, USAID pretends to be about democracy and helping the world. But in reality, it was always a covert tool for U.S. power, a front for CIA-backed regime change. Right. So now as we're talking about Trump calling on the CIA to help everybody, we need to start asking how much, whether you're being played. How much you're being played is what I was going to say, but that's what I think. America first foreign policy, he writes. Marco Rubio recently in Wall Street Journal. U.S. foreign policy has been focused on other regions while overlooking our own. That ends now until he goes into Iran. I don't buy it for a second. Is anybody who's even been paying attention to Rubio for a week can truly sit here and tell me that makes sense with anything he's ever done? I don't know. I feel like I'll make fun of you. That seems like a really stupid, his own work, his statements, his overlapping work with everything suggests that's not even remotely what he's capable of. But he goes, maybe taxpayer dollars will finally go to fixing America instead of funding foreign coups. Time will tell. I agree. I hope for the best. Sadly, I don't think that's even remotely on the table. Again, since we already see him positioning himself to go after Iran, positioning himself to use his position for Israel's interests. And this was just the same point. Just USAID funding, showing you different examples that go through Trump's administration. And then $1 billion to Israel. And what's important on this point, guys, is to ask yourself, if we're seeing $1 billion go to Israel after they're shaving $1 billion off DEI and everything else, why is that happening the way it is? Right? Because aren't we under isn't Israel getting $38 billion over 10 years, like $3.8 billion yeah, that's what we're told. And it has been happening. But wait a minute, if Trump starts cutting these programs, doesn't that mean that Israel's going to stop getting their funding? I would argue probably not. Like we already saw them go, but Israel and Egypt, that continues. But what if? Like, what if you did dismantle it? Again, it doesn't seem to be dismantled. As of right now, it exists and Rubio's running it. That's what he said. It's public. But what if for some reason they do yank that? Because they have to follow through with at least one thing, apparently. Well, that would mean that the Israeli funding would have to come from something else. Because I don't believe for a second they would stop it. I hope so. But that's why I wanted to point this out. I found this really, really revealing. So we've talked about UNRWA and all these things for a while. But this is an older video from February of last year talking about the Israeli government floating the idea of switching out UNRWA with USAID to help Gaza. Didn't Trump just tell us we're going to rebuild? Now, what's funny is he's talking about other places, but he also did talk about rebuilding Gaza. So he would be talking about doing that for who exactly if we're removing all the Palestinians? Well, for specifically Israeli Zionist Jews, and that's the only thing that's going to be allowed. They're all telling you that because that's totally not racist supremacy at all, right? But if they're already talking about this, shouldn't we be considering this as we see this roll out? I argue you're going to have people that refuse to think about this. These pieces fit together far too well. Maybe I didn't grab that. This isn't the one. Yeah, hold on. I got to grab that real quick. So this is from Breakthrough News. I'll probably play the entire thing. He's basically just laying out what they said and how they're, basically suggesting that this is the next step. Or if it loads for me. There we go. Okay. There you go. Where is it?
Israel
There it is. Couldn't find it. There you go.
wants to replace UNRWA with a CIA front group. You've probably seen in the last few weeks that Israel has been making a huge coordinated push to demonize UNRWA, the UN's aid organization for Palestine, saying that they have evidence that 12 of UNRWA's 30,000 workers are members of Hamas, who helped carry out the October 7th counteroffensive.
I'm not going to stop it, but I just want to say in the beginning that in and of itself has already been shown to be such a wild exaggeration, especially because, but I pointed out many times, as he sort of goes into, that UNRWA was something, let's not forget, Israel funded Hamas right up until October 7th. You can't, that doesn't diminish or undermine the legal active armed resistance, no matter what people want to say. It doesn't. But it's also important to point it out because it's true. The point is that clearly we can see the Hamas manipulation through Israel, as he stated and others have pointed out, in order to divide Palestine so they don't take the two-state solution, or we make sure it doesn't happen, despite pretending to want it. And so the point being that while they, I think, made that happen with Hamas, or you can argue they get voted. I mean, you could decide for yourself. I just don't know how we're going to pretend that Israel would allow them to vote when they're calling them all terrorists. Think how stupid that is. Either way, and especially since we know they wanted them there in order to divide them, I think they made that happen, like they manipulate elections everywhere. The point being that once you then go forward from that position, everything goes through Hamas because that's now the government. So it's a simple and easy way of forcing it to be they all become Hamas by default because they have to get a library card through Hamas. Like, that's how dumb it gets. So think about how crazy it is now, and that's the best they can do, is that many people.
Front group. You've probably seen in the last few weeks that Israel has been making a huge coordinated push to demonize UNRWA, the UN's aid organization for Palestine, saying that they have evidence that 12 of UNRWA's 30,000 workers are members of Hamas, who helped carry out the October 7th counteroffensive. Mind you, Israel hasn't actually provided any proof of this, just a dossier that only the United States was allowed to see, and the rest of us are supposed to just take them at their word. But Hamas is also the governing party of Gaza. There are school teachers in Hamas. There are doctors in Hamas. Saying that we should cut off food to Gaza because some of the aid workers are in Hamas would be like saying that we should cut off food to Tel Aviv because every member in the Israeli government has served in the Israeli military, which is actively committing a genocide right now. Israel is using the confusion they've sowed to tighten their stranglehold on Gaza. Israel blocked a massive shipment of flour from entering Gaza, enough to feed 1 million people for a month, because they said it would end up with Hamas. But the mainstream media has been uncritically parroting Israel's accusations anyway, which has left much of the public debating and trying to disprove their made-up narrative while they starve Gaza right in front of us. Israel's obviously attacking UNRWA as part of their larger strategy to engineer famine in Gaza. Israeli politicians and generals have repeatedly stated that their strategy is to make Gaza unlivable. Right now, 1 in 4 households in Gaza is facing, quote, extreme lack of food and starvation, according to the Integrated Food Security Phase classification. Many people have resorted to eating grass and animal feed because food is too expensive to buy. But there is another detail of this story that's being overlooked. The Israeli news site Ynet reported last weekend that the Israeli Foreign Ministry has put together a task force that's working on writing up a proposal to replace UNRWA with USAID. The U.S. Agency for International Development, or USAID, is ostensibly a U.S. aid organization. Their website says, USAID is the world's premier international development agency and a catalytic actor driving development results. USAID's work advances U.S. national security and economic prosperity, demonstrates American generosity, and promotes a path to recipient self-reliance and resilience. Their website has pictures of non-white people smiling and eating food like you'd expect from other Western charities. So what's the problem? Well, USAID is basically an appendage of the U.S. national security state. As long as it's existed, USAID has funded and trained right-wing opposition groups in countries with governments that the U.S. wanted to undermine or overthrow. From its inception in 1961, the agency's Office of Public Safety funded and trained police officers in over 50 countries, propping up right-wing dictatorships around the world. The program came under so much scrutiny because it was linked to so many disappearances that it had to be shut down in 1974. More recently, the agency's leaned into its humanitarian image as a ploy to topple governments, specifically through its Office of Transition Initiatives, transition being the euphemism for overthrowing governments. OTI describes its work as, quote, supporting U.S. foreign policy objectives by helping local partners advance peace and democracy with, quote, programs that serve as catalysts for positive political change. One of its main targets has been Venezuela, where USAID has poured hundreds of millions of dollars into overthrowing its socialist government led by Hugo Chavez. A WikiLeaks cable from 2006 describes the U.S. ambassador's 5-point strategy to, quote, guide embassy activities in Venezuela, specifically from the referendum to the 2006 presidential elections. The 5 points were, quote, 1. Strengthening democratic institutions. 2. Penetrating Chavez's political base. 3. Dividing Chavismo, which is the name of the socialist movement in Venezuela. 4. Protecting vital U.S. business. And 5. Isolating Chavez internationally. The cable then goes on to explain how the U.S. has funneled tens of millions of dollars to anti-Chavez civil society groups through USAID's Office of Transition Initiatives. USAID's attacks on Venezuela only deepened in 2019 during a massive concerted push by the Trump administration to overthrow Venezuela's socialist president, Nicolas Maduro, and replace him with a US-backed puppet named Juan Guaido. The US government's own assessment of USAID's role in Venezuela states that it was to, quote, 1. Support Guaido's legitimacy as the interim president of Venezuela, and 2. Increase pressure on Maduro to step down as president. Accordingly, USAID prioritized aid to the Venezuelan people in coordination with the interim president, meaning Guaido, the fake US puppet. The document even states plainly that USAID's humanitarian program in Venezuela was coordinated with the National Security Council and the State Department. USAID has also made several attempts to overthrow the Cuban government. USAID built Cuban Twitter, called Zunzaneo, a social media platform which they wanted to popularize and then flood with anti-Cuba propaganda. USAID also infiltrated Cuba's underground rap scene in an attempt to try to convince anti-government rappers to try to overthrow the government. USAID even set up a fake HIV prevention workshop in Cuba, calling it, quote, the perfect excuse to identify political dissidents. Bolivia actually.
So I lied. I'm going to stop it right there. So that's important. There's a lot of things I could throw in there, but that right there, like, didn't they just, that's a big thing they keep pushing with all the woke DEI stuff, right? And it's all, they did this for aid, for treatment. Well, guess what? Half the time they're doing that as a cover for some kind of regime change operation, many of which were done during Trump's administration or any other left-right dynamic going back as far as you want to look. So just the point is today, recognize how lazy the arguments are from people who just want to push this as Democrats and Biden, and now we're changing the world because Rubio's taking over and I mean, it's lazy. I do not believe that you're all that stupid.
Banned USAID in 2014 because they claimed that USAID was infiltrating peasant unions and other organizations to overthrow the socialist government in Bolivia. Russia, Ecuador, and Eritrea have also banned USAID for similar reasons. So what does this have to do with Gaza? The whole objective of Israel's massacre was to destroy the Palestinian resistance as a whole. They thought that if they dropped enough bombs, they could actually destroy the Palestinian people's will to fight back and that they would surrender. But it's been 4 months, and thousands of casualties later, Israel's still nowhere close to defeating the resistance, leaving Israel no choice but to seek out a political solution.
Think about that. 4 months in. We're what, year, 2 months, however long past now? My God. Like we were thinking at that point, there's no way this can continue. I guess there is when people like this are in power.
This is where USAID comes in. Israel's slander against UNRWA has already caused UNRWA to lose huge amounts of funding to the point where it could very well become non-operational. If USAID were to replace UNRWA in the event of a truce or a ceasefire, USAID could easily be used to deny aid to anyone who supports the Palestinian resistance, which Israel already seems to be doing. Aid could be conditioned on people having to leave Gaza to receive it. Furthermore, if they behave anything like they have historically, USAID is going to throw money and aid around to try to take over Palestinian politics. In essence, this could be a larger ploy by Israel to weaponize humanitarian aid or the reconstruction effort to achieve what it couldn't achieve militarily. But it's also worth remembering that all of the USAID coup attempts that I mentioned earlier failed, because at the end of the day, no amount of money can buy people's trust. It won't make people forget that the US not only enabled this genocide, but financed it. Nothing can wash away that crime.
But they're sure as hell going to try. Don't for 1 second think they won't do their best to try to convince you that they're still the hero and the white knight of the situation. But here, as I said, and this is from February 20th, 2024, he made this. So it says when Rubio, this is what my point. This is just what I see coming. So when Rubio uses USAID to rebuild Gaza, as he was talking about 4 months into this, and I said, of course, without the Palestinians, surprise, surprise, will Republicans be able to call out this obvious deception then? I certainly hope so. And Brendan Circus says, well, Trump's not even trying to hide it. Here's what he said.
Will you continue to press for this idea that Jordan and Egypt can take Palestinians from Gaza?
Yeah, I would like to see Jordan. I'd like to see Egypt take some look. The Gaza thing has not worked. It's never worked. And
the Gaza thing, like it's a project, right? Well, that's how they see it. That's how radical Zionists see it. The reality is, this is Palestine, and it's been illegally occupied for 76 years. Well, tech people debate about the occupation point. I'm arguing if we're talking about the moment it was being pushed off their land to now, that's what we're talking about. And so the way he's framing this just makes me, trust me, guys, he knows. There are people in every which way. I mean, you don't think he sees, there's people that support him in his inner circle, like not in his administration, but people that I see that are large influential Republicans that I guarantee say things that he sees that tell you what is really going on in Israel. Or that there's advisors that have to know. But here he is, making it out to be some kind of little project that just didn't work out. Not only is that insulting, it's genocidal with what's going on.
I feel very differently about Gaza than a lot of people. I think they should get a good, fresh, beautiful piece of land, and we get some people to put up the money to build it and make it nice and make it...
It's the same thing he just put. The point is he's just reiterating it. That's what he's pointing out. That he's just not even hiding it. He continued. It wasn't some one-off comment on a podcast. He is going, they're going to leave, but we're going to get a big, beautiful piece of land. They don't want anything from you, Donald Trump. That's the point. But it doesn't matter because you can make it out because Gavir and Smotrich, it's voluntary migration. Okay, when they all tell you F off, we don't want to leave, we never did, then what? Well, you already know what. They've been doing it for 76 years. And as somebody pointed out in the chat, by the way, well, that's why they need the External Revenue Service, right? When you're absorbing new territory and shoving people into new areas, well, Trump says he can create new agency to collect revenue from foreign sources. Guys, it's just so, that's freedom, right? Trump to order U.S. withdrawal from United Nations Human Rights Council. Halt UNRWA funding. So here we go. Now realize it's interesting that you would see this. Like, so look, I'm the first person to have, well back to during COVID-19 discussion, the WHO, the world, the United Nations, all these different groups are, in my opinion, largely a problem. I mean, that's globalism. Guys, we're watching the consolidation of power at a more of a central point. That's what I've always thought. But regardless of that, where we're at today, it's interesting to me that the UN itself, not the actual body, but the individuals within it, the other states, the other representatives of other countries that actually seem to want to stop the genocide, they have spoken out through this medium. It's with little effect so far, other than changing people's minds, which is powerful. So I think it's fascinating to me that he is pulling out of the Human Rights Council at a time when it's one of the only things that have been truly calling out the genocide. I don't know how you missed that. Of course, you're going to get all because, UN bad, which, yes, the same thing as always. Yes, Fed bad. Yes, government bad. We're all on the same page, except you're only getting tricked into the newest, worse dynamic while removing the thing that is already falling apart. We were already all calling out. I can't stop seeing it everywhere. I hope I'm wrong. And halting on refunding, which was already happening for the most part. He'd already done that before. And the point is that this is just one step in that same direction, which all it means is you're denying their right to return. That's what it really means. Now, Patrick Henningsen also points out, and we've mentioned her before, what's her name? Samantha Power, head of the USAID, Samantha Power, has shut down her Twitter account. Now, here's what I find interesting, and here's my statement for where this goes. If nothing happens to these people, no investigation, no discussion, then this was all a ploy, which I'm pretty convinced it already is with the way it's going. But as Patrick writes, this viper is at the center of nearly every dirty regime change operation and proxy war for the last 15 plus years. This woman needs to stand in front of a congressional inquiry for American people to know exactly of her corrupt secret activities and money laundering ops via USAID. She ruined countless millions of lives worldwide through her covert ops, also adjacent to terrorist groups in Syria. So, of course, if Trump and the rest of them are dismantling the deep state apparatus and the CIA regime change engine, then wouldn't they call her out? Well, they won't if that's not really what's happening. And she might just be able to go, but Trump used it too, all through his administration. So mark my words, as nothing happens and they move forward, even if it stops, they won't call her out because she will expose the fact that they all were a part of it. That's provable, guys. So it's absolutely true. We'll see what happens. Now, the CIA point is worth pointing out with this, right? So think about how silly it is that we're all pointing this stuff out about clear deep state influence, USAID, which we all, even right now, the Republicans are going CIA front. That's what it is. Okay, well, did we already forget Trump going, we need the CIA involved now before it's too late? So is it only the left part of the CIA that's the bad guy? Are we really going to go that direction? Here we are. I just don't get it. I know you're all very aware and not stupid. And so why are we still here? Because you are the majority and they are being represented as the majority. That's what I think is happening. I think we all see this, and I think they're presenting a very, very small grouping of people as everything, which, you know, in the context of everybody in this country, it's small, but we're still talking about, you know, hundreds of thousands, millions of people. But Glenn Greenwald points out massive protests have erupted in front of the USAID building following Donald Trump's and Musk's unlawful, they write, attempts to shut down USAID. Now, technically, that is correct. Right? The idea of what we're talking about is the way they went about it. That's what I was saying before. Even if I would agree that it's a bad thing that should go away, but even though that's not what they're doing, don't forget that. The fact that you would do it in a way that opens the door to more corruption seems like a plan, a ploy, a plot. But nonetheless, Glenn says this, which I find interesting. The fact that Democrats finally found a cause worth fighting for, defending a corrupted monument to waste coups and imperialism called USAID. It is pathetic as it is unsurprising. I agree. But it says, can't wait until the next Dem marched in defense of the CIA. So I just find it funny because sometimes I like Glenn's, most of what he points out, I agree with. But what's funny to me is that sometimes I get the sense that he's vested in going after the Democrats because that's where he comes from. And so he can be blind to the, like, how are you going to make that point and not call out Trump calling on the CIA? Not that he has to do that. Maybe he made that point in a separate tweet. But I just think it's funny that that's, you know, the Dems and CIA and USAID, you know, that's going to get lots of reach by the Republicans who make it only about one side of the conversation. Maybe that's why. But here's Trump and January 2nd with 70 million views. Our country's a disaster, a laughingstock all over the world. Yeah, and it's equally your responsibility for that. This is what happens when you have open borders and Democrat. It's a lot more than that. But the main point, Democrats should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen. The CIA must get involved now before it's too late, he says. Whoops. Which is just ridiculous. David Knight says, Trump said in his first campaign that we were lied into the Iraq war. He was right. Then he became president and put the woman who created the lies and covered up the torture as head of CIA, Gina Haspel, which we talked about. Trump is still controlled by these people. Sad. He sees it. Okay, so CIA, right? So if we're knowing now that this is CIA front and he's calling for the CIA and now we can see Marco Rubio, it's just a 1, 2, 3 thing, guys. It's very easy. That's why I think people see it. Stop listening to partisan screamers. Now, on the note of the CIA, again, here's the tweet. The CIA must get involved, it says. Just the words, just CIA. Clearly, he says CIA in that post, but you won't, look, it says nothing, not top, not latest. Not hard to see. And it's obvious why that one's uncomfortable. It makes them look bad. That's my opinion. I can't prove that's what's happening there, but it's pretty consistent, isn't it? I keep showing the same thing, keeps happening, and we keep seeing examples from specifically Musk and Trump that just simply don't show up. Now, just last on this one part of it, Destiny Resendez says, 5 years, wow, 5 years of screaming to the world that USAID was infiltrated by the CIA, excuse me, and had gone rogue, and now people are cheering that it's getting disbanded. She goes, people don't even know how or why USAID, an agency started by JFK himself, became the rogue CIA front that it has become. I mean, you could argue it always has been, but her point is the same. Like, they don't understand the mechanism. And because it's a trendy headline, people suddenly care, and yet most people still have zero substantive understanding of it. And because of this, a new, probably worse version of USAID will emerge and replace it. Destiny is somebody you should follow. The point is clearly let's just even say it's everything they're saying. The fact is people are just jumping onto the thing. It's the current thing. It's the joke I made about left and right. It's the same thing, guys. Just like the left supports the current thing and the flag, the right does the same thing. Whatever the current thing is, we're supposed to go, yay, we did this. Did you even look into it further? Do you understand what's going on, both sides of it? No. Or you're fake news. They are turning into it. The point on top of it, though, is clearly we can see that is what's happening. that they're not going away with it, at least at the moment. They're simply changing it to something else that seems far worse. Rubio, with all the resources completely co-opted by Musk, they can do what they want. That's not a good thing. Now, Whitney simply said, while it is true that USAID is an intelligence cutout that has emerged and engaged in financing regime change and other terrible things, she says, I feel that the independent media focus on USAID being dismantled, it is actually just going to be rehoused at the Rubio-run State Department, is distracting us from the fact that Musk, who is trying to turn Twitter into the everything app that he wants to run more than half of the U.S. financial system, and which is launching payment rails this year, he just partnered with Visa, guys, just gained access to Americans' private banking information via the Treasury payment system. It's just all right in front of you. Just because you believe he's the good guy doesn't change the fact that that's very concerning. It says the, quote, everything app model embodied by the infamous WeChat is effectively a public-private app used to surveil people's communications and financial activity with often Orwellian consequences. USAID absolutely sucks, but we also need to keep our eye on the ball as big tech oligarchs beget techno-tyranny and will do so very easily if we fail to scrutinize them and pay attention to the things they are openly building. It's the point we keep making. Just because we see them doing something that we've all been calling for years that they now have sort of engineered to go away anyway, watch for what they're doing instead. Don't just cheer on the thing that you think is your side's thing, the current thing. Look at the details. She says Musk in his new role does not have to divest from any business interests, including Twitter. Think about that. And can easily use Doge or other means to fulfill his everything app desires and king-make companies which he owns, controls, or in which he is deeply invested. And I mean, that's the thing is they argue he doesn't even need to sign these documents. So one of the most clearly compromised individuals in this conversation is able to do whatever he wants to anything and has no oversight, no checks and balances, and no potential ethics pledges in the context of being able to divulge where these conflicts might be. How is that not concerning for anybody with a brain? Now she goes, amazing how many people think I'm simping for USAID. It's crazy. She goes, no, I am saying that USAID, which I believe should be dismantled, is the focus of hype around current Doge activities, and that we should also pay attention to the recent news that they just obtained practically every American's banking information at a time when the man leading Doge is trying to turn one of his companies, which he is not required to divest from, into a core component of the U.S. financial system. Nuance really has become a dirty word over the past year. Just nuts, isn't it? I know you guys see it. Help people see it, guys. Now she said, no, this was the tweet we just read. Now she goes, for people saying that Elon is trustworthy, and which, by the way, would be completely your opinion, scary to base something like this on your opinion, and saying that he's trustworthy and that USAID is bad. Do you guys remember Elon's, quote, we will coup whoever we want, deal with it statement over the 2019 coup in lithium-rich Bolivia that he was poised to benefit from? I pulled it up plenty of times. If you don't think that's true, we've shown you many times. It says, even if USAID is completely dismantled, that certainly does not mean that regime change ops will stop. Oligarchs can just fund them directly. They largely control the controversial NGOs that USAID funds anyway. So that very well may be the point. Just pull the mask away. We don't need the fronts anymore. Right? This is why we have to watch about what actually happens, not just jump at the words they say. It says, sorry for raining on the parade. That's why we call black-pilled, for daring to point out what we can see, the facts that back it up. But handing over major government ops to intelligence and military-linked oligarchs is unlikely to be the win against the deep state you think it is. It is ultimately a deeper centralization of power. That's what I'm saying. And historically, that doesn't end well. Or the countless examples of the things they've already pretended they did that turn out not to be what they said. Doesn't lying mean anything anymore? That you can prove that they were wrong or lying and that we keep believing what they say the next day? Now this person responds, since when is Elon Musk intelligence and military linked? Wild, right? Pretty sure he's on the SHIT list, hit list. That's the game they play, right? This guy's tapped into some Alex Jones show. The point is, clearly, the guy is literally a military contractor all through Biden's administration and well before. as well as with the military. Okay, it's very clear. He's working with the National Reconnaissance Office to build a satellite network that's going to spy on us. That's a public statement. So the idea that he's on the hit list is because that's the narrative they built. He's doing the things they don't like. Who are they? The group that he's literally bolstering right now with action? Or, it's just a silly thing. And the point is, she says he builds the intelligence community's satellites and is a major Pentagon contractor. No, he's not on the SHIT list, or the deep state would have taken those contracts away. Seems pretty obvious, doesn't it? Hard to sell. Hard to sell. People will buy whatever they want to believe these days. But, that was the same point. So Elon, in response to Chuck Schumer, who in no way, shape, or form is somebody I support or care. This is what I was saying earlier. If you can't at least consider, and I could definitely be wrong, it's just my opinion, if you can't consider that there is more coordination here about what they both want to accomplish, which is pro-Israel, it's all the same conversation. If you really stand back, you can see left and right are all about the same regime changes. The point is, if you can't consider that he would throw this out in order to make it seem as if, because the mindset is, if Democrats, the other is good. If he says that Elon's doing a bad thing, then he must be doing the right thing. Amazing how it got that simple to manipulate people today. But Chuck Schumer simply says an unelected, and just so it's clear, what he says is true. An unelected shadow government is conducting a hostile takeover of the federal government. Now, I would say an unelected entity. The point would be him pointing at the shadow government, which I would argue he's absolutely, people that have facilitated Israel's influence, or whatever you want to call the deep state, he is absolutely a part. I think we all know that. So at the point where he's going, they're taking over it with the hostile, well, that's probably because by saying overtly the thing that they're all a part of, but aiming at Elon, it becomes easy to go, well, then he's dismissing Elon from all of it. That's just my thought. All I ask is that you consider that. And he goes, DOGE is not a real government agency. That's true. DOGE has no authority to make spending decisions. That's also true. DOGE has no authority to shut programs down or to ignore federal law. Guys, that's technically true. We're talking about the reality as an advisory role, but it's stepping in and just removing people from positions and stuff that's been allotted by Congress. Whether or not I want all of it to go away, that's still accurate. And it says DOGE's conduct cannot be allowed to stand. Congress must take action to restore the rule of law, which I don't think he cares about any of that. Frankly, I think he's on board with most of this. But so Elon says hysterical reactions like this. Hysterical reactions. Hardly hysterical when you're basically pointing out all of what you're doing, save for the shadow government taking over the federal government. I'm arguing we're watching a technocratic Zionist takeover right in front of us, which I think Schumer's a part of. So funny how all you got to do is get an idiot like Schumer to point exactly at what's happening for you to go, that's probably a law. That's the Elon Musk is saving us. No facts needed, just narrative, and you run. But it says, this is how we know that's what exactly. Hysterical reactions like this is how we know DOGE is doing the work that really matters. He's telling you what to think. Oh, okay, so because he said it, that means the opposite is true. We're winning. It's pretty silly. This is it's possible he's right, but my point would be that I don't know that any more than you do. So why would we choose to blindly believe him? Same answer. He says, this is the one shot the American people have to debut the bureaucracy. Oh, right. We'll never have another election again. The most important election of your lifetime is just the one. What I find funny is what people keep pointing out. Have you noticed that they haven't stopped advertising? Pretty sure they're in position, right? So why are we still seeing Trump ads on TV, which are happening still, saying, we're going to keep doing this for the country? Who are they trying to convince right now? Maybe all of us, because maybe none of us are on board. Certainly possible. But the one shot we have to defeat the bureaucracy, as you're a literal bureaucrat, unelected, does that seem silly? What's the one shot? Giving him ultimate power to do what he wants with Israel? It's just kind of crazy, man. And I'm not saying I support Chuck Schumer. Hardly. All of them are not on your side. But here's what Catherine Austin Fitts says. Actually, this is the first time I can remember agreeing with Chuck Schumer. See my point? So it's easy to think that just because he says it has to be because he's a dishonest person. Or that's why they're doing that. It says, during Bush, large donors got presidential cufflinks. Some got a couple of $100 million of FHA mortgage credit during Reagan. But wow, getting access to all of Treasury payment data that should require a top secret clearance when you are building a financial network on your social media, all which can connect to your satellites funded by the government and the chips you want to install in people's heads. Now, that is getting quite a return on investment on your political contributions. Banana Republic, anyone? I mean, this is, again, the kind of statement you're making. Like, if you could just pull yourself out of the political side of it, or the somehow childlike belief that you know what these people want, that is an objectively clear statement. That is not what we pretend we're trying to do. The consolidation of power is not the answer to big government. It's the exact opposite of what you think you're doing. Please get people to recognize that. Another point. This is Schumer saying American people will not stand for an unelected secret group to run rampant through the executive branch. Again, how is that not what's happening? Just because you like the fact of who's running the unelected group doesn't change the fact that that's actually true. But Elon says he's mad that Doge is dismantling the radical left shadow government. Again, this is the kind of thing that we need to laugh about. So we're going to pretend that the shadow government since existence has just been the left? How does that even make sense with everything we can see? You all went along with the genocide, genocide too, but COVID-19, you're also supporting it. You all went along with the USAID agendas multiple times. If you just take a second to think about these things, the logic is not there. To me, it seems laughable right on its face. The left side of the shadow, that's part of the government. If the government, anyway, it's the same dynamic. And you can look back as far as you want and see plenty of examples that it's visibly not left. And it says, this is our one chance. Oh, reiterates the same point. The one chance to take power back from the people. So let's say hypothetically you give him all the power. So we're going to pretend that that will somehow translate to democracy, right? So giving somebody central power is democracy, or you're just going to pretend he's going to give it all back to you. When's the last time any bureaucrat, politician or otherwise, gave back power? When's the last time anybody in history gave back power? I can't remember. But I guess we'll just hope really strong that this is the first time. Now, more lies around the USAID point in general. This is how this works. See, they have to bolster these lies because they see us seeing through it. I'm convinced. So Ian Miles Chong, who just seems to be in the pocket of Elon Musk, says USAID funds Rockefeller Institute, which is funding, here we go, come full circle, the pro-Hamas protests in campuses across the U.S. Did you know that? Oh, look, Tucker Carlson Times. Oh, it's probably not Tucker Carlson says. Yeah, probably not. The point, though, is Elon responds and says, interesting. Which, my experience means that he knows it's not real, but wants to give it reach because it works for him. So he can't claim that he said it was real. He just goes, that's interesting. I didn't have time to look into it. But we sure as hell made sure that it got 38.7 million views. Interesting. Well, guess what's interesting? That's not true. Very easy to prove. And that we actually already talked about this the last time he made this exact kind of point. The Rockefeller Brothers Fund, and this was about during the protest, they tried to argue they were funding it through, it was very clear that because Jewish Voices for Peace, which by the way is Jewish Voices for Peace, it's not that's the group they were trying to tell you was the rabid, anti-Semitic, crazy, threatening Jew. They're Jewish people themselves. It's just so ridiculous. That's saying that fund he's pointing to, that Ian Miles Chong is lying about, without any source material, that's Twitter files for you, which last donated to the group he's talking about in June 2023. 4 months before October 7th is not the same thing as the Rockefeller Institute, Rockefeller Brothers Fund. So not only get the name wrong, but ultimately that it didn't, and we made that point back then, and it was only, I think it was a short period of time for a small amount of money, which you make a point about it. That's fair. It could mean something, but it doesn't guarantee. And of course, what we can see is that they've continued to actively push back and have continued to call out left and right. Anybody supporting the genocide, alongside Jews and Muslims and Christians, all calling out the genocide. But all they want to do is connect the dots on their lazy agendas, right? USA, Democrats, bad. Oh, and they're also funding Hamas, and it all works together. You know why that's easy? Because the people that want to believe that are in their circle, don't need anything to back it up. Elon said, he said it was interesting, so we're going to run with it. That's what's happening. Now, of course, he also has to jam it into COVID-19. you know, alongside the father of the vaccine that literally rolled this out and still promotes it. They are seemingly desperate. Like, that's what I get from this. Maybe I'm wrong. He says, did you know? Well, first, Kano the Great says, USAID funneled $53 million to EcoHealth Alliance. Now, to be clear, under Trump's administration, the first time they did pull back funding on the PREDICT program. I simply argue, though, that was because we're at a point where this was rolling out. Like, what we're talking about is the funding for EcoHealth Alliance and like North Carolina, Chapel Hill, like the idea of where this machine came from. If we're really going to try to stand back now with what we know and pretend that the Trump administration wasn't actively involved with not just the research in multiple places in China, which I talked about right in the beginning of this, the continuation of the funding during the time after he pulled from Wuhan. Like, guys, it's transparent. And that's why I made that point about David Martin, where Alex Jones had a conversation with him and tried to frame it like he made it about the Democrats. If you listen to Martin's claims, he is explicit about it. This was being done during Trump's administration, but also left and right. But you cannot pull it out of that. Trump was a major part of what happened here, and David's clear about that. So what we're talking about here is trying to make it about USAID, that's only a Democrat plot, and now connect it back to COVID-19, and just ignore anything that shows you that it's not just a left-sided game. That is, we are the media now. That's what's happening. New York Post, of course. CIA tried to pay off analysts to bury findings that COVID lab leak was likely. Well, we also get into the main point about whether that's even what's happening. But overall, the point is that Elon said, did you know how much you want to bet he didn't even look into any of this? Completely my opinion. I'd be willing to bet you anything. He simply saw Kanoa the Great's post, saw some screenshots, and said, share. And said, did you know the thing he just said? That USAID, your tax dollars, funded bioweapon research, including COVID-19, that killed millions of people? Yeah, we did know. And we know that you're all involved too. You're working on mRNA microfactories. You're all rolling out an mRNA COVID cancer shot. Are we really going to pretend like we all don't know that? My point. Hold on, did I miss that? Hold on. Oh, come on. See, this Twitter's so ridiculous sometimes. Okay, that makes sense, right? So I go back. Oh, there you go. Fine. I was going to say, I just wouldn't go back to the tweet. There you go. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I guess that was it. But the overall point, the saying that they... Oh, no, that's what it was. I knew there was something I was going to say. And so it is going into the next tweet about this. But quick points about this. Overall, about the CIA, again, like the idea that the CIA is... Come to save us. Come, hurry up. CIA needs to come in and help now, Trump just said. How do you make sense of any of that if this is the same group that, it's lazy? But the overall point is Donald Trump, despite even the point about PREDICT, very clearly overlap with all of this. The research that continued, the work from before, all the way through. And continued to push the shot to this very day. That's something you just can't ignore. Now, what's funny is, of course, you have, what's her name again? Caroline Leavitt, saying, Trump said that COVID came from a lab in China. Many members of this Rome mocked him. He said it was spewing conspiracy theories. It was not. He's right again. Oh, is he right? Because what? The CIA said on a Sean Ryan podcast? Or what are we talking about? Why are we just blindly going along? Like, this is what's so frustrating about this. Of course, we should always have, like we were doing in the beginning, consider that this was something that came from a lab or was real in the first place. And then that would very clearly be, as I'm going to play from Jeffrey Sachs down here, a U.S. lab, despite being worked on in China. That's what the evidence shows. So here they are again, and I know Benny Johnson knows that, pushing the idea that works for Trump in the moment. But then the bigger question is any of that true? This is the reality of Denny Rancourt's work, and the question about whether this was even there in the first place, which the data, the math, shows is absolutely possible. Before we get to that, it's funny. So pushing the idea once again that it's only a Democrat thing, right? And that Trump was trying to tell you the truth, and it was only that. How do you make sense of that with all the actual data that I know Benny knows about? That's what I mean when you just sense the dishonesty in all of it, or the willful ignorance when it comes to people that they're supporting. It bothers me. But the point is, Jeffrey Sachs is telling you that this is a fraction of the truth. But then again, consider that it might not have been in the first place, and that really highlights an even bigger picture about how they're deceiving you about it.
COVID was caused by a virus that from the very beginning had telltale signs that it was made in a laboratory.
Right.
And I've studied this very intensively over the last 4 years. because I chaired a global commission about these issues. The CIA finally said what is true, which is that this virus came out of a lab. What they didn't tell you, and what's quite important, is that it almost surely was made in a U.S. laboratory.
Oh boy!
Not in a Chinese laboratory. It may have been tested in a Chinese laboratory, but it was made in a U.S. laboratory, probably in the University of North Carolina, by the way. Just
now, then ask yourself why Trump so rapidly, before anybody knew anything, grabbed the microphone and yelled China, 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 which now they're reiterating once again. I know you're smart enough to see these things.
Just to mention, we have a lot to learn, but there's a lot of trail about this. It's awful, and it was hidden by the Biden administration. This decision by the CIA director to make this statement is a kind of partial step, because it was said that it's, yes, probably out of a lab, but China. Okay, that's convenient. But the truth is, it was probably out of a lab made by U.S. scientists and perhaps sent to China for testing. One very good theory is that the Wuhan facility has a colony of a specific kind of bat population that the U.S. scientists wanted to use for testing this new virus, because they wanted to see whether these bats in China would be susceptible to this newly concocted virus. But there's a big trail of evidence. In the end, it's not going to be the CIA, it's going to be the FBI if they ever get on this to crack this case, because this is an inside U.S. job, and it wouldn't be so hard to find out. Probably they know. University of North Carolina, by the way, has been sued for 2020 and 2019, especially emails. They're holding off releasing 2019 emails. The University of North Carolina, are you kidding? They should be the first to say, in the public interest, we release everything so that we can understand what happened. They're holding these emails secretly and fighting nonstop to keep them from public scrutiny. And that's unbelievable. We do need to find out what happened. There's good reason to believe that Tony Fauci funded extraordinarily reckless, dangerous research that went awry.
Absolutely. And obviously he makes the point to mention Biden, because Biden's absolutely responsible just as much as Trump. You just can't decouple these two things. It rolls right through both. And they each played a very central role in all of it. But as somebody pointed out in the chat, the reality clearly, if we're talking about this, ties straight back to Fort Detrick in so many obvious ways that this is one of the reasons why I find it hard to really pull completely away from something. Whether it's just a cold or some kind of random small thing, but overall, the point I'll make in a second is that the math point, that will never leave. That's powerful to me. That's why Denny Rancourt's work is absolutely essential in this conversation, and why you shouldn't dismiss the concept of the terrain theory overlapping point. Consider all of it, question it, come to your conclusions about it. Don't be bullied by somebody to take one side or the other, and feel free to feel like you don't know for sure and leave it there. The point is that Fort Detrick and the outbreak of the cold and the ground grass opacity and the vaping issue and the nursing homes and the outbreak, all that was right before the World Military Games in China, where U.S. personnel got sick, didn't partake. Many of them finished way less in place than they ever did before. It's just, there's so many things like that. But this was an article we did, or a show in 2023, revisiting Fort Detrick, vaping overlap. So we go back to it and go over it again. It's worth watching. COVID origins as EcoHealth restarts coronavirus work. Now that was, the link's in here. Basically just shows you that they restarted in 2023 doing similar work, which that would be clearly Biden. Now, also what he's talking about, the bat research that was funded very knowingly through, because this is my point about Trump when he pulled back on Wuhan. At that time, you could see they continued funding to multiple locations that were doing the same thing. I pointed out many times. You could, I guess, argue he didn't know that, but it's so easy to pretend like you just did. There's so many overlapping examples that show he does, like he knows the shot kills people and pretends it doesn't right now. But this was Ralph Barrick. Equal Health Line. This is U.S. funded research on coronavirus-induced myocarditis. Wild. This is in the 90s from his own curriculum, talking about rabbits and testing these and finding out whether they can make a coronavirus create myocarditis. Then they went on to try to aerosolize it with bats in caves. It's very, very clear. This is their research. Doesn't mean that's what happened, but it's wild to think that this is what they were doing. And then we literally see some massive myocarditis thing that they deny. Maybe that was the whole ploy, though. It's hard to say. But here's Denny's, my interview with Denny on 2022. It's Denny Rancoux is actually how you say it. It's Denny Rancoux interview. Data proves COVID-19 is actually an illusion. Now, the way that is supposed to be heard, it doesn't have to mean that every part of it is false, but simply that the illusion is that what they were claiming wasn't true. It could mean all of it, though, because what he says and what you can see and listen to it carefully in the study he shows that he conducted, mathematically speaking, if you stand back and take any possible pathogen out of the conversation, rather in the context of whatever there might be from a novel sense, and then you conflate flu and pneumonia that already are in the background. And maybe you don't think those are there. So that's also the idea being that you take PCR false positives, right? You combine that with all sorts of manufactured things in nursing homes, which we get into the next article we talk about, or the after injection dynamic of using the vaccine side effects to be called COVID-19. You can see his point was clear that you could stand back and do the math, and it was clear that they could have completely done exactly what you saw without anything novel. That was his point. Not that it happened, but you can prove that it's possible. That's powerful. And we talked about the parasite stress theory with Derek Brose. Remember that one? This is an important one with the two together, because what Derek writes about here, the rise of authoritarianism from parasite stress theory to lockstep. The idea is that they simply highlight the government did this study. The government found that all they need to drive you, whoever you are listening right now, in the United States especially, to want to call for an authoritarian government, as long as they present the threat, not even a real one, but just the threat of a pathogen. It'll cause you to tell on your neighbors, to accept authoritarian governments, to ignore your rights. Now, why would they even do a study like that? Now we know. Make sure you read this. Now, the next one we just had this interview with Denny. This was December 2024. And his opinion has evolved in the same direction, but evolved to the point to where he's arguing that it's an illusion in general, that it was largely biological stress-induced bacterial pneumonia, which is a very real thing. Whether it happened or not, you can decide for yourself, but that's real. The idea that you can be such a stressful situation that it actually induces bacterial pneumonia. And then you take the nursing home dynamic, the ventilators, and with the illusion, it's hard not to see how possible that is. But of course, back to the point about USAID, right? So the reason we pointed to that is because the claim of Elon's going, guess what? COVID-2 and the fake show, it's just anything to get you to think this is all going the way you think it is. That's how I read it. But Doge News says Caroline Leavitt got asked why USAID is getting shut down. And she stunned them by giving them a lecture about where the money's been going. And what'd she do? She holds a piece of paper and reads off something someone typed for her. Well, I guess we'll just assume that's real, right? Sort of like we assumed that the Gaza condom story was real, like both her and Trump stated publicly, or turned out to be legitimately false. Isn't that silly? Like, so this is what's so frustrating to me. She can come out and go, and look, I'm not even saying it's false. She's saying 1.5 million advance to DEI Serbia workplaces, $70,000 for DEI musical in Ireland, 47,000 for Colombia. Okay, again, probably true. But the idea that people just take this stuff at face value, which is my point, is that what you're going to see, or is it that one or this one? See, okay, here's Benny Johnson. Same thing, sharing this. Holy smokes, look at what she just stated. Okay, did you check it? How much you want to bet he didn't even look into it because it's worth sharing for your agenda? That's my opinion. Maybe he did. I'm just pointing out that right now what you're getting is people that just do that constantly, that parrot it. Mario Narwhal, you just share and share and share, even though they just got caught for stating as a fact something we know isn't true. Silly. Now, he also points this out, and I think this is part of the same game. Here's Ron Paul saying audit USAID, then shut it down. Now, because they already tried to use Ron Paul and Thomas Massey to trick the libertarians into thinking they were going in the right direction, even though that rapidly fell, they didn't even lean into it at all. Well, Elon Musk just goes, interesting. Say, fantastic. Well, I just said, interestingly, not what you guys are going to do. Like, that's ridiculous, man. Like, obviously, you just are lazily trying to get people to think that you already aren't shutting it down. Now, if it happens tomorrow, I'll happily go, yes, thank God I was wrong. They shut it down and it shouldn't happen. But even then, we should still watch for the way they're just repurposing. But what Ron Paul is saying is audit it first, which they're not doing, and then completely dismantle it because it is not what we want. It's simply a CIA front. He's been talking about it forever. What these people are doing is co-opting a part of that awareness. This is an interesting overlap I pointed out earlier. Now, I'm not even super familiar with Alexander Vindman. He is a U.S. Army colonel retired. But the way this goes back and forth is crazy to me. Now, this is from November, mind you, so it's not super new. But it says, Alexander Vindman has accused Elon Musk of divulging state secrets to Vladimir Putin, and that his real reason he supports Trump is because Putin ordered him to. I mean, this is just like Nancy Pelosi, Maxine Waters level stuff. I mean, obviously it's possible. Is there evidence? Or are you just going, he's saying this, and so Putin puppet, which is about as lazy as it gets. Well, what's funny is, and kind of scary actually, he responds, Elon, Vindman is on the payroll of the Ukrainian oligarchs. Ah, right. So you're a Ukrainian. Oh, you're a Russian guy. It's just, okay, where's the evidence? But he goes on to say, and has committed treason against the United States. Ooh, raised you a bit, right? For which he will pay the appropriate penalty. Whoa. Okay. He literally just said that guy's going to be put to death because that's the penalty for treason. That's wild. Now, my gut, for whatever reason, and it's just completely my feeling, is that that's all fake. This is them, this is about this. And whether Vindman is meaning, the point is that you're not going to see this go anywhere, I would argue. He's putting out a flimsy claim about Putin puppet because that gets certain people to jump and bark. On top of that, it makes Elon look like he's the good guy fighting the deep state. And then he comes back and he goes and makes a crazy threat. Like, that's a wild thing to say, especially if you have no evidence. I mean, you could be sued for something like that, but that's probably why, because it's not going to go anywhere because they're both, I don't know. You guys can think for yourself. Either way, that's a pretty wild thing to say. Overall, I think it just distracts from where it's all going. And then Alex Jones says, watch panic. This just makes me, I can't even say it without laughing because of what we just went through, right? Alex Jones, just towing that line today, says, watch panic Democrats surround the USAID headquarters in D.C. in a desperate attempt to stop Elon from ongoing discovery of their mass theft of public funds. Okay. Yes, I'm sure they all stole money and cheated and lied, steal just as much as all the rest of you. And just as much as clearly we can see that Trump was using the same machine to benefit and manipulate just like everybody else. So if we're actually going to do that and maybe Samantha Power gets some subpoena, well, we'd find out Trump did it too. So how much you want to bet? That's all bluster. But Stop Greed says, Elon is what he's talking about. He says, Elmo is not an elected official and he just stole everyone's personal information. How on earth could anyone think Elmo is a good guy in this scenario? Now, whatever your opinion, the point is, the point is he's not an elected official. So it's interesting that we wouldn't be concerned about the way this is going, right? But just because Elon Omar or the rest of them say things, we know he's on the right side because they've set them up as the boogeyman left, even though they're all part of it. Simple, right? They always love to frame people like us as like the other side fighting with no, we're not. We're seeing all of them. We're seeing, yes, she's a bad guy. Yes, she's on the side of the government. So too is Elon Musk and Trump. And that's the real picture. It's not the other side. That's the full picture, in my opinion. But here's the same kind of thing we're seeing. So already setting it up as, these people are pulling it away. Here's Live to TikTok. Oh, well, now it makes sense why Elon Omar is so upset that Trump is pausing USAID funds. The country she's representing, which is the United States, by the way, in Congress, received over $2 billion from the U.S. in 2022. Well, she doesn't represent another country in Congress. You could argue that she's being paid and influenced by a foreign government. But kind of funny how Libs of TikTok, you would go out of your way to make an allegation about a member from Congress representing a foreign government and then not point out the obvious? Or how about you want to make the point that, or how about I want to make the point that this is about you trying to deviate, distract from how Israel basically controls all of them. But let's pretend that she's working for Somalia. It says the United States has provided $2.3 billion for humanitarian assistance to Somalia. Well, the country Trump just bombed, by the way. And yes, I'm not, that's ridiculous. Why would ever send that much money to this country? It's crazy. And maybe she had an influence on that because she's from that country. But do you have evidence to suggest that she's doing so because she's working for Somalia instead of the United States? And if you do, I'd love to see it because I think she's corrupt anyway. But if we're going to go there, are we going to start talking about Elon Musk and Donald Trump and everybody else who is getting funding directly from Israel? I guess we're not, though. How about Miriam Adelson giving him $200 million for an illegal act? I'm sure she'll just get to that tomorrow. I'm sure. But of course, the next one says, Ilhan Omar's interests are in Somalia, and she's a rep in the United States to represent Somalia. Again, just screaming the thing that, who knows? Is there evidence? Wouldn't surprise me. Amazing how you can ignore the obvious. Or I think that's what your job seems to be right now, is to direct attention away from the obvious. But that's where this comes from. She goes on unhinged rant claiming Trump is a dictator because he's trying to save money and get rid of corrupt government. Oh, is that what's happening? Sorry, I guess we just got confused. Clearly, he's fighting against the deep state while he's building out the deep state agenda. Or this person just has a vested interest in towing the line. Same point, by the way. These people are absurd, clownish, by the way, that are going to stand on what they're doing, what they're gaslighting for in Israel's genocide. That's all of them. All these people that are representing, actively ignoring all of that. Elon Musk has the nerve to say this. South Africa, actually, I'll get to it in a second, why I think this is happening. South Africa is, there's an issue right now back and forth between Musk, Trump, and South Africa. Well, who not, right? They seem to be going after everybody. But it says South Africa is a constitutional democracy that is deeply rooted in the rule of law, justice, and equality. You could think for yourself about how that works. The point is right now, remember, Elon Musk comes from there, and it was an apartheid state that was influenced to be that through Israel. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. And since then, there has been a very clear difference, and there's now become a lot of racism against white people. That's a simple fact. Now, whether or not the picture they're presenting is the big, or is everything, like, but whether or not they're using parts of this to bolster another agenda or not, you can decide for yourself. The point is, he simply asks him, why do you have openly racist ownership laws? Just take a second to think about how silly that is. The hypocrisy of Elon Musk calling him out, which, real or not, which that's not the point I'm making. Obviously, we should be able to criticize anybody, right? But the fact that he takes the time right now, while Israel's literally annexing the West Bank, to say you have racist ownership laws is just, it's laugh out loud stupid. And I simply said, here's Israeli professor Avi Shalom outlining why Zionism is an openly racist ideology. And you've heard that many times. And this guy's Palestinian community says, are you talking about Israel? He says there were over 65 discriminatory laws in Israel that disfavor non-Jewish Israelis. Here's an example of some. The Jewish nation-state law, the law of return, admissions committee law, on and on and on. Every one of these laws explicitly violate the rights of one type of person because of where they come from, because of their nationality, because of their religion. That's what we're talking about. So why is he making this point now, and why is it about South Africa? Well, we'll get to the possible why in a second. I do want to play the clip, though, just because it's important to hear somebody, an Israeli, British historian, openly tell you the reality of this. And he's a Jewish person himself.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports. reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive.
Yes.
It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So, but most certainly, Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
It's pretty simple, right? I mean, like always, you could argue he's wrong, right? But you just can't keep stressing that Judaism is Zionism and vice versa. It's not. It's if we know that major Jewish organizations or Jewish people anywhere go, well, I disagree with that, then you just can't keep pretending that's the reality. That means that you only support Jews that believe Zionism, which means it's only about Zionism, right? It's very easy to wrap your mind around. But here he is pushing this idea because I think it's obvious. It's about shifting away from what's going on there, but now a possible alternative reason. This is from the 4th of February today. Elon Musk's attacks on equality laws trigger dispute over Starlink in South Africa. Oh, so it might just be personal interest. What a surprise. Elon Musk's hopes of launching Starlink in South Africa are being delayed by fierce infighting within the country's ruling coalition over Black economic empowerment laws and U.S. entrepreneur has characterized as racist. Okay, so interestingly enough, we could argue two reasons. One, because South Africa supports the ICJ investigation of Israel, right? On top of that, that if we are in a situation where he wants something to be done and they don't want it, you know, sort of like the other guy where he goes, "You're a deep state puppet," and then the guy goes, "No, I'm not. Here, let me do your thing." Okay, now you're good. now you're like Israel. You're good, or whatever it is. Now you came over to our side. Okay, no longer the name. Maybe that's what's happening. That's just a thought. But I think it's pretty obvious these people are wielding these accusations and power and influence and control in ways that are so wildly unilateral, consolidation of power, that they feel like they're omnipotent right now. That's like sense I'm getting. Like they just, let's just call them this and see if they respond. Let's threaten tariffs and see if we get what we want. Not worried for a second what the fallout might be for your life. That's the point about the ICJ. Axelrod says, Trump cuts USAID funding to South Africa. South Africa received $440 million in aid in 2023. Without providing any evidence, Trump points to South Africa treating certain class of people badly. Now, look, it's not hard to see that there is an issue going on there. Nobody should lie about that. But in the sense of racism against white people, but there's also very clear racism against Black people. But I think the clear issue is that it's seemingly being like almost like a retaliatory dynamic. But as always, you should investigate for yourself before taking partisan narratives of what's going on. But it says this is on the eve of Israel, and this is the point. This is why people are frustrated, that you're acting like you care about racism somewhere and you're selectively only pointing. It's obvious what's going on here. And it says this is on the eve of Israel's prime minister's visit to the United States. But don't forget, South Africa took Israel to the ICJ. And here's what Trump says.
You said that you were going to cut aid from South Africa. Will you plan to cut aid across other African nations, and why South Africa?
No, it's only South Africa. Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So that's under investigation right now. We'll make a determination.
Oh, okay. So you're not even sure yet. We're going to investigate whether they're doing bad things, and we're pulling the aid until we figure it out. But here's $1 billion, Israel. Anybody confused?
And until such time as we find out what South Africa is doing, they're taking away land, they're confiscating land.
Oh, they're confiscating land, are they? Gee, where else could we see that happening right now? I don't know, Gaza, Lebanon, West Bank, Syria, anywhere else the U.S. is occupying territory. But yeah, let's pause. I know I'm not even talking about continue the aid. That's not what I'm worried about. I don't think, again, the aid should be going anywhere away from this country until we're in a position where ours, like we're, if we're trillions in debt, which is basically at the feet of the American people with the diminishing, 1,000 different ways, then we should not be dumping money in foreign countries for interests that are not about left and right. That's the truth of what's ultimately happening here. Either way, what he's doing here is disgusting. That we can't see that Israel's occupying land, stealing land, raping, torturing, pillaging in real time, praising it on their own channels, doing it on their own TikToks and social media. But South Africa's got a problem, or we're not even sure yet. We're going to investigate, but we're going to pause it until then. But here's $1 billion to continue your genocide.
And actually, they're doing things that are perhaps far worse than that.
And on the bed.
Oh, okay. Worse than stealing land? You mean like genocide? Nah, not Israel, though. They get a pass. And again, Donald Trump says, South Africa's confiscating land. And Elon Musk goes, true. Are they really this? Guys, Posobiec, anybody? I don't have a high opinion, but really, you don't see how ridiculous that is? Look, just because you agree with the genocide, or maybe you don't think it's called genocide, are we debating that land is being taken? Let's just even get past Gaza. What about West Bank? What about Lebanon? What about Syria? They're literally occupying entirely new territory. But no. We're going to only point out the one thing because you guys are transparent. I just hope honest people are going, whoa, right. There's something guiding this that's not the interest of America. Elon Musk, same thing. Why do they have open racist ownership laws? Oh, and I guess I should have waited, but it was better to play right there. That's when I just posted that underneath him to show that it is openly racist and you don't care. Now, few last points. Now, really, a lot of work. I might just almost see where we're at. We're almost 4 hours, not that long. Ultimately, I didn't want to get into a lot of the foreign policy because we just went through that for the most part, but we will continue to follow up. It's a lot of what you already expect. The ceasefire lie is continuing. They're still killing people regularly, both in Lebanon and Gaza and in Syria and now in the West Bank. Now, really, one of the things I was possibly going to talk about is sort of like Gaza 2.0, which I didn't even want to use that because Gaza itself is basically the 2.0 or many other things, but the West Bank is just being turned into another situation just like that, which it was already reasonably close outside of the open air prison and a lot more leeway in certain cases, but it was already controlled. Checkpoints and middle of the night pulling out of your homes for no reason. Like that's what they were living through, or being displaced and destroying their houses. That happens every day in the West Bank. But now they're shutting off electricity, and I think we'll point out some of it right here. But that has to matter. Even within their narrative, they weren't claiming West Bank was the Gaza-Hamas dynamic. And here we are. All the same Zionists are screaming the same BS right back in it's the same thing. Now, Steve McGuire points out the DOJ has just created an anti-Semitism task force. Right? Do I need to say I told you so? Is that where we need to get to? Now you have a DOJ task force to go after Americans who are saying things about Israel. You still happy about that executive order? We're fighting the Democrats. No, it's looking right at you. The task force first priority will be to root out anti-Semitic harassment in schools and college campuses. Now, the reason they frame it that way is to make you think it's only about Columbia and those protests, that were Jewish organizations, because that all lines up. No, that's about framing it in a way that makes you think you're winning when it's going to be aimed at anybody that they don't like. And don't forget, right before this, they were calling you an anti-Semite because of your red hat. How do you forget that? Department of Justice announces formation of task force to combat anti-Semitism. Same old point. Even if actually racist against Semites, which by the way aren't Israelis, but even if actual anti-Semitism, or whatever you want it to mean, it is still your right to think, express your thoughts, have feelings, say words out loud in whatever way you want. That is free speech. And I have a right to say that I think you're disgusting for hating people for their religion or their ethnicity, which I would. But how are we pretending? Even like Simon Godek pointed this out, that look, you either believe in the First Amendment or you don't. And he called this out. He said, not this, but the executive order from Trump is unconstitutional. There's no question. And now, again, we see all the fake people out there screaming, this is what's right, or it's still constitutional because they're student visa. Nope. As always, and every time, The U.S. Constitution has been ruled roundly by the Supreme Court to apply to anybody in this country, even in some cases illegal aliens. In particular, without question, students on visas that are here legally. It's been ruled many times over because if you actually understand the Constitution, this was an outlined inherent God-given rights for people. They were simply outlined in this country. God-given is not applying to one nation. But let's pretend like it's something they dole out because that's what Republicans are. Freedom. The idea is very clear. This is about trying to control your lives. And now they have a task force to stop you from saying things bad about Israel. And as we already showed you, by the way, in the executive order, it made it very clear. It applies to Americans. That was Section 2, I believe, and it made it very clear. Now, this is February 3rd. It says the task force first priority will be to root out anti-Semitic harassment in schools and college campuses. So what applies as harassment? Well, as we've already seen, wearing a Palestinian shirt, apparently. That's not my opinion. That's what they were calling out. Or a flag, or a watermelon, or being in a place where Zionists attack you and then you take the attack and call it out. In addition, or how about Stefanik blatantly lying about things we know aren't true? She was trying to get people in prison. And now she's in a position for Trump, blindly Zionist supporting Israel. In addition to the Department of Justice, the task force will include representatives from the U.S. Department of Education, Department of Health and Human Services, and other agencies it develops. The task force will be coordinated through the Department of Civil Rights Division. Wait a minute. I thought we were dismantling the woke dynamic. Oh, I guess not the woke right dynamic. My mistake. All right, so we're still going to use the Department of Education to suppress hate speech, just the one that they don't want. Are we confused? Department of Education, Department of Civil Rights Division, right? The point is, it's the same thing. They're applying that dynamic to suppress your rights for another country under the guise of fighting hate speech. Maybe because you don't have blue hair, it's all okay. What are we talking about? It says anti-Semitism in any environment is repugnant to the nation's ideals. No, it's not. In fact, stating that means that you don't understand the nation's ideals or their rights or the Constitution. Because the reality is you're allowed to say and express your thoughts however you please. That's the nation's ideals. Ideological freedom, free speech. Isn't that what we, so maybe we're disagree on what this country's ideals are. Maybe you're thinking about a different country. I'm not saying I agree with or support anti-Semitism or any racism. As I said, we have the freedom to call those things out like I do every day. The point is we still have the right to be able to express these things. And they want you to believe suddenly that you don't. Who's fighting for, who's America first in this context? It says the department takes seriously our responsibility to eradicate this hatred wherever it's found. That's the end of the sentence. So is that about violence, harassment? No, they're saying hatred. So if you want to hate somebody, if it's Israel, then you're in trouble. But go ahead and hate China, hate Russia, hate anybody else, anyone else, then we're okay with that. But if you hate Israel, we will eradicate that wherever we can. Isn't that strange? As even Glenn Greenwald just pointed out at Harvard, or no, I think that was Zachary Foster, which is true. At Harvard right now, you can call the U.S. government a racist state. You can call China and Russia and UK, every one of them, you can openly call a racist state and wear a shirt that says it. But you can't do it for Israel. That's Harvard's new rules. It's very clear. Now realize, I'm not talking about Jewish people. Simply saying Israel is committing a genocide. Israel is murdering people or breaking the law or is a racist state. Which, by the way, their actual racist nation-state law, or the fact that 3 major human rights groups in the world have deemed it an apartheid state, which is literal racism, that should matter. The point, though, is that obviously it's one entity. It's a selective application. That's not free speech. That's not even freedom of reach. It's a game they're playing to pretend that really it's about making you feel that you get what they give you. And then you thank them for it. It says, the task force to combat anti-Semitism is the first step. So we can expect more steps in giving life to President Trump's renewed commitment to ending anti-Semitism in our schools. All they're aiming at is Palestinian support. That's what they're talking about. And it says, if you have been discriminated against, you could file a complaint with the Civil Rights Division. Now, I can't wait until we have Zionists screaming down that avenue every day, all day, until we get people in the United States simply acting according with their, within their rights, who are getting attacked, arrested, and possibly deported because we're watching this abuse. Like, don't forget, we just saw the Batar USA, who, by the way, Norman Finkelstein got one of these guys walked by and threw a pager in his pocket. Even if it's just a dumb pager, it is a threat, and you damn well know it. They're insinuating bombs by doing so. The point is, he's an American. This guy is an the one that we first talked about is an Israeli. That I do know. This guy could be an American. The point is, he's working for a Zionist organization, and he's threatening Americans with bombs. Shouldn't that be a crime? It is a crime. Nobody seems to care. But we're going to see those kind of organizations use this, which I think that's what this is built for. Don't forget, same group, Batar USA, was chanting, ICE, ICE, deport them. And these are American students wearing kippahs. Even if they're not, you're going to deport them because they're wearing a kippah? That's not how this works, but that's how they're building it out for another country at your expense. Oh, is that two of those? Hold on. Oh, that was, okay, that's just the screenshot. But here's the show if you want to watch that, where I go over the unconstitutional anti-Semitism executive order. Paulie St. George points out, Amazing Paulie points out, Congressman like Lauer, proud to reintroduce the bipartisan, like we're telling you, IGO Anti-Boycott Act in the 919th Congress. All right, this bill closes the loophole that allows international organizations to support these boycotts, undermining Israel's security and economy. So yet again, you can boycott literally anything, anyone, anywhere except Israel, despite the fact that it's literally the definition of an unconstitutional act. Anyone confused? It says, you're not allowed to boycott Israel. Wow, the U.S. is so free to me. Zach Foster points out the Columbia University aspect. Now, just to quickly sum this up, the point is that this has been roundly broken down. People have done research around this, like broken down, like written this out, like day to day, like moment timestamps, like showing you how this all went down. We've gone over some of that on the show. The reality is that they lied about all of this. They manufactured what they claimed was happening here. And now, again, we're looking back, we even know that the groups that were putting these protests on were like Jewish Voices for Peace. Amazing how that got boxed out of the conversation, at least at the beginning of it. But he said Columbia University is toxic. After two pro-Israel Columbia students carried out a violent attack on campuses last year, sending 15 people to the hospital, the university did nothing. Now remember, Zachary Foster, I believe a Jewish person himself, he is a Palestinian historian of their history, PhD from Princeton. He says it was only after other students combed through footage that they found the evidence of the two people spraying the canisters that hurt these people, that the university even acted. It says, quote, it was a fully student-led investigation that actually uncovered the perpetrators of the attack. It says some of the students who were attacked and needed ongoing medical treatment were also suspended, such as Catherine Curran Groom, and thus they lost access to their health care. It says, then, to add insult to injury, Columbia settled with one of the pro-Israel violent attackers, lifting his suspension and awarding him $395,000. So these are the people that were pushing back on it. And the reality is, the evidence is undeniable. They caught them. They were forced to acknowledge it. You can read about it in Drop Site News right there. And nonetheless, they still sided with the... How does that not become clear to you? Probably because, remember, they removed people from positions of administration that were... At least, look, I'll be clear. I've always pushed back on the woke politics, whatever else you want to argue that I would argue doesn't align with my values, personally. Nonetheless, that doesn't stop her from being right when she points out that there was nuance to the conversation about what they were saying. From the river to the sea, if it means genocide, then how is it the Likud's party line, which you can look up for yourself? Actually, I could probably grab that. I think it's this one. Yep, look at that. And I even call out Elon Musk because here he is. As I said earlier this week, weirdly, even the word decolonialization, like how crazy is that? The guy's from South Africa, for crying out loud. Like that's so silly. Like that's, if decolonialization is bad, doesn't that mean colonialism is good? Basically what he's putting out there. But then he goes from the river to the sea, and similar euphemisms necessarily imply genocide. Okay, he goes, clear calls of extreme violence are against our terms, despite the fact that's happening everywhere from Israel. Even just today, by the way, one of these Zionist morons was threatening me, was posting a picture of a dead head like busted open as a way to say that, basically saying you're going to, like what he said was, I hope it tenfold comes back on you, and then post that. Of course, and I reported it. I said, that's it's a picture perfect example of a gory image, not still there. And right this moment. It's not hard to see how this works. Calls for extreme violence are everywhere on this platform, and they're allowed as long as you're a Zionist. But the river to the sea. Okay, well, I said, well, here it is being used by the Likud party as part of their original party platform. But I'm sure that's totally not the same thing at all, right, Elon? Between the sea and the Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. It is the same implication. Now, you could argue either both of them mean it, or be honest about the fact that either of them could mean something other. Now, reality is Israel's made their intentions clear. But you can still argue the person that wrote that simply meant that we want to move them out of the way so we can have it for us, right? Just like that most of these Palestinians are not calling for genocide as they express themselves. They're looking for a two-state solution, right? Or the reality of the real statement is that that should be Palestinian territory because legally speaking, it is. That doesn't have to mean they'll die just because that's what Israel thinks. It means they should be moved out of the way because this is Palestinian territory. But that's not even what most of them call for anymore because they know it's unlikely. So they work for a two-state solution. And that's why Israel's undermined that at every single possible opportunity as long as it's existed. But that's as simple as it gets. All right, so here we are with them making this out to be anything they say that's Palestinian, right? And then they turn that into a threat. As we saw with Stefanik and the flag and all the fake things they did. It's over and over and over and over. Now, in regard to Trump, as we just pointed out earlier, he's meeting with Netanyahu, or he did today. That alone speaks for itself. And here's Netanyahu talking about meeting Trump.
Leaving for a very important meeting with President Trump in Washington. The fact that this would be President Trump's first meeting with a foreign leader since his inauguration is telling. I think it's a testimony to the strength of the Israeli-American alliance.
Now, he wanted to say that. I would get the sense that's something Trump wouldn't want to bandy about. But of course, as Netanyahu usually does, it's important for him to make it appear as if he's the one controlling the situation, which I agree with. But I'm sure people argue otherwise, that it's the other way around. Certainly possible. But it's interesting, right? Because that doesn't look good. But he wanted to make sure it's telling. Yeah, it is. Very telling. And that's exactly why Netanyahu wants to point that out, because I think he wants it to be seen. That's my opinion. But overall, this is wild. You could disagree with the ICJ and the ICC and all the human rights groups and literally every UN agency and pretty much everyone else in the world that's a genocide. But you must understand that the international dynamic has made it clear that anybody who is a party to this, which they are, is supposed to arrest this man. So all you're demonstrating is that we don't care about anything as long as we disagree. Which, by the way, is what I've always said about these belligerent actors.
It's also a testimony to the strength of our personal friendship. That friendship and that cooperation has already yielded important results for Israel in the Middle East, including the historic Abraham Accords that President Trump led and which brought 4 historic peace treaties between Israel and its Arab neighbors. In this meeting, we'll deal...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I thought there was going to be a second part of that, right? So hold on, listen again.
The historic personal friendship. That friendship and that cooperation has already yielded important results for Israel in the Middle East.
Okay, right. So the friendship, which is supposed to be a mutual friendship, right? Goes both ways. But funny how that's not how it works. Our great friendship has yielded all of this stuff for Israel. Like, as we say every time, can somebody demonstrate for me what Israel ever does for the United States at all, ever, in any context, other than bomb the USS Liberty and all the different things they've done that exactly prove that they don't care at all about the U.S. relationship? Like, how ridiculous that is. That's why he does this. We've gotten this from them, and we get everything we want because we make them do whatever we want. That's what, whether it's real or not, that's what he's always projecting. I do think that's the case. And I think it shows weakness, in my opinion, for him to need to push that forward all the time.
Including the historic Abraham Accords that President Trump led and which brought 4 historic peace treaties between Israel and its Arab neighbors.
Not really, though. I mean, those have already basically imploded for the most part. Sisi supporting them does not change the fact the country does not. Right? All it was an illusion. Or we saw like the Sudan, for example. That's the point they made before, where it is, you're terrorists, but if you just sign on with Israel, we'll remove the title. even though nothing changed. So either they were always terrorists and you don't care if they work with Israel, or they were never terrorists and you only use that claim to coerce them to work with Israel. Sort of like what we see Elon doing right now across the world.
In this meeting, we'll deal with important issues, critical issues facing Israel and our region. A victory over Hamas.
Yeah. Oh, I guess no U.S. interest, right? So it's a one-sided deal. That's one-sided friendship. Got it.
Achieving the release of all our hostages and dealing with the Iranian terror axis and all its components.
Yep.
An axis that threatens the peace of Israel, the Middle East, and the entire world.
Told you. You don't think that's going to happen? Peace president is going to make that happen.
The decisions we made in the war have already changed the face of the Middle East. Our decisions and the courage of our soldiers have redrawn the map.
Think about saying that when he knows well that the people holding that microphone, the Ynet News platform has called these things. The fact that you're talking about the courage of the people who are raping and murdering and pillaging women and children, that's the idea for you guys. And that's not my opinion. Look at the Israeli media. But that's what he says to the U.S. world.
But I believe that working closely with President Trump, we can redraw it even further and for the better.
Ah, yes, redraw, meaning expand your borders. He is so transparent about exactly what in any other context would be such a big issue. He's openly telling you, as you can see them, having conferences about taking Lebanese territory, putting bases in Syria, expanding every single border. It's not hard to see.
I believe that we can strengthen security, broaden the circle of peace, and achieve a remarkable era of peace through strength. Thank you very much.
Yuck. I mean, tell me what you think. Listen, just look at his face. It's almost like he got tired of giving the fake speech toward the end.
Peace, and I believe that we can strengthen security, broaden the circle of peace, and achieve a remarkable era of peace through strength. Thank you very much.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever, strength and peace and stuff. Move along. I'm done pretending that I care about these things. Obviously, peace through strength, that's what Trump is being pushed to say. That's where this is coming from, in my opinion. But the idea that there are a circle of peace, I mean, it's just the most obvious destabilizing factor in the world today. And it's just gross that he gets to stand there and push this lie that everybody knows isn't true. And I simply said, who needs enemies when you've got genocidal friends like Netanyahu? The fact that this infamous war criminal can openly come to the U.S. and that Trump makes this his first meeting shows exactly what we are all trying to expose. Zionism is not Judaism. Partners in genocide, Gaza genocide. Now, Mendelsohn highlighted that Netanyahu is to land in Washington, D.C. in 2 hours. I just want to point out that if there was any honesty in this conversation, whether Trump liked him or not, all it takes is one person, Massey or somebody else, one person to say, guys, Netanyahu's on his way, get the police. Where anybody, get the FBI. Why is it, are we really going to, is it every single aspect of this country? Wouldn't that be telling? If this is a war criminal, whether Trump doesn't like that or not, we're supposed to pretend that Biden called it out. No, he didn't. He was blindly supporting Israel too. But let's just pretend. So fine, get somebody to arrest this man. You knew he was coming before he got here. Couldn't you be waiting there with the FBI or whoever it would be walking down those stairs when he came walking down the stairs? I'm just saying, guys, that's a loud statement without saying a word. He's allowed to just walk on down, even though everybody knew he was coming. Everybody. I mean, what about a citizen? Couldn't I call somebody and be like, hey, this is a war criminal? How much you want to bet it wouldn't matter? I just think that's important. And we showed this earlier. Prem Thacker. He says, one of those clips where you have to make sure you're not hallucinating. Donald Trump says Palestinians ought not to be allowed to return to Gaza. Why? Because they would, why would they? He says, why would they want to return? That place has been hell. Sitting right next to the grinning man who actually made it hell. It's really disgusting. It's got to be one of the most disgusting aspects of this whole thing. And how clearly, at least in my mind, it shows that Trump is compromised, that he is being influenced for whatever reason, whether it's money, blackmail, or that he's just on board with it. It's Netanyahu just, I mean, doesn't that feel like a weak moment for what you expect from Trump, where Netanyahu is just grinning like a fool and Trump just pushes forward the thing that everybody pretended he would never do? That's a failure. That's a weak moment that shows you that he is either being bent or he's on that side. That's what I think. I think it's very clear. Aviva Klampus says Trump will watch the October 7th documentary detailing Hamas's atrocities before his meeting with Netanyahu. Ah, okay. So whatever's weird in that, some kind of hypnotic neuroscience video, or who knows, right? Like the fact that they sit these people down and they just come out like Elon Musk saying the thing they want them to say. This comes after Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, who we've already talked about, saw the footage and was shocked by its content, prompting him to recommend that Trump see it too. The documentary includes graphic evidence, or otherwise known as complete fake atrocity propaganda, from Hamas terrorist body cams capturing scenes of murder, torture, decapitation. Right, not true, guys. We all should know this by now. They're still pushing the debunked, even by Haaretz, atrocity propaganda snuff film. Every claim has been roundly proven false. And now Trump will play his role in this ongoing yet failing agenda. Open your eyes. Now, I've got a chance to dive into this, and I have seen this floating around, but it's a longer video, but suggesting that there's some of these videos from Hamas have been faked with artificial intelligence. It would be a very perfect time for that to happen. But I'm going to follow up on that. I just think that's an interesting point to consider, because it would line up a lot, wouldn't it, with all the things we've seen? I think Max Egan was talking about it. It's worth considering. And I'm planning on diving into it. I just need to watch the video. It's not like a document. I have to watch like a 2-hour video and look at the data and so on. And I plan on it. I think it's important to consider. That would say a lot with, in the AI push we're seeing right now. But in the same point, we see this Zionist propagandist, like we kept telling you, pushing still the Bibas family. He goes, Times Square, Hamas, where are the Bibas babies? Who's putting that out in Times Square? Like the things we keep seeing, even though as we look at it says right there, 15 months in captivity. No, guy, and look at the red hair. That's what I was talking about. Why does the hair look like that? Because they were this is a propaganda program. They know those children have been killed by IDF bombs. Just realize he's already out. He has maintained his story. They died while in custody because IDF bombs killed them. And on that video, he said, Netanyahu, you killed my family. This video right there. Now, of course, the game was, well, he could be forced to say that. Certainly possible. Okay, now why is he still saying it? Just like every one of them. And the point was, even as Dan Cohen showed, even the corporate media was forced to acknowledge that's what happened. And here we are with this disgusting display of them using their hair to make some kind of weird, impactful moment for people. It's disgusting. Now, yes, they never should have been taken in the first place, and whoever did should be held accountable. But I'm pretty sure whoever bombed them to death, I think by design, deserves a little bit more accountability, especially since every single one of the people that have now come back have continued to say that they were not only treated well, fed, ate with, talked to, given entertainment, but that they dove over their bodies when the IDF bombs were there. I think there's now 4 different people that have come back and made that statement. Here we are. And it says, U.S. Israel, do whatever it takes to bring them home now. And this person was posting the video that we shared. But again, let's not forget that he also met with Elon Musk. But now he's met with him again. Think about that. On Sunday, Israel's prime minister met with awkward gesturer who frequently amplifies anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on the huge platform he owns. That's Haaretz. Whatever you think about the framing, that's what a lot of people in the world would say. And here he is meeting with the guy who's supposed to be remember the ADL went out of its way in a very clumsy, embarrassing way to be like, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. We know for sure. Even though they never, ever do that for anybody else. In fact, they assume exactly what they want in cases where it's not even close to being racist. How do you not see how obvious that is? And now he meets with Netanyahu once again. Decent news highlighting that Trump mulling long-term displacement, as we already showed you, which he seems to be stressing is going to happen, and has sent more bombs to Israel. We know where this goes. And I'll just leave this for you. Basically, Pelham is saying, if Trump was controlled by Israel, and just goes down the list of things he's done, he would sign an executive order to take sanctions off illegal settlers, right? He would sign an order to accept aid, accept Israel, right? And the point is, every single one of these things show you, at least indicate that something is going on there. And I think it's obvious. So her point is that hypothetically, if he was controlled by Israel, wouldn't all of this be happening? Yes, it's a good point. And I'll include this thread that shows you all the different times Donald Trump publicly stated that he would censor for Israel, that he would act for Israel at the expense of American interest, or the main one saying that the Congress used to be controlled by Israel. Rightly so. That's what he said. Such an important point. How often, how many times, how repeatedly he's pushed this idea. And how much that shows you what we're trying to highlight. It's concerning as hell.
You know, the biggest change I've seen in Congress is Israel literally owned Congress. You understand that 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And it was so powerful. It was so powerful. And I think you know exactly what I'm saying. They had such power. Israel had such power, and rightfully, over Congress.
Not hard to understand. And the thread has many examples. And it's not out of context. You can listen to the full clip yourself. It's very clear. I just don't know how you don't freak out about that. Maybe exactly why the people don't freak out about the shot he still supports. Doesn't make sense either. But just rapidly to end here, Andrew Feinstein, who, by the way, I'm going to go through this in depth in another show, probably the next one. This is the guy that, I mean, this broke my heart. His name is, I think it's Nizam Momandi. Was that his name? I believe that's his name. I think I searched it earlier. It's the doctor you've seen, like very stoic, speaking in front of a large room of people, trying to, I think it was in the EU, trying to talk about what he saw in Israel or in Gaza. And it breaks my heart to watch this man, like a grown man and a stoic man, like trembling, trying not to cry about what he's trying to talk about. It's horrifying. Or the one we've talked about before, like the Jewish doctor telling you that he, you know, everything he's ever seen combined doesn't even compare to what he saw. Children shredded and mutilated. And he breaks down. It's hard. It says, I saw them killed by sniper fire and drones. Why doesn't labor condemn it? Why do arms keep flowing in Israel's direction? And he's highlighting the surgeon there. And then Seeker of Oath shares my thread of the doctors. Many of them highlighting exactly the same thing. It's like 40 doctors in that thread. And I got to add this one too. BM highlights this person saying, literally, and this is in a documentary, guys, but they're on the phone. This is how brazen this is getting today. Calling in a strike. He literally says, as you can see right here, I'll let it play and see it. I want to take down this cyclist. That's what it says. I want to take down this cyclist. Strike him. At the refugee camp in Rafah, November 24, 2024. Deputy commander of the 931st Battalion orders the murder of a Palestinian riding a bicycle on camera during a filming of the Con Digital DocuTime episode. They just don't care. And your government supports this. Zachary Foster. Too many Israeli dogs have died in Gaza, so the Israeli military using Palestinians instead. Not even trying to hide it anymore. Funny how remember how many times we got shouted down for showing you the 45 different provable documents coming from both Israelis, but also the UN, showing you that they've been using what was called the neighbor procedure? And how many times we've caught them even during the post-October 7th, and despite how many times we've never seen, that's the wrong way to say that, but no examples of Hamas doing the same. Insinuations, sure, but countless repeated examples of Israel. Now they're not basically, they're admitting it proudly. Something has clearly shifted when Trump took power.
Weeks of the Israeli ground invasion in Gaza, Feynman says some Israeli soldiers reported to the organization what they were being ordered to do in the battlefield. And they came with what they claimed was photographic evidence. Feynman won't say just how many soldiers have turned to them, only that there are many.
They were ordered to use Palestinians as human shields. If you have soldiers from different units, different times of this year of fighting, and different areas in the Gaza Strip, northern Gaza Strip, center, south, saying the exact same thing and using the same phrasing, so obviously it's a widely used protocol by the IDF.
And when you say same phrasing, what exactly do you mean?
Cannot say.
For security reasons, Israeli military censorship laws won't allow him to answer that question publicly. That phrasing is known as the mosquito procedure, and the mosquito, or yatush in Hebrew, refers to the Palestinian being detained.
We heard from one of the soldiers that they asked their commanders, hey, what's going on over here? Why do I need to push a human being at gunpoint into a tunnel? And their officer told them that too many dogs in the IDF dog unit died.
So the Palestinian men are replacing animals, essentially.
Yeah, that's one of the soldiers said that.
How was that? That's impossible to miss. Now, to be clear, again, these are being, we've seen examples of them framing this on their TikTok channels, laughing about these people blindfolded and so on. And here, I'll just play a part of the clip that I've played many times. This was being, I broke this down before October 7th, by the way, but yet again afterward. 2013, Palestinian children tortured, used as shields by Israel, per the United Nations. Reuters. Israeli soldiers who used Palestinian boy, a 9-year-old, as human shield avoid jail. Defense for Children International, an international human rights group. Israel forces use 5 Palestinian children as human shields. That's 2023. It goes on. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, Neighbor Procedure. The fact that they even try to say they stopped it, but then it turns out they were still doing it. Now they just changed the name. That's just the easy they think it is. We'll call it the mosquito procedure. Pretend like you don't know. Here's the article, or the show, excuse me. The open secret of Israel's use of human shields. One of the most obvious examples. Wasn't even that long ago. Now, the West Bank in general, Ihab Hassan is simply pointing out that people don't understand what's going on in the West Bank. Basically, in this case, people were repeatedly asking him when he was there not to delete Telegram from his phone. And then he found out why. A 15-year-old boy from his town was stopped at a checkpoint where soldiers found Telegram on his phone. That's it. Just found the app of Telegram. They tortured him, blindfolded him, threw him on the ground for 3 hours, pretended they were going to execute him, and then just let him go. That's what goes on in their lives. Now, this is Haaretz writing. You can read this for yourself. Israeli troops are now going through Palestinian phones. Anything forbidden provokes abuse. But let's pretend this is democracy, right? Mohammed Shihada points out Israel's turning Jenin in West Bank into Gaza. Cut off food, electricity, constant airstrikes, blowing up dozens of homes, ethnic cleansing, destruction of infrastructure, siege, mass arbitrary detention, media blackouts. It's not getting any attention. This is from Israeli media. Fears of huge disaster in Jenin. About half of the neighborhoods without electricity and food. Imagine the world ignoring that. While the group doing it is publicly committing genocide, and they're also ignoring that. As Rod points out, they lied. They blew up people's homes so their occupation vehicles could get around with more ease. Another Haaretz article. IDF raises homes in the West Bank to ease troops' movement. It says, guess what? Previously, the IDF claimed the buildings had housed terror infrastructure. Oh, I get it. So they just say that when they want to make an excuse for the Western media. Very obvious. 45 times over, and every other day you can prove this stuff. Unless you're listening to partisan screamers and the corporate media. Asal Rod points out what they're doing in the West Bank. Watch this explosion, guys. A massive attack. This was on the 2nd in West Bank. You want to pretend this is some kind of targeted strike? This is destruction. Look at this. Look at that. Look how far that goes. That's miles. They're just carpet bombing, guys. That's what they're doing, like they do everywhere else. Probably the 2 most prominent media outlets in the Western world do not think it's newsworthy. This guy's talking, this is Palestinian online, with Palestinian testimonies of residents in Tulkarm in the occupied West Bank, revealing how the Israeli occupation forces are subjecting their families to an 8-day siege and denied them to food and water or freedom of movement because they decided to. No one's calling them terrorists. They're just doing this to people in the West Bank. Matt Kennard points out in regard to Syria, former ISIS al-Qaeda terrorist turned president of Syria invites ex-MI6 man Rory Stewart and butcher of Iraq, Alistair Campbell, to Damascus for an exclusive interview. Oh, he's got a tie on now. Says, do you get what's happening yet? I mean, they're just, I mean, the game was that he was going to kind of be interim. No, he's president now. He got a tie on, so I guess we'll just pretend it's not happening. It's totally not a terrorist that was just leading a Syrian terrorist group, or a group that in Syria that you guys had a bounty on for $10 million. Literally, as we just read to you from 2017 from Ron Paul Institute, the article written about this, how Trump's administration refused to acknowledge this very group as the terrorist group that they were. Why? Because they didn't want to admit that they were funding them before that. And it's not just unique to Trump's administration either, guys. The reality is that they have continued to do this, and now they've just made them put them in power like they do everywhere else. Amazing that somebody could pretend this is not the most obvious thing in the world. Or that they're still blowing up houses in Lebanon, despite the supposed ceasefire. Civilian homes in broad daylight. Look at that. Look at the way they targeted the street and the houses. I mean, it's exact. There's no way around that, guys. They're demolishing infrastructure everywhere they're doing this. And that's why they've got maps of where they're going to build their new Hebrew settlements. Despite the mess of Western media telling you you're racist, if you even suggest that the thing they're outlining, cheering, planning, and Daniel Weiss is openly telling you is going to happen, if you're pretending any of that's real, then you're racist. As they start to build it, I'm sure you're still racist. Well, thank you for tuning in, guys. Continuing to call this stuff out. Obviously, it's important. So many different contradictions. Please cut these little things out, like the USAID Israel part, whatever else. Like I said, some people have started to do it. Make some clips for me. Share it. Tag me. I will share it out. I'll do it every single show, and I'll keep showing. I'll keep tagging it. You can become the clip person. The point is, I just don't have the funds at the moment to continue to do what we were doing with. But my plan is to go back to all of that, everything, the amount of writing we were doing, everything. But of course, we're being attacked right now through the lawsuits, through everything, more and more and more and more. There's surprise. I mean, it just doesn't stop. But neither will I, which is the whole point. Shows you we're over the target. But if you believe in what we're doing and you want to see it continue, please let us know. There's a lot of ways to support this platform down below, under the video, on the TLAV website, under donation, or just mailing it in with the address that somebody could hopefully put in the chat for me. We need your support. But thank you for doing all you can already, guys, because I know that we're all fighting what this is. And I know you care about it. That's why you're here. So thank you for simply being you. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.